Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became the reason the bird could sing? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. 45 minutes since the dinner. What it means to be a hero? Katsuki liked his new car. So, it must have been his friends that he disliked, right then? They yapped all the way to Tape Face's apartment, talking about whatever nonsense they talk about. Katsuki probably can drive and hold conversation at the same time. He had in the past with no trouble. But what a convenient excuse it was to use to zone out. Katsuki, what do you think? Do you think we should? Nope. Don't care. In fact, don't talk to me when I'm fucking driving. Aijuru scoffed from the passenger seat. Since when can you not speak and drive at the same time? But it was a quiet comment which only Katsuki could hear. He ignored it and stepped on the accelerator with too much force. Then, it's Mina's turn to wave them away and skip to her apartment. Then, dunce faces. Finally, Aijuru. You going home then? He asked, halfway onto the pavement. When is Edgeshot getting in? Like 7 a.m. Demon BSD just had to get an early flight. Aijuru chuckled. Well, it's probably a late flight from the States. Shut up. Yeah, I'm heading home, now get the F out of my car. And then it was just him. Aijuru lived close to Katsuki's own flat, in a nice enough district with nice enough food. It would be what? A 6-minute drive? Katsuki could be home in 6 minutes, if he just put his new car into drive and stepped on it. But Katsuki turned around, spinning the wheel in his hands to do a complete U-turn. And within moments he could see a kaleidoscope of city lights approaching on the highway. X2 is an all-right establishment, by all means. When the extras wanted to meet him, he always suggested this dimly lit, casual bar that spilled out at the mouth of a tunnel. With inoffensive decor, consisting of a few vintage band posters, a couple of records hung up like trophies. The decor was fine, and Katsuki enjoyed the rumbling of the trains speeding beside. Tonight, Katsuki beelined straight for the rooftop, walked all the way to the edge, and settled on a high stool. Someone came to take his order. He asked for a beer. Whatever. He hates beer, but he did not expect someone to come and ask him what he wanted, so he just ordered it anyways. And he didn't necessarily want to drink that right then. It came, and he sipped on it. His mind was so frighteningly blank that he continued drinking, regardless of how dim and disgustingly the drink settled on his tongue. He looked at the Muzutafu skyline and found it fine. Ordinary. What is this stupid feelie? Hey! What the F dash? Katsuki jumped out of his skin. The glass bottle of nondescript beer sloshed at the sides and coated his fingers. Great, he thought as he shook his fingers with vengeance. Great, 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 great. What a great night. Hey! Katsuki glared at Shuto Todoroki, in his stupid outfit and stupid blank face. You said that already, you moron. Shuto settled into the stool beside Katsuki with ease. You didn't say it back, so I thought I'd repeat it. Is this guy for real? But Katsuki knew the answer to that, and eased. He couldn't be mad at Shuto, because for a moment Katsuki had appreciated the effort it had taken to move his mouth to speak, to string some sounds into words. And suddenly he wondered, exactly how long had he been sitting here at X2, overlooking this boring skyline, in complete silence? Oi! Katsuki snapped. You following me? A waitress tittered closer to Shuto, blushing bright red as she asked him what he wanted to drink. He asked for whatever my friend is having, and Katsuki rolled his eyes, grumbling, it's terrible, shoulda picked for yourself. Shuto shrugged. Anyways, I'm not following you, so don't worry. This bar is near my apartment, and I have your location on my phone, so when I saw you were nearby, I decided to stop by. Katsuki's brows scrunched and chest flared with irritation, or was it in exasperation? That is following me, Air-con, he barked. Oh, I guess I did follow you then. Katsuki would rather take another disgusting swing of his beer and swallow expeditiously to not let the bitter taste settle on his tongue than retort. There was silence. Why are you here all by yourself? Katsuki shrugged in response. But Shudo was nothing if not patient. And Katsuki was not 16 anymore. Your guess is as good as mine, was Katsuki's final, underwhelming answer. Shudo hummed thoughtfully. So, you don't know either? Maybe I can help. And that's how Shuto spoke nowadays, even, toneless, but earnestly nonetheless. And Katsuki realized, why not? He liked the feeling of moving his mouth, far more than bitter, confusing silence. Something's been feeling off. The waitress brought Shudo's drink in a glass with ice cubes and lemon slices. Katsuki looked back to his drink-a-glass bottle without so much as a napkin. Are you FNG serious? Katsuki's eye twitched, but really there was no bite in it. Feeling off how? I don't know. But it's been going on for a while. How long? Katsuki thought long and hard. Maybe a month? Shudo hummed. But today most of all, Katsuki continued. Katsuki can drive and talk at the same time. He just didn't want to tonight. What happened? Anything special? There is a teenager that lives inside Katsuki, and his instincts still rear its stupid-looking head nowadays. Right now, the brat wants to lie and say, wants to chase half and half away and return to silence. I can figure this sheet out myself, he says. But what's the point of lying, huh? He thought. I asked Izuku to join my agency. And Shuto, who these days spoke evenly, tonelessly, and earnestly, didn't jolt, quirk a brow, or let a single muscle react. He patiently waited for Katsuki to finish. He said no. Shuto hummed. The last time I spoke with Izuku, he said that he wanted to keep being a teacher, Shudo offered. Yeah, so everyone's telling me. I get it. Katsuki snapped, but again it was harmless. He couldn't be bothered to do harm today. To bite tonight. In fact, Katsuki couldn't be irritated right now even if he wanted to. The anger that the brat within him was so prone to was buried deep on this summer's night at 11 o'clock, on some gimmicky rooftop bar. Are you annoyed? That he wants to be a teacher? All our teachers were pros too, and we never saw them as any less. Katsuki thought long and hard. Because, after all, the point of opening up if you're not honest? And this is Shudo, not someone like Ijiru who looked at you like he saw right through and was waiting for you to reach a conclusion about yourself that he had reached years ago, not Mina, who laughed everything off and lightened even the heaviest conversation as if that's what you need all the DM in time, not Dunce face. Nah, no need to even think about that scenario. I don't care what the nerd decides to do with his life, Katsuki said, evenly. More like, it's confirmed why I've been feeling. I dunno, weird. For the last month. Yes. Since he got his suit? Yeah, I guess. Shudo hummed. Strange how? Shudo asked. I don't know, damn it. Katsuki took a deep breath in. Unfulfilled. The word molded to his tongue and it felt right. It fit there. Izuku wants to keep being a teacher and do hero work on his free PRDS and lunch breaks? Fine. He wants to God. Did you realize he went to speak to Round Face at the end? I think he wants to date her. That makes no fucking sense to me. None of this makes any sense. It's like he got his suit, and nothing changed for him. But everything changed for me. Or I expected to. Expected to feel better. Shudo listened, and patiently waiting for Katsuki to come to a close. But Katsuki did not say another word. Shudo sighed. Are you worried about him? He asked. A spark of recognition. The word worried. The fog in his mind parting, revealing what could be a semblance of truth of reality amidst this sea of confusion. This tempest. Yeah, I guess. Could be it. What's so bad about wanting to teach or wanting to date? Shudo asked curiously. Katsuki scoffed. Who has the time for that? Deku's wanted to be a hero for as long as he could fucking breath. He chased that shitty dream for years. Breaking bone, spilling blood. And even being quirkless didn't stop him from striving for it. For the first time tonight, Katsuki felt alive. And now, he wants to be a part-timer? To waste his time with women and romance? Katsuki took a breath, and his brows scrunched ever so lightly. His pupils darted to the dark sky in his search for the right words. For the most honest truth that truth could be. I feel like he's given up, like he don't see himself as worthy or something. I don't know. Don't buy it. Shudo hummed and Katsuki felt better. So, that's why you're worried? Katsuki didn't respond, but jerked his chin to his chest in a quick nod. I don't think you need to worry about him, Shudo started. I said this at dinner and I stand by it. My life isn't just about being a hero, and maybe neither is his? Maybe he has new goals. Izuku isn't the only one giving more thought to romance, you know. Everyone is. Katsuki's lips twitched in displeasure. Katsuki turned toward Shudo. For me, life is about being a hero. That's all it is. Let me tell you, I haven't thought about something as boring and useless as romance. He spat as if it was poisoned, ever. And Deku, he's supposed to get that. Shudo's eyes widened a tad. Imperceptible. Just like, I dunno. Katsuki suppressed the whine of frustration climbing in the back of his throat. Poisoning the skin there. How to put it? He's given up the chase? Shudo offered. Katsuki stiffened. The unbidden image. Walking away. Katsuki's lips fell open to say, yeah, that's it, but when he tried to force his words out, damn it. Nothing fell. And while Shudo may miss social Ks at times, no one could ever accuse him of being inconsiderate. He filled the silence quickly. I think he did you a favor, actually. Katsuki flinched. Oh? Looking ahead at city lights. He took a swig of his beer. Yeah. I think Izuku's set you free. Katsuki's brow twitched in irritation. Am not his SLV. Didn't say you were. Then say what you mean, Katsuki glowered. I mean that. I've spent a lot of time with you, with him, with both of you together. And it's not that you have a strange relationship, it's more that. I don't think I've ever met anyone else who has such a twisted bond. I wouldn't ever be able to describe it. Any emotions, irritation, nonchalance, sadness, frustration washed away from Katsuki. Left him behind, gone with the wind. Suddenly he was just curious. I mean to say, well, do you even see Izuku as a person, Katsuki? Katsuki reeled. What is that supposed to mean? I didn't realize it until this conversation, but, to you, Izuku and being a hero is so closely tied. Perhaps he is a symbol to you? To strive towards. Katsuki's heart sank. He looked at Todoroki properly now, his stupid red and white hair that looked silly under the murky yellow light. And his face, as neutral as ever. But the BSTRD was top of the class and is DMing good at being a hero. Which is why Katsuki refused to tell Shudo he was right. You should find out who you are outside of being a hero, like Izuku is. Katsuki's face instinctively crunched. Just because you've had your Daemon revelation while carving stupid butt chopsticks doesn't mean I need that same thing to be fulfilled, ya hear me? Katsuki took another swig. I'm happiest being a hero. That's all I want. Shudo hummed in thought. You're right. Just because that's the conclusion I came to doesn't mean it has to be yours. Katsuki hummed. Then, another silence, both lost in ideas. So, what is being a hero to you if not to strive towards Izuku, to compete with him? To be like him? Shudo evenly, nonchalantly, earnestly stuck his hand into Katsuki's stomach and corded out. Left him bleeding on his chair. Oh. I mean, Shudo continued, crime is shockingly low nowadays, and even if it's not permanent, we're not exactly breaking our bones to save people. So, what does it mean to be a hero? At 25, what does it mean to you? And what a question that was. To be a hero was to be like Deku. And if that didn't come out stuttered and pathetic. Katsuki burned and paled, all at once. Flamed with a new realization. Is this supposed to make me feel better? Deku wants to live a life, doing whatever. Rankings don't mean sheet. Crime is petty as F dash. Well what? And the walls were closing in. Am I? That choke sounded pathetic, Katsuki thought. Supposed to what? Just sit still? Shudo laughed, and it was surprising. But chuckles grew into something guttural. But it reached for Katsuki and dragged him out of his emotions, using the rope of irritation. What's so dim and funny, you idiot? He barked. Wow, you really are nothing without obsession, huh? Katsuki shook with frustration. Does that have? I just mean, Shudo caught his breath, but the smile stayed plastered on his lips. I just mean that. Your ambition, your drive, it makes you what you are. If you want to be a hero, you can be a hero. You don't need to stay still. You've never stayed still. It's what I admire most about you. Everyone now is looking up and thinking, how can I be my best self? But you've been doing that for a long, long time. Katsuki's breath came out stuttered, and stupid little tears welled in his eyes. What does it mean to be a hero without Izuku? Surely you can figure that out? Shudo asked. Katsuki roughly swiped the tear dribbling down his scarred cheek. Wanna be the DM and best. Shudo smiled. I wanna be the best version of myself. Right? Started Shudo. I know I said that I want to make space for being more than being a hero, and you're right, maybe it's not the same for you. To me, your hero is one of complete victory. So, get complete victory over life and happiness. Katsuki chuckled, delirious. What the f does that even mean, huh? Complete victory over happiness. Be the best version of yourself. Be so happy that you can say with all your might that you have conquered life. This, too, is heroism, no? Katsuki slumped into his chair and took another swig of his beer. It tasted sweet and rich. He must be going crazy. He breathed out through his nose, it was a quick exhale, and looked out onto the skyline. The lights twinkled. The overground train passed under his nose, it rumbled reverberating through the counter, making his beer bottle jostle. A small smile spreading across his lips, competitively. Okay, then, how will I know when I've gotten total victory over happiness, huh? Shudo turned away from Katsuki and towards the skyline too, and thought for a moment. I met someone in my chopstick making class. Katsuki scoffed and rolled his eyes, but the number 2 hero ignored it with great patience. He loves birdwatching. He said that we hardly notice when the birds sing. When was the last time you heard them? We live in the city? Katsuki asked, disbelievingly. Are there even any DMN? There are, Shudo said. He explained that only when we have space in our heart to appreciate the birds do we hear them. Otherwise our ears just doesn't pick up the sound. It doesn't count if we try to, though if we strain our ears. Katsuki scrunched his face. This sounds fucking useless. What I'm trying to say is that you'll be happy, and the birds will sing. You don't need to worry about knowing when you've won. You'll hear it. 2 months since the dinner. The room called love. Izuku Midoriya knows that he is the happiest he has been in a long time. He had felt like he was a good teacher before, but before there had always been a quiet voice which whispered to him, "What can you teach them?" Fraud, it accused. But the other day he had suited up to assist in evacuating a collapsed building. He rushed in, of course. The first one at the scene. Crawling inside, mindful to not scratch the steel coating his body. And the voices, he heard yelps and screams and pleas. And he could have rushed even faster. Let his muscles take him where they felt he needed to go. But Izuku was no longer 16 years old. He was a teacher. There was one right path, to think slowly and smartly rather than quickly and thoughtlessly. Izuku took his time and crawled through the cracks and crevices with care. The building did not collapse and he rescued 30 people. No casualties. The next day he faced his class and taught them with a surety and confidence. Feelings which he had never felt quite so palpably before. So, he was happy. He poked into the room called teaching, and his eyes glided over the furniture. Everything was well. Squared off. Next door was the room called hero and he ducked in there too. 30 people. Before the morning rush. They sat there and waved at him and Izuku dipped out. Now, Izuku thought of the late summer chill hitting his skin. It was well past sunset, and he was walking on the pavement with pep in his steps. His lips naturally tilted into a goofy smile. He was walking home after his what? 6th? 7th? Date with Uraraka. Ah. It was a date, Izuku thought, questioned. He could hardly feel the soles of his feet with the way he bounced from step to step. As if she had touched him with her fingers and suspended him into air. Deku! Izuku turned around, startled, and found Uraraka running towards him. She was wearing the same beautiful dress he had left her in, her hair wind-blown and her cheeks pink. She stopped close to him and pinned him with wide, determined eyes. She was flushed. Uraraka, what are you doing? Air, she interrupted, looked away skittishly, and her hands found themselves buried in her hair. Is everything okay? Izuku asked, suddenly concerned. Did I do something wrong? Yeah, everything's fine, she squeaked. Why is she squeaking? I promised myself I'd do something today. Her eyes flicked back towards him. So I will. Izuku did not have a moment to wonder what she meant, for she was leaning in. Not even a second to sort out his thoughts, because she was in his space, tilting to the side. His heart swooped, and fell, and squeezed, and floated. The second her soft lips grazed his he tilted to the other side, leaned down, and pressed his own flush against hers. I can't believe this. She pushed closer, puckered, and she was gone. Izuku opened his eyes, and thought that he had never ever seen Uraraka so red. She's so pretty, was his first thought. The second? Definitely a date. If Izuku opened the door to the room called Love, there would be one woman, standing inside, waiting for him. Smiling as he walked in. Squared off. Everything is going well. He was doing his best. That night Izuku slept giddily. The pleasure of being Ochako's boyfriend was an honor Izuku never took for granted. His search engine was his best friend, his mentor, his wise old wizard. What flowers are the most rare and expensive in October? Peonies. He had looked cautiously over his shoulders in the staff room before typing. French kissing tutorial. If the results could talk, they'd say, "Dude, aren't you, like, pushing 30? He flushed red. There was also best depictions of love in movies. And he watched them all in one night, pen in hand and notebook out. No one mentioned the 6th installment of All Might the Great Protector, where Bronze Age All Might protected the president's daughter and promptly fell in love with her. The critics deemed it derivative, but Izuku wholeheartely disagreed and had added it to his roster. Nonetheless. Anyways, if he could pick out one moment where he had thought, I really like Ochako, he would think of an autumn day where they had gone to an elementary school together to give a talk. Afterwards she came over to his UA apartment and they nursed beers on the sofa. It was sunset and they were sitting awfully close. She had said to him, I think I prefer the quirk counseling work more than hero work sometimes. His eyes had widened in interest. Wow, really? How come? I mean, I definitely understand. Well, she had smiled sweetly, the kids are just so sweet. And even when they're not, when they don't like you, or pay you no mind, or have never heard of you, I think, they're just kids. Nothing can be held against them. They're free to do whatever they want. Izuku's smile fell, and he looked at her as if he were seeing her for the first time. And he felt ever so lucky. Oh, so very lucky. She noticed. Sorry if that makes no sense or sounds weird. And that was the first time he had kissed her without any prompting. After, he had said to her, I really enjoy teaching. Working with kids. Talking to them, listening to them. So, I really relate to you. We are so similar. She nodded brightly. You know, I never quite understood why Bakugo is still so rude to his fans, even the ones that antagonize him. Izuku thought about that and found that he agreed. Yeah, I suppose Kaken's temper is the culprit. Izuku chuckled. Have you spoken to him recently? She had asked. Izuku laughed inwardly, and it was strained. I saw him at the Class A dinner last month, but other than that not really. I suppose we both are quite busy this time of year. Ochako nodded in understanding. But you two seemed friendly at the dinner, so it's really nothing to worry about. I think I'm the same with some of the girls, especially Momo and Jair. I really should reach out to them soon. It's just a part of growing up, right? The beer had loosened Izuku, so he slumped freely into the sofa. Was that the case? That when you get a significant other, all else gets relegated to the background? I suppose, but it wasn't a real conversation, Izuku continued. We got really close after I got my suit, but then, it just kind of evened out? I feel like whenever I run into Kaken we're just catching up, you know? Is that what it's like with the girls? Ochako hummed in thought. You know, after graduation it wasn't, but, yeah, after a year or so it became like that. So, you don't need to feel bad. Her hand reached across the small space between them and gripped his fingers comfortingly. Catch up, Chan. That's what Izuku had come to call Kaken in his mind sometimes. Honestly, you're right, Izuku said brightly. It isn't something to feel bad about. I mean, he's amazing. His agency is so cool, and Izuku's smile turned genuine, soft, wide, small. All at once. He's become the hero I always knew he would become. You can't really expect someone like that to be available all the time, right? Ochako tilted her head to the side in confusion. 4 months since the dinner. Wanted. The guy that parked on the double lines. Threat level tight. Dunce face and ears just wanted to seem charitable. After all, Katsuki thought with a sneering defeat. This is what heroes did all day when they weren't chasing weed smokers and people who spat gum on the floor with reciprobursts and smashes and heaven-piercing ice walls. But Katsuki had already filled his daily quota of apprehending single mothers stealing diapers from convenience stores, thank you very much. So now he found himself on the way to the annual Divitech charitable gala, here to throw some cash on a vase or a painting he didn't give a f about just so the money goes to a good cause. What's the cause? Katsuki had asked over his shoulders while Dunce's face and ears fed about in his backseat cushion. Arg. I love these cushions so much. Ears gushed, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. But his frown couldn't drown out the smile growing on his face. Demon right there the best. It's not just one charity. A bunch are invited and assigned to the different stuff on auction, Dunce's face explained. They were stopped at a red light, so Katsuki looked over his shoulders once again to glare disbelievingly at Fine, Denki, who was pushing himself deeper and deeper into his pillow. So, who are we supporting then? Katsuki snapped. Denki grinned. Dunno yet. Katsuki sneered fiercely. Jai butted in. We gotta talk to the people from the charities and find out what they're all about, is all. Katsuki turned around and drove with a vengeance. You're the one who said you wanted to try new things, but Kugu. Jai whined. Yeah, try new things like a fucking concert, not a corporate snooze fest, god. Is his happiness really in the hands of idiots like these? Who knows? Denki began. You might find something really cool that you want to keep. Doubt it. Suddenly the gray suit jacket, the fancy butt cufflinks, his black button shirt, it all chafed, and he wanted to jump out of his skin. Inside the sterile gallery, Katsuki swiped at a glass of champagne from the waiter walking by, and his eyes were already carving a path through the crowd. He needs to keep moving, he thought, so that no one would talk to him. Happy my butt half and half. Everyone, the auction will start in 45 minutes. Katsuki winced at the announcement. He was 5 glasses of strawberry champagne in, and he had not talked to one charity representative. Not one of the annoying-looking, fresh-faced corporate wannabes, stuck behind desks ever since they did some internship at 20 with no real-world experience, wearing a blue paper flower brooch to signal, yes, we are here to take your money today and buy some wagyu for dinner later tonight. Make sure to talk to them, or you might end up giving your hard-earned money to some fraud job, Kaken, was the last thing Denki had said to him before Katsuki promptly walked away. Katsuki looked around. Oi! Katsuki stomped up to the nearest nameless, faceless, blue-flowered bloodsucker. Me? He asked, pointing a finger at himself. Katsuki's eyes closed into irritated slits. I'm literally facing you and standing, 10 inches away? Katsuki tried his best to rein his volume, and left the, who the F else would I be talking to, unsaid. Right? The man straightened. Tell me about your charity. Now. The extra's eyes lit up, and an easy, practiced smile played at his lips. Do you know much about what's happening in Zalvanai? Katsuki thought, came up blank, then thought even harder. Ah, damn it. He could be embarrassed. The brat buried in him wanted to snap, why the F? Does it matter to me what goes on in the middle of F? Nowhere, huh? But Katsuki swallowed this sudden flush of inferiority. No, I don't. The man patiently nodded and smiled gently. Well, there's been violence between 2 ethno-religious groups there for a long time, starting from the era before quirks, He explained evenly. And with quirks the situation has just become worse. How? Katsuki asked. Well, initially the stakes became a bit more even, but the majority was able to develop better quirk education and overtook the Solvan minority. Their discrimination has been completely institutionalized now. The government like to claim that they are aliens on the land, but there are plenty of records that they have been living on the land for hundreds of years. Katsuki scoffed. As if it makes a difference when people move there, anyways. It's all just dumb excuses to take land, or whatever. The man's gray eyes widened, shined, and he practically shook on the spot. Yes, you're exactly right. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Don't need some extra to tell me I'm right, he thought, even though he did feel a little vindicated in proving that he's not a completely stupid, brain-dead hero. What does your stupid company have to do with this, then? Well, the neighboring country Tharabana have been struggling to house all of the Solvan refugees. They're good enough to not send them back, but not too good. Katsuki appreciated the resentful roll of eyes, and the words dripped in charged derision. Certainly not good enough to offer them permanent homes. Over 1 million live in encampments, and they're completely reliant on charities to give them provisions, and work, homes, and food. Katsuki quirked a brow. So, there's still bad things going on, huh? Katsuki commented mirthlessly. The papers would have you believe the biggest threat to humanity is the a-hole that didn't pay for parking outside. The charity dork laughed at this. Oh, but didn't I see you use AP shot to take him out right before the event? He joked. Katsuki scoffed. And glared. So, you know my signature move. That's some kind of training they give you morons to make sure you milk every idle hero of their cash, huh? Yes, well, he smiled sheepishly, there was some training out of complete honesty. But I was hoping to catch charge bolt or earphone jack. Katsuki barked out his own laugh. Sneering. Yeah, the idiot continued. My company, the Haven Bridge, provides medical aid to these camps. We run over half of the hospitals in Tharabana. Yeah, cut to the chase, why'd you train for us three, huh? Katsuki crossed his arms over his chest and relished in the tenseness of the man's shoulders, the way his flickered in nervousness. He swallowed. We need to get in contact with you, Ravity, he all but screamed. We work with vulnerable communities, and their quirks are just getting stronger and stronger. We'd love to get you Ravity's quirk counseling integrated into our healthcare programs. Please, you don't have to buy anything from us today. Who cares about a bunch of dumb vases? Just put in a good word. Katsuki stared at him. He had looked young earlier, unblemished, but not so young anymore. There were telltale signs of wrinkles embedded in the corner of his gray eyes. His eyes, that were sunken and dark around the edges upon a closer glance. His gray hair made him look older than he was. He had a beauty spot, right under his lip. So what? Katsuki asked himself. You want an intro? Yeah, whatever, no big deal. Just calm down. He beamed. Then, please, give me your contact information, Mr. Dynamite, he exclaimed brightly. 5 minutes until the auction begins. The unnecessary scream startled Katsuki. Already? Gimme your card, Katsuki demanded. No way. Then the ball is in your court, and you might get lazy, he insisted with determined eyes. Immovable. As if I'm giving my number out to randos. Katsuki snapped. Charity dork laughed. What? Because you're some big hero. As if you didn't just drop to number 17 on the billboard. Katsuki fumed, eyes turning into angry slits and palms crackling. "'S not my fault. That busy was. Yeah, well gimme your number, quick. It's about to start." Katsuki grumbled and took the offered phone. The man quirked a quick and easy smile. Fine, whatever. XXXXXXXX4. Hello, Mr. Dynamite. Who's this? I'm from Haven Bridge. Already forgot about the Solvans? Typical jobless Japanese hero. I mean, what's your name, smart guy? It's Atsuo. Pleased to meet you. Whatever. You want an intro with you, Ravity, huh? Thank you, I really appreciate it. Whatever. And thank you for buying the vase. Had to buy something. So, it wasn't because of my amazing sales pitch? Why am I still talking to this guy? Katsuki could not help but think. He sank deeper into his sofa, stared at his phone, and thought of the small beauty spot next to his lip. Your sales pitch was but. So is typing. Katsuki waited and kept his text tab open. For another second. Just swipe away. So, are you using the vase? Katsuki looked at his dining table. There was no clutter save for a clay vase, and in it a bundle of sunflowers he had bought after work that day. What's the point of having an empty vase, huh? This was completely normal. There were no birds yet, but Katsuki found the yellow of the petals looking more yellow than yellow had ever looked before. He rose from the sofa and, against every pull of his nature against the brat within him kicking and screaming in indignancy, he snapped a picture of the vase full of sunflowers and sent it to this rando. The second his thumb presses send his body jolted, as if on the battlefield. He lets the phone clatter on the dining table, and he finds himself walking away to the furthest end of his very nice apartment. 5 months since the dinner. The abrupt announcement. I've been seeing someone, and he wants to meet my friends. Sometime next week, cool? Sent separately to air conditioner hero, shitty hair, dunce face, Mina, gyre, tape face. Shitty hair. What a manly way of coming out, bro. Dunce face. You're gay? Do you think I'm attractive? Be honest. Blocked. Air conditioner hero. I would love to. Time. Mina. JSKFNJSNFJNDJNKWJFDNVKJNKVN. Tape face. You found someone to date you? Katsuki read the last text and threw his phone on. His bed with an annoyed huff, brows scrunching. It bounced once, then twice. Then clattered onto his bedroom rug. 6 months since the dinner. A very everyday. Izuku had never been self-conscious. But that didn't mean that he was ever confident in his looks either. Izuku was unconfident even before he collected mottled, bumpy scars all along his hands, arms, legs. Crawling up his face, hiding in his hairline. Even before then, he had never seen himself as attractive. He simply never thought it necessary to think about it. The sky is blue, the sun rises in the east, and Izuku Midoriya is kinda ugly, he thought. Thinks. It was a crude awakening, months into being Ochako Uraraka's boyfriend, when he realized having a girlfriend, someone who loves you, actually makes you feel more insecure. Every morning, he finds himself spending more and more seconds in front of his bathroom mirror, scarred fingers tracing a scarred face. He hated the blooming shadow on his cheek. How rough his hand felt. How his hair twisted and frizzed. His brow scrunched in consternation, and he tried to think of the night before, when Ochako had lovingly peppered the same scar with light kisses while gripping his hand. He wiped his hand on the towel and left the bathroom with a renewed sense of urgency. Don't want her to think something's up after all. He wanted to do his best with Ochako. Wanted her to be as happy as possible. It was a Saturday, and they had planned to do absolutely nothing but together, nonetheless. I made some breakfast. Ochako said brightly from the kitchen. What did you make? I toasted some mochi. Izuku smiled affectionately. Mochi for breakfast is a bit rogue, even for you, Izuku said jokingly, and she playfully pushed at his shoulder. Shut up, it's fine. So, they ate breakfast with a side of casual chit-chat. She was wearing his shirt, Izuku noticed. The room called Love Is All Good, he thought with a relief. And all thoughts of scars and mottled skin were temporarily banished. By the way, I know we said we'd take a break today, but I have a teeny-tiny meeting. Ochako informed him while they did the dishes side by side, Izuku washing and Ochako drying. Izuku frowned. It's your only day off. I know, she scrunched her eyes in displeasure. But Bakugo asked me for a favor, and oh boy would I love to have an to cash in with agency dynamite. Izuku's eyes widened. The plate almost slips through his calloused fingers. Kaken asked for a favor? Really? Ochako hummed in agreement. Aren't you curious? She leaned in and teased. Izuku nodded. Okay, so you know he started dating, right? Well, the guy is super cool. His name is Atsuo. He works for a company called Havenbridge that sends doctors and medical aid to the refugee camps in Tharabana. I think he's a surgeon, actually. Or used to be before he moved into the corporate side of things. We've had a few meetings already and he seems like a sound guy. Super nice. Maybe a bit old for Bakugo? But anyways, he wants to learn more about quirk counseling and include it as a part of the medical treatment. Apparently, they're quite vulnerable there. So, we've been trying to find a way to transfer some of the training we offer. Therabana, of course, Izuku thought. He'd heard all about it in the news. Quirk counseling makes sense. Vulnerable people mixed with increasingly powerful quirks. Not good, not good. He's a surgeon? Wow, Izuku thought. So impressive. Kaken has a boyfriend? Izuku gasped. Eyes bugging out. His mouth clamped shut, like a fish. Ochako turned to him with her own gasp, eyes wide and aghast. Wait, you didn't know? Izuku's mouth fell open again. There's no way, he gushed. Yeah. Ochako nodded fiercely. She squinted, then leaned up towards him. Then smiled teasingly. What, you expected Bakugo to be heterosexual? Izuku scoffed immediately. More like expected him to be a herosexual. Ken? With a romantic partner? Eating breakfast together, doing the dishes side by side, letting a stranger turn towards him, lean close and tease him? To share a bed while the surgeon grips Kaken's fingers and peppers light kisses over his scars? Nope, Izuku can't picture it. Not at all. When the shock wore off and it only took 10 very long seconds, it was replaced with a sort of baffled delight. Wow, he gushed. I really want to know what kind of person he is. You said he's a surgeon? Must be a bit older, right? Who would have thought Kaken would be into older men? I wonder what sort of build he has, although I don't think Kaken would be the type to prioritize looks. I bet he's super smart and interesting. That sounds like something Kaken would look for. Or else he'd get bored. And I bet his quirk is really cool too. Do you know how long they've been together? How they met? Well, who would have thought? I bet it was through work. Izuku jolted. You're mumbling, she said with a sort of fond exasperation. Ah. He flushed. Sorry. She laughed it off. I don't mind. But let me answer some of your questions at least, you goof. Izuku waited patiently, wiping his hands dry with a tea towel. I don't know how long they've been together. He asked me for the favor months ago, but I only heard from Mina that they're together 2 weeks ago. Yes, he's a surgeon. Yes, he's a bit older, maybe 32? He is tall but not taller than him, slim build, gray hair with the cutest little beauty spot next to his lip. Izuku took in new information with the keenness of a student. And for the rest, you might be right. But you never know. You couldn't believe Bakugo would find a partner. Neither could I. So maybe we don't know much about his tastes either. That thought stuck to Izuku's skin, mildly uncomfortably. And coming from someone who thought you were a herosexual, Ochako turned to him with a sly smile, they tend to surprise you. Izuku mustered a smile. And thought that he did not know a Kaken that would let someone else wash dishes by his side. Would he wash or would he dry? Izuku wondered. Can I crash your meeting? Please? Later that day, Izuku found himself buzzing in front of Ochako's office. You let us talk, okay, Izuku? Then come in at 4 o'clock and you better be nonchalant, she had ordered him. So he waited until 3:59 and walked in. Ah, sorry for the intrusion, he bowed. Ah, Izuku, this is a surprise. So much for being natural, Izuku Midoriya, the guest yelped. Gushed. Izuku stared at him for a moment. The dark circles around his eyes, at his messy gray hair, at the baggy sweater that fell perfectly on his form and the collared shirt poking out messily from underneath. So, this is Kaken's taste? It's so nice to finally meet. How would he address me, Izuku wondered? War hero, UA teacher, Uravides. Katsuki's childhood friend. He buried the feeling and approached the conference table. And offered a hand. It's nice to meet you, Atsuo. Izuku beamed, and suddenly he felt like an obsessive fanboy. What do you like? What are your hobbies? I've been telling Katsuki I wanted to meet you, pretty shamelessly I'm afraid. He smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm a huge fan of Hero Deku, you see. Ochako barked a chesty laugh. Ha, I bet Bakugo hates that. Izuku watched Atsuo, who cracked a cheeky grin. Yeah, you bet he does. Throws anything within an arm's reach when I tease him about it. He teases. And Katsuki is a playful boyfriend. Izuku made a note of this and that with delight. So, I heard you're a surgeon. That must be tough, he offered. I was a surgeon. But yes, it sure was tough, Atsuo said, eyes far away. But I haven't practiced in a while. I mostly work in the back office space now, trying to cohere the medical response in the camps. He turned to Ochako, which is why we're very, very eager to get the quirk counseling cross-training rolling. Ochako grinned toothily and offered Atsuo a huge thumbs up. The only thing left is the funding, but it seems like you're really getting the ball rolling on that. Atsuo turned to Izuku. Havenbridge is hosting a gala to raise some awareness and a whole lot of funds to support the exchange. To bring the doctors here, let them train, and all that. I told Katsuki there is no way he isn't using his big-shot hero contact list to make this work, so I'm sure I'll see you both there. It's in 2 weeks. He cracked a fond grin, tilting his head to the side ever so slightly. There ought to be some kind of perk to dating a hero, right? Izuku found the wrinkles forming in the edge of his eyes charming. He was attractive, easygoing, intelligent and principled. And perhaps it was because Izuku had been plagued by Ketchup-chan for a long time that even after the meeting, he still couldn't completely imagine it. By the way, I hope you don't mind me asking, but what's your quirk? As soon as the words left Izuku's lips, he stiffened. Sorry, I find quirks really interesting, so I wanted to… Atsuo interrupted, grinning. It immediately put Izuku at ease. Of course you can. It's nothing special. He reached out a hand and tapped his knuckle on the table. It flashed pink. I can change the color of anything I touch. He tapped again. Green. Wow. Izuku looked down at the perfectly green wood. It's very normal. A normal quirk. It's not entirely practical. Atsuo rubbed the nape of his neck, and Izuku instantly felt remorseful. But I was able to practice it enough to use it in surgery, to create light in small crevices. That's amazing. Wow. Ochako gushed. And Izuku couldn't look away from him. Izuku bought a new suit for the gala. He had gone into a sort of suit store, meaning they had men's suits on display and the decor looked good enough for Izuku to immediately give up on finding elsewhere and walked in. He approached a shop assistant and asked, "What kind of color would look good on me, do you think?" And she replied, "Oh my god, your hero Deku." They became fast friends, and she dressed him in a green-tan suit jacket, trousers, a darker green button-down and a maroon tie. He had looked at himself in the mirror and decided he had done his best. When Ochako saw him, she kissed him sweetly in the car, and he was thankful that he had put in the effort. The room called Love was just all right. The gala was in a beautiful venue, all vaulting ceilings, trays of expensive-looking canapes circulating, and walls upon walls of art. It was a gallery usually, Izuku realized, and a modernist one at that. The gray, clean walls and large windows were so kaken, and even with their lack of contact Izuku was sure that he had a hand in choosing the place. Or maybe not. Who knows? Ochako hand her arm linked around his, and her hair pulled into a simple updo. It was nice seeing members of Class A throughout the night. He ran into Kirishima when they both dove for a tray of red wine. "Oh, Midoriya, how are you? It's been ages." Kirishima grinned. It was a quick, easy one, and Izuku found it easy to reciprocate. They both went in for a hug. "It really has been. Nice suit, dude. New." And they caught up. "So, have you spent much time with Atsuo, Kirishima?" Izuku asked casually, and Kirishima instantly brightened. His smile turned mean. Mischievous. Katsuki wishes he could hide his boyfriend away from us and make Atsuo think he's some kind of angel, I bet. But nope. I'm always shoehorning myself into their time, and honestly, I don't think Atsuo minds one bit. He loves ganging up on Katsuki. So familiar. So casual. So, not Ketchup-chan. Well, I just met him a couple weeks ago through Ochako, and he seems so nice. Kirishima leaned in. Right? They suit each other so well. How? Izuku wanted to ask. How do they act around each other? Does he act differently with Atsuo? I can't imagine Kaken changing himself to suit a relationship or hiding his thoughts. Does he feel more self-conscious now than he did before? Does he think about his SE? Hey, it's Midoriya. Kaminari joined the conversation, and Izuku let himself be swept away. The gala was fun. It would be more fun if Izuku could find a bathroom in this maze of a place. Izuku turned around a sharp corner and walked along the long, gray corridor. They really should put up more signs. Izuku came upon another corner. Did you make enough, you think? A familiar, deep voice. Calm and even. Izuku had not gotten the opportunity to see, much less talk to Katsuki today. He could not bring himself to turn the corner, instead he pressed himself against it. Back to wall. For research, he thought, hand FSNG and lips tilting into a determined smile, the one that graced his expression every Sunday before he started his crossword, or when his students asked him a tough question about how to best use their quirks. All thanks to you, you big shot hero. Atsuo gushed, his voice far brighter and more dynamic than Izuku had heard the older man's to be. Yeah, you better gimme the whole credit to your stupid. Bored. Teasing, playful, and not necessarily biting, Izuku noted. Hey! Katsuki yelped, but it was breezy. There was a moment of silence. Someone will see, stupid, Katsuki chastised, and it seemed like exactly what Kaken would say to his partner, Izuku thought. Izuku inched closer to the corner and peeked out, curiously. The two men were about equal in height, with Katsuki looking down on the surgeon by just a few centimeters. Nah, it's a big gallery and there's no need for anyone to come here. The surgeon's hands were on Katsuki's hips, pulling him close. Katsuki stared at him with a brow crimped. And scoffed. He pushed away at Atsuo's shoulders, but even Izuku could tell it was half-hearted. And Izuku could not help but think it didn't seem like the same hand that heaved explosions out of its pores. Not the one with streaky, calloused skin that resembled his own in places. Atsuo pulled back just an inch. I want to thank you. It means a lot to me that you asked so many of your friends to come. Katsuki jerked back and squinted an eye in confusion. What, like it's hard? Don't be grateful for the bare minimum, you idiot. But Izuku noted. Still pretty much the same. I can still be thankful, you idiot, Atsuo said, so quietly and softly Izuku could barely hear. Katsuki stared down at him for a moment. Then he leaned forward and captured Atsuo's lips in his. Eyes falling shut, and his hand coming up to cradle Atsuo's jaw. Holding him still and steady as he pressed into him. Izuku leaned forward, to get a good look at the surprising sight. He kisses like Izuku would accept Katsuki to kiss, with a firm insistence. They moved closer together and Atsuo's hands tightened on Katsuki's hips. But Izuku did not recognize the Katsuki whose brows relaxed completely, whose eyes closed gently. Who held Atsuo's face in his palms firmly, solidly. Liking into him slowly. This was not Ketchup-chan, but someone much more pliable. Dangerous hands holding something precious, and softening to do so. Izuku felt ashamed for watching, and turned away as quietly as he could. Stepping heel then toe. Feeling awfully curious. 9 months since the dinner. The hands I hate. Katsuki was a light sleeper. Which had never been a problem until he started sharing his bed with a partner. So, he jostled awake when he felt a chill creep from beyond the duvet and to the nape of his neck. He turned and opened an eye with significant effort. Atsuo was sitting up, hence the lifted duvet. Katsuki blinked away the sleep in his eyes. His boyfriend was staring into space. Katsuki's brow quirked. He was concerned. Yo. Katsuki said softly. Atsuo's gaze flickered towards Katsuki. Sorry, did I wake you? Katsuki sat up too. Yeah, but I'm awake now, so nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. Exasperated. But fond. Go on then. What's on your mind? Atsuo brought the duvet up to his chin. Nothing. Bullshit. Those guarded eyes, the tense lips, the complete inability to just reach out and shake Katsuki awake to alert him that something is, indeed, on his mind. Katsuki had a PhD in deciphering emotionally incompetent nerds to figure out what causes their world to spin off their axis. And he would be using that PhD right now. You're so smart, Katsuki. There is something on my mind. Flattering me ain't gonna do shit. But Katsuki did feel a bit fonder. I was thinking, I really hate my hands. His words were softer, more deliberate. Ha! Katsuki chuckled. Atsuo chuckled too, but it was mirthless. Maybe even a bit embarrassed. Yeah. I hate looking at them, especially during the day when I'm sat at some desk writing emails. God, I think I ought to buy some gloves. Katsuki turned to him and watched carefully. What's wrong with your hands? Katsuki asked, eyes pinning Atsuo. He was looking for any tell no matter how small. I don't mind your hands. It's what he should say and comes at no cost to himself. But the sweetness of the comment failed jolt Atsuo back to earth, so Katsuki frowned, searched for the culprit under the duvet and gripped it. Just feel better, damn it, he thought earnestly. Atsuo turned to him and Katsuki thought he looked his age, wiser than any of Katsuki's friends and classmates looked. Than he himself looked. And unlike Izuku Midoriya would have, Atsuo searched his feelings for the right words to explain his thoughts to Katsuki. I moved to the camps right after medical school, you know. Thought it was what I wanted to do. But it was so hard. And I was obviously not cut out for it. I felt sorry for myself, for making such a young boy go through all this hardship. I thought I made the right decision to come back and start over. Katsuki listened carefully. And decided Atsuo didn't need platitudes, or advice, or anything of the sort. So, where do the hands come in here? His thumb stroked Atsuo's smooth skin. Much smoother than his own, and Katsuki wondered if the roughness bothered him. Well, I hated a lot about my life there, the long hours, all the pain and suffering. Good. Yeah. Hated it. I am absolutely happier now, in every way possible. Atsuo smiled gently and looked up. But I liked my hands. Watching my fingers do something worthwhile. Oh. Katsuki knew the conversation had come to a natural close. He sank back into bed, and Atsuo did the same. Katsuki snaked a hand around his waist and pulled him closer. 11 months since the dinner. Tickets to a room called love. Oh, Izuku could just die. How much? His lips were set into a thin, tense line. His eyes, wide and determined, pupils shaky in anticipation. 10,000 yen. Fine. I'll take it. Please don't. Izuku jerked upright and looked at Shudo with a resolute smile. It's worth it, he exclaimed, clutching the hero Shudo plushie firmly in his right fist. He had one hand free. And 10,000 yen wasn't that much for such quality, so he grabbed the dynamite one too. Now, that's just a bit excessive, Izuku, Shudo commented, deadpan. Please don't spend money on this. I have a box of these just lying around in my office. And I'm pretty sure that dynamite is contraband. Katsuki Bakugu is too good for merchandise, after all. But Izuku didn't care. No. I have tons of money, and I want to support my friends. Izuku squeaked, already walking towards the counter. They finished up at Hiroyu, Izuku's favorite merch store, and the one shop that could always be relied upon to stock up on Class A produce. Thank you for coming shopping with me. Izuku gushed. It's nice to see you. Should we go get a coffee? They were well into spring, perhaps even dipping into summer, so they decided to sit in an outdoor coffee shop. Izuku ordered a flat white. Shudo got a green tea. They collected their drinks and settled on a table outside in the sun, beneath the speckled shadow of newly bloomed cherry blossoms. How are things with you, Rarika? Shudo asked, and Izuku did not have to think about the answer. It's going great. He knew that it wasn't a lie in the slightest. They hardly fought. Ochako talked to Izuku about everything from how her day went, to her thoughts as they come to her, to her dreams, to her cravings. And Izuku told her about his students, about his traipses as a hero, about what he had for lunch. It was great. The room called love was doing just fine. Is it hard being in a relationship? Shudo asked evenly. And Izuku was only momentarily startled by the question. Then he thought about it. Honestly, no. And Izuku thought harder. Well, everything at first felt so new. Exciting. Sometimes, it was uncomfortable. Kind of like I wasn't being myself. Discovering a new you? Izuku's eyes widened in recognition. We talked about that last year at the Class A dinner, right? Right after I got my suit? Wow, so long ago. Izuku remembered it clearly when Shudo had said, "You said you have more space in your life than just being a hero." Something along those lines, right? Shudo smiled in recognition, perhaps thinking of that night with the same sort of warmth that Izuku did. "Yes, I remember." "Well, I suppose that's what I mean," Izuku mused. "Finding a new you, that was hard. Being in a relationship is like, suddenly you have to behave in a way you never have before, in ways you might have found embarrassing or uncomfortable. But if you like the person and admire them, they make you feel comfortable eventually and you get over it." "Why?" Izuku noticed Shudo's thoughtful eyes and thought, he has something on his mind. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I've given dating a shot," Shudo said nonchalantly. Izuku's eyes bugged out. But Shudo did not seem to think he had said anything particularly shocking, as his expression stayed neutral. So, Izuku took a sip of his flat white to calm himself. "And I guess I didn't think it would be so hard," Shudo continued. Izuku softened. "What is so hard?" Shudo hummed in thought. Izuku observed him. His hair was short and artfully messy, and Izuku just knew he woke up like that. He wore a plaid shirt with the buttons undone over a tight white shirt, and he was objectively attractive. And a war hero to boot. And ranked number 2. One thing Izuku knew Shudo did not struggle with is in finding interested parties. He thought fondly. "Well, it's difficult to relax completely with what is essentially a perfect stranger," Shudo explained. "I wonder if I am being myself. And then it's not fun eating food with them, or going pottery painting, or getting drinks, or dancing." Izuku listened. "People are asking me for relationship advice. I think romance is about leaving your comfort zone, right?" Izuku offered. "The idea that if you take a risk, it will eventually pay off? After all, love can be the hardest thing to achieve, but also the most rewarding." Izuku tried to imbue his words with sageness and confidence, even though they are heavily informed by Critics.com's top 20 romcoms of the last century list. "You said it got easier for you, though?" Shudo pointed out. "Well, I suppose I just got lucky. And it helps that Ochako and I were already good friends." Shudo hummed. "That makes sense. I think it's easier to find a new you once you find someone you have some chemistry with, right?" "Chemistry?" Izuku grappled with the word. "Yeah, but what really is chemistry anyways?" Shudo thought for a moment but then shrugged. "I suppose I wouldn't know yet." Izuku watched him, and found that Shudo didn't look uncomfortable nor troubled. "Just curious about this whole thing. About the room called love. If you don't mind me asking, why try so hard? If it doesn't happen, then maybe it's just not the right time?" Shudo sipped his tea. "Actually, I was inspired by Katsuki." Now, Izuku's eyes widened, and a pit returned to his stomach. His mind's eyes flashed to. Never mind. He's the type of person to make difficult things like this easy for himself. He's never really satisfied, so it just got me thinking, why should I be? Izuku watched him and watched him and watched him, the lightness in his eyes and the complete lack of discomfort. Inspired. Kaken really is so amazing. Izuku looked fondly to the seat beside him, where the explosion hero, Dynamite plushie, was sticking out, just enough for Izuku to see the mean, toothy grin stitched across his mouth. "I want to be a bit more like that, to try and be as happy as I can be, and go beyond the hand I've been dealt. You know, beyond what's easy." "Right." Izuku agreed brightly. "Seems to be working for him." Shudo quirked a brow curiously. "Oh, you might not know this yet, but Katsuki and Atsuo broke up." Izuku's jaw fell open. "Wow, really?" Izuku was genuinely shocked. "Huh, I did not think they would." "How come?" he asked. "I heard that it was a mutual decision." But Izuku thought. He doesn't want to share Katsuki's personal matter. Shudo was a good hero in every way possible, and he certainly wasn't a gossip. "I thought they might last." "I don't know. It's not like Katsuki do." To what, Shudo? Soften up to someone like that? The second the words tippled off his tongue, Izuku stiffened in recognition. That's what it was. What had struck Izuku as not exactly strange but surprising about the stolen kiss in the art gallery corridor. Katsuki had been himself strong and firm, but also unbelievably soft. A new him that Izuku had not recognized. Izuku could hardly imagine a universe where Katsuki would show that side to one person, much less to break up with that person and open the door to others? Is that what he wants? What are his plans? Why break up if things looked perfectly fine and comfortable? Do I know anything about him anymore? At all? I think they just want to set each other free to be as happy as possible, Shudo said, and jolted Izuku out of his thoughts. The air conditioner hero smiled at Izuku comfortingly. Izuku thought of the Katsuki as described by Shudo, the oh-so-familiar person Shudo had gushed about, and thought of this breakup that he didn't know about, the end of a relationship he didn't know about. The life without Kaken was a new development, frightening to the 6-year-old that lived within Izuku but not necessarily to the 25-year-old on his skin. Just like finding a new you. But a life without Kaken while so many others had him within reach? That night, Izuku sent Katsuki a text. Izuku. Hey, do you want to have dinner, just us two? Felt like we haven't caught up in a while. 12 months since the dinner. Chicken and beer with a childhood friend. The doorbell rang. Katsuki used his chopstick to nudge at the crisping chicken, sizzling in bubbling oil. And decided they were nowhere near brown enough, so he walked over to the intercom and buzzed his guest in. A few minutes later the fried chicken was crispy, the fries were sitting warm in the air fryer ready to be tossed in some salt, pepper, and chili flakes. And the front door clicked open. Kaken, can I come in? Katsuki scoffed. I buzzed you in, didn't I? He shouted from the kitchen. Please pardon the intrusion. And there he was, dressed in a sensible navy blue button-down with his sleeves rolled up, his blazer jacket slung over a scarred arm, and his other hand clutching a 6-pack of Sapporo beer. Food's almost ready. Katsuki lifted each piece and let them rest on a bed of kitchen towels. Oh wow. That smells amazing. The idiot is overcompensating. Katsuki continued working silently. This was the first time in months that he and Izuku had spent any time together, just the two of them. He had seen the part-time hero, full-time teacher, full-time boyfriend just a few weeks ago at Katsuki's 26th birthday drinks, sure. Izuku gave him an All Might X-Core Series 10 hoodie, which Katsuki had bought for himself a few weeks prior, but he could have two, so it didn't really matter. They had spoken, caught up, then separated. Before that, there was a Class A dinner where they'd sat on the same table. Joked around about Izuku's students, and that was it. Before that, there might have been a lecture on quirk maximization in UA, but Katsuki could neither come early nor could he stay late. He delivered the lecture and left. The text came 2 weeks ago, well in advance. Are you free sometime to catch up? Just us two? Whenever is good for you. And so here they were, sitting at Katsuki's dinner table littered with plates of golden fried chicken, fries, bottles of warm beer, and a terracotta molded vase empty of flowers. I really like the vase, Kaken, Izuku said through a mouthful of chicken. Swallow first then talk, moron. Katsuki snapped. After all this time, Katsuki thought with mixed emotions, it was just too easy to fall back into rhythms. Do you even see Izuku as a person? Shudo had asked Katsuki almost exactly a year ago to this date. Katsuki chewed thoughtfully and stared at the boy before him, eyes catching on the gnarly scar on his cheek, on his hairline which forced his side part, on the fingers that gripped his chopsticks. The chicken and the fries had finished in the blink of an eye. And Katsuki opened the beer. So, now that we have finished the food, are we allowed to talk? Izuku exclaimed, eyes bright and hopeful, and for a second he looked 17 again. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. They were on the sofas, no point in sitting on hard, wooden chairs to sip on beer, right? What the F are you even thinking about? Katsuki asked himself in exasperation. This is awkward as F dash. He sipped on his beer. So, I heard you broke up with Atsuo. Izuku said in between light sips, and he sounded like an adult once again. All mature and even. Katsuki hummed. He looked over his shoulder at his dining table, at the terracotta vase, and his heart squeezed ever so slightly. How come? You guys seemed so good with each other, Izuku said lightly. Do I really have to talk to him about this? Alas, his big butt, freaky eyes were looking at Katsuki expectantly, and there was no Shudo Todoroki, Tenya Ida, or even Ochako Uraraka to pawn him off to. Katsuki sighed in defeat. Yeah, well, it wasn't right the fit for him. There was a pause. I'm playing some music. Katsuki connected to his speaker and put on one of the retro playlist Ears had sent him. And perhaps it was the chords coursing through the amber-hued living room at sunset with a bottle and a half of Sapporo thrumming in his veins that let him finally calm the F down and sink into his armchair like he actually lived here. How come? Were you too unhappy? Katsuki quirked a brow. We were happy. He's a good man. But he needed to be unhappy somewhere else. Izuku looked at him disbelievingly. Confused. I'm confused. Why do I have to tell him all of this? Katsuki whined to himself, and wished he had rejected the invitation. Don't you want to find out what kind of a hero you are without Izuku? Shudo Todoroki had said to him the night Katsuki decided to change his life. To strive for total victory. Victory over life, love, and happiness. And yet, 12 months later, he was sipping beer with Izuku Midoriya on his sofa. Whatever. I was attracted to him and I admired him, but we didn't need each other. You get it, Deku? We liked each other, but it wasn't, I dunno, passionate or fulfilling. The words came surprisingly easy to Katsuki, and it was Izuku who blushed. Izuku, who had been in a committed relationship for 10 months. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Not like that, you moron. Katsuki snapped, throwing a pillow at him. Atsuo is ambitious about his job, even if he doesn't want to be. That's what he should be passionate about. And Katsuki's eyes were miles away, thinking of light touches at night when they could align their timelines, of looking at his partner's dark circles and being more concerned by the faraway look washing over his eyes. When I first started in the camps, my supervisor told me that pity doesn't last in our field. What a strange thing to say. And what a strange thing to remember, Katsuki thinks. Kaken, you okay? Katsuki takes another swig. Yeah. Long story short, no point in being in a relationship for the sakes of it, especially when it was making the thing he actually cares about difficult, you know? Katsuki watched Izuku's face carefully, as it contorted into understanding. Sympathy. And Katsuki felt bad. Because he knew Izuku, symbol of heroism or not. Izuku the boy. And the boy man was curious. He was killing himself trying to make sense of it all. So, Katsuki sighed again. Honestly, I think I was looking for something because I thought I wanted it. Treating it as some kind of project. Pushing myself. As if love is a science. That's a bullshit way of approaching things, so it just wasn't meant to be right now and with this person. Is that some kind of crime, huh? Izuku relaxed. Ah, so you were pushing yourself into a romance? Why? Katsuki chuckled. Am going for total victory over life, Deku, he smiled competitively. Izuku chuckled, confused. What does that even mean? Katsuki shook his head. You wouldn't get it. And sipped. So, no romance then? Hindsight is the clearest of waters on the most beautiful beach on the Zalvanai coast. So clear that you could see the grooves of the rocks beneath the ripples, map them with your eyes. And in hindsight, Katsuki was so firm in his pursuit of happiness of hearing his birds sing without Izuku, without the shadow of hero Deku guiding him, that he ended up following the Din nerd anyways. Searching for what he had. What fulfilled Izuku? Not for now. But total victory is total victory, and I'm real greedy Deku. Greed on Kaken doesn't look so bad. Katsuki's eyes flicked up to meet Izuku's. I've really missed you, Kaken. Izuku beamed, brightly. And Katsuki melted, just a little bit. Do you even see Izuku as a person? What makes you happy nowadays? Sent to shitty hair, Mina, Jairu, dunce face, air conditioner hero, and tape face. Shitty hair. I like playing soccer with the amateur hero league. I've been telling you to come to a scrimmage. Frowning face. Change your mind yet? Mina. Dancing. club, listening to music, face, practicing the guitar after work, air conditioner hero, making something with own hands, and eating it on an empty stomach. I've recently learned how to pull noodles. You should come over and try some? Face, smoking weed, blocked. Just as Katsuki is about to toss his phone away, it buzzed. Thank you so much for cooking for me, Kaken. D. I had a lot of fun, glad we can catch up. Katsuki rolled his eyes and thought, overcompensating Bisudi. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. Whatever. Quick question. Katsuki looked at his screen with a new intensity. Would you say you're happy? That was type. Yes. I have everything I need to be happy. I'm the happiest I've been in a while, actually. 1 year and 4 months since the dinner. Continental drift. It was one of those days. Izuku walked into his apartment and his skin just felt so wrong. He itched to shuck the suit jacket from his body, to claw at his scars. He checked his phone. Ochako was working late tonight, so she would likely go home to her own apartment. For the last few months, his life had gained a sort of monotony of predictability. So, when he came home from a late night of marking tests, and he yearned to strip his layers, it wasn't out of the ordinary. It was just one of those days. And everybody has bad days. And surely they came expectedly to others as well. He reached for the suitcase displayed proudly on the pedestal by the window. Pressed his fingers into the buttons. Opened it. Within a moment his vision was clouded by flying metal sheets. Like muscle memory they contoured his body, fitting perfectly against his form. The coldness acted as a salve to his itchy skin, and he felt at home. He started towards the window. 1 foot on the pane, then another. And he jumped. Thrusters on at 100% capacity. Battery fully charged. The smooth, feminine, robotic voice spoke into Izuku's earpiece. He immediately went high, keen to not to be seen by anyone. Ochako didn't know he did this. No one did, actually. And honestly, he thought, why would he tell anyone? It is a completely inconsequential fact of nature that on his bad days where he felt like he wanted to crawl out of his mottled skin when he couldn't force a word to fall from his tongue no matter how hard he tried, he liked to steal some time with his suit, even though he wasn't using it for its purpose. He wasn't on the clock, he wasn't training the AI, he wasn't looking to save anyone, really. He merely wanted to feel a fierce breeze carting through his hair, wanted a commanding view of Mizudefu at his feet, and he landed with a practiced grace. Thrusters going to sleep. Melly, the suit's AI, informed him. Hardly anyone came to this rooftop. The building was at the outskirts of the city, and no one paid it any mind. They had the cheapest offices and the drabbiest decor. But he loved it. Izuku settled on the railing and reached into his pocket, brought out his pack of cigarette. At the sight of the box, the gruesomely degenerated lungs on the front, at the yellow and white sticks inside, his stomach clenched. He felt nauseous. But he reached for one, picked it out, stuck it between his lips. He also reached for the lighter nestled in the paper pack, and lit. He breathed in deep into his lungs. Far too deep. With practiced ease. He had started smoking after he received his suit, not before. Izuku Midoriya had been smoking cigarettes in secret for 8 months now. And he wasn't exactly sure why he did it. After all, it made his throat burn, made him feel nauseous. That burning feeling of cancer seeping into the soft lining of his throat and lungs, it wasn't pleasant. Izuku has always been a visual creature, and when he smoked he did not think of anything. Anything but the image of black speckles of tar getting stuck in every nook and cranny of his throat. His saliva tried to wash it away, but he breathed in once again and replenished. Every single time he snuck out, flew on his suit, and smoked a cigarette, his mind would be startlingly blank. And he would cry. Not out of sadness or emotion or any other real reasons. His eyes would water, for absolutely no cause. The wind cut at the trails of wetness carved on his cheek. He wondered why he would do something that makes him feel so guilty, so often. He feels guilty about keeping these things from Ochako. She often wakes up from bad dreams and immediately reaches for Izuku's hands, and whispers to him how they made her feel. And he listens to her all too gladly, and knows she would do the same to him. But he wants to be a good boyfriend. He also feels guilty that he's using the suit his classmates made with their earnest desire to make sure to fulfill his dream of saving others, of being a hero, to take a cigarette break. It makes him feel. He sniffs and takes another inhale of the cigarette. Most importantly, he felt guilty that he was. New message, from Kaken. Izuku jerked in surprise at the loud, unexpected voice, so much so that he almost dropped the cigarette. He tucked the stick between his lips and fished his phone out of his pocket. Kaken, are we still getting coffee tomorrow? Not getting up if I don't have to. Izuku smiled mirthlessly. Always so direct. He thought. Bet he'd love for me to cancel. Izuku took a drag from the cigarette, held it with his lips, and both of his thumbs toyed over the keyboard. Ketchup-chan gave Izuku Kaken withdrawals. And although they didn't meet often, it was certainly more often after Katsuki's breakup. So, Izuku's thumbs moved. Yep. Let's still do it. He exhaled and a cloud of smoke obscured his vision. Izuku's shoulders relaxed, slumped forward, and he watched the skyline while he smoked. The next morning was a chilly day for autumn. Katsuki was nothing if not punctual. When Izuku arrived only 2 minutes late, mind you, Katsuki was already waiting at the counter for his drink. Izuku walked towards the cashier. Oi! Katsuki yelled over, already got yours. Hurry up. Izuku walked over. Thanks. Sorry this doesn't really count as late, does it? You're effing late. Katsuki barked. Izuku scoffed. Come on, Kaken, 2 minutes is hardly considered late. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Late enough to make sure I'd pay for your coffee, you broke the. Next one's on you, he barked. Eyes squinted into angry slits. But no bite, Izuku thought. Of course, Kaken. I'll treat you to some meat. Next time, Izuku thought pleasantly. Katsuki had always been a step too far, that was just the reality of things. So, when he stood beside Izuku, within reach, Izuku appreciated it with a special sort of fondness. They collected Izuku's coffee and Katsuki's tea, and settled into one of the booths. So, Kaken, how are things? Izuku asked pleasantly. They're fine. Really? Is that it? Izuku's smile begged to falter, but he held the corners of his lips up with significant effort. And how's the agency? Good. He sounded distracted. Izuku watched him more carefully. Red eyes tracked on himself, darting from Izuku's hair to his brows, to his lips, then his shoulders, his attire, back to his hair. Izuku stiffened. You look fucking terrible. Izuku gasped, aghast. I don't. That's so rude, Kaken. Izuku snapped. He turned to the window and searched the translucent reflection for something out of the ordinary. Right. But Katsuki did not seem to be convinced. The silence returned. Izuku wondered if all of Katsuki's conversations with Shudo, or Kirishima, heck even Kaminari or Siro went along these lines. Katsuki was too quiet and thoughtful, Izuku was sure of it. Come on, Kaken. Izuku finally whined, are you sure everything is okay? And that accusation seemed to awaken the irritated Kaken that Izuku was so acquainted with. Huh? Are you okay, you dipshit? You look stressed as as if you had not slept? Not eaten? Spent hours last night smoking on a rooftop? Aren't comfortable in your skin? Izuku's eyes widened. Of course, Katsuki was one of the smartest people Izuku had ever met. Teaching UA Hero Course high schoolers really cemented understanding. It made Izuku realize just how slowly the average 15 to 18-year-old processed information compared to Izuku's memory of Katsuki. Of course, he'd be able to tell. It's just one of those days? Izuku hummed, and took a sip of his coffee, some kind of cappuccino or? It's a flat white. Right. No need to question it. So, how are the brats? Giving you more trouble than usual or something? And Izuku slumped, falling back into his easy smile. They're great. And the coffee sank closer and closer towards the bottom. It was nice, spending time with Kaken. It made Izuku feel privileged. The room called Kaken what states the room has been through over the years. In middle school it might have ceased to exist save for a few tiles on the floor and some crushed-up remnants of walls, any infrastructure maintained by mean words and harsh shoves. Because even bad interaction was interaction. Then the room grew into a mansion and became lavishly decorated after the war. But the furniture began to disappear, as did the curtains and the carpet, and then the tables and the chair. Now, Izuku thought pleasantly, it was a lovely room. As lovely as his room for Kirishima, or Shiro, or Mina. Izuku felt displeased all of a sudden, and pushed the thought away. The coffee date had come to an end and now they walked out onto the street. There was hardly anyone there. It was nice catching up, Kaken. Izuku forced through his teeth, as brightly as possible. Katsuki stared at him, deadpan, and Izuku was certain he would walk away without saying another word. In fact, his body did turn, making to leave. Then stop still. You want to come on a mission with me? Izuku was startled. What? Katsuki turned completely towards him. I said, I've been asked to come on a mission. By some American firm. You know their number 5 hero? Mr. Wright. Izuku gasped. Oh my god, Mr. Wright? Of course I know him. He had the fight against the bear monster, right? Right? Only a few days after his debut. He's so young, couldn't be more than 23. And his quirk? Well, actually, I don't even know what it is, but looks like some sort of energy. Jesus Christ, just shut up. Katsuki knocked Izuku's hand away from his chin, which jolted him awake. When was the last time Kaken touched me? Izuku clamped his mouth shut. Like a stupid fish. I dunno why he wants me. But he asked for a loan of 2 weeks. School is going on half-term break, right? So, just come with. It's far though. The mission is in Mexico and it's pretty dangerous the way he described it to me. He called you directly? Katsuki met Izuku's wide, curious gaze with evenness. Yeah. He wouldn't tell me much about the mission either. And I know a few other international heroes are going to be involved. Izuku's skin thrummed with a sort of energy, but his mind was even, weighing his options. I don't know, Kaken. 2 weeks is a long time, and Mexico is so far. I should discuss with O. Yeah, and the mission is dangerous to boot. Loads of reasons to stay the F here. But I've been called for a DMN reason, so I need to figure out why. Would be better if I had someone I could trust with me. Katsuki said the words as if they meant nothing to him. Not Shuto or Kirishima, or Mina, or Kaminari, or Shiro or Ida. But Izuku stopped still. The inconsequential platitude had just upgraded the carpet and changed all the linens in the room called Kaken. Izuku perked eyes, taking a new, energetic shine. He fisted his hand. Okay, Kaken. Come. Agency Dynamite splurged for very good seats on the long flight from Tokyo to Puerto Cielo, the coastal city along the Pacific Ocean, south of Puerto Vallarta. It was a vibrant, mid-sized city in Mexico known for its sweeping cliffside views, colorful colonial architecture, and bustling artisan markets. The city thrives on tourism, fishing, and local textile production. It's also famous for an annual kite festival, Kaken, where participants from all over. Jesus, IFNG get it. Shut up. Katsuki grumbled. Izuku dragged his eyes away from the brochure and to his travel companion. They were standing under the shade outside the airport, and Katsuki had long ago shucked his thick, black hoodie for a baggy, cotton button-up. It's so hot. Izuku relished at the wind that pushed against his moist nape and carded through his hair. We're not here as tourists. Katsuki pinned Izuku with a deadpan stare, and Izuku bristled. I know that, Kaken. Izuku snapped, but I hardly get to travel. And it's not like I'm making plans. I'm just reading up on it is all. Katsuki stared for a second longer, his stare indecipherable. Then, he sighed and walked closer to Izuku, pushing his sunglasses on his forehead. Leaning closer to the brochure. Even sweaty in the muggy air, Katsuki smelled nice. Yeah, it's not bad looking, but you see here? He pointed to a rudimentary map of the city. Nothing mid-size about it. The city is pea-sized compared to Tokyo. Katsuki dragged his finger to the very edge of the illustration. We're going to El Refugio. See? It's completely secluded, about 50 kilometers away from Puerto Cielo, and dab along the edges of the Sierra Madre mountain range. Izuku absorbed this information with a steely gaze. Difficult terrain. That's right. Izuku stared down at the map. By the way, Izuku looked up, who's picking us up? Katsuki's frown deepened, and brows scrunched in irritation. Mr. FNG wrong. Izuku chuckled fondly. Oh, they're sending the American number 5? But talk about the VIP treatment, right, Kaken? Katsuki turned his unenthused glare back to Izuku. Why are you getting excited? He's the one who invited us onto the mission, he ought to pick us up. Katsuki glanced at his watch, and he should be on time. In fact, Mr. Wright would not be pulling up to the airport collection terminal for another 15 minutes. There you are. My Japanese heroes. He screamed far too loudly, and Katsuki's sneer deepened. Izuku was concerned. He's overstimulated. Katsuki did not say anything, only marched up to the shabby car and put his suitcase in the trunk. Hello. It's very nice to meet you. Izuku greeted, also walking over. Thank you for having us. Katsuki was getting impatient, for he marched up to Izuku, snatched his suitcase, and threw it in the trunk beside his own. Then made his way to the passenger seat. Mr. Wright Eli Merritt, age 23, debuted in a low-key fight with a gang of bank robbers at 17, but found larger fame when 2 months later he took down the Bear Monster, an infamous villain who had been terrorized those at the foot of the southern Appalachian Mountains. Single-handedly. Quirk. Unknown. A closely guarded state secret. The car was silent. Sure. Mr. Wright broke it. I wasn't that. Yeah. Katsuki snapped. You were that late. Izuku winced from the back seat, and wondered how he could calm Katsuki down. Eli broke into peals of bright chuckles. Come on, you're being dramatic. Eli retorted, and before Katsuki could respond he continued, Wow, I always suspected it, but Japanese heroes sure are princesses. Sorry I couldn't bring the carriage on time, Your Highness. Oh no. Izuku sat up straight. Any moment now. From the crack between the 2 front seats, Izuku saw Katsuki turn to the driver with a strained, twitching, mean grin. It's always the fuckers that hate Japanese heroes that seem to know all about us, huh? What? You some kind of fan? That why you invited us? Eli turned towards Katsuki, and Izuku wondered if that was safe. You're supposed to be driving. Sit down, old man. And no one can stand American anything. So, you better watch your mouth, little kid. Katsuki spat, cuttingly. Eli turned back to the road, thank God, with hearty laughter. Izuku watched the 2 heroes, bona fide heroes, bounce off each other, and struggled to join in the conversation. You want to hear about the mission or not, bro? Izuku perked and leaned closer. Katsuki fell into his seat with a defeated huff. Waved his hand as if to you, go on then. Well, there is a coalition of heroes here with us. We have Magnet and Dreamweaver from Europe, Aura from my firm, Bloom and Plant Whisperer, stupid but name, Katsuki whispered under his breath, from Canada. And local heroes Pulso, Muter, and Hiccup. And Dynamite and Deku, of course. He turned over his shoulder and threw a disarming smile towards Izuku. Izuku smiled back. But there was a pit in his stomach. I don't exactly fit into the list. He buried the thought. You guys know about AQS? Eli asked. Yes. Katsuki said. No, Izuku at the same time. The pit grew deeper. More insidious. Man, you heroes over there sure are sheltered. I'll explain. AQS, or Applied Knowledge for Universal Stability, is an international corporate firm. They brand themselves as a crisis management group, but we in the States consider them a political adversary, tittering on being a terrorist organization. He said, far too brightly, they want to diffuse lessons from your war to other countries. I'm sure the Japanese haven't forgotten about just how close we were to global meltdown, but to the majority it was something they watched in the news that ended up sorting itself out, no offense. AQS has a confusing ideology. Their end goal might not be so bad, but to bring it forth they believe we need to have true, widespread upheaval. And would you be surprised, the way to do that is through violence. Same new story, building on the back of an old one. Izuku's eyes widened as he listened. They came to a jerky stop at a red light. Eli turned to Izuku. You may have changed attitudes at home, but the singularity is here to stay. The strong quirk's here to stay. This is all very relevant to our mission. They were staying at a nice compound on the eastern outskirts of the city. The building was bright, airy, had great ventilation, and colorful windows. Izuku should have taken some time to admire the wooden walls. The beautiful artwork hung throughout, but his eyes were steely and determined as he and Katsuki walked towards the briefing room. I've got the Dynamite and Deku, Eli introduced. There were 8 heroes wearing casual clothes sitting at a round table, and what looked like a commander, an older woman, wearing a linen suit standing at the front. Dynamite. It's good to meet you. The commander greeted them firmly, gesturing to the empty seats. My name is Carolina. I am the mission coordinator. Izuku smiled. Thank you for having us. Some looks were exchanged across the table. Carolina sighed. You all better behave. She snapped at the other heroes, pinning them each with a stern glare. This is not a celebrity meet and greet, let's be professionals. Suddenly, Izuku burned bright red. I totally missed it. All the heroes of various ages, backgrounds and identities were practically buzzing with excitement. Flushed red, eyes wide and glistening with excitement. Izuku had seen these expressions before, painted on the faces of his starstruck students. Staring at him, Katsuki slumped into his seat. We gonna talk about the mission or what? I don't even know what's going on, and neither does Deku. Izuku was thankful for Katsuki and the sternness that cut through the awkwardness of being so looked at. Yes, thank you, Dynamite. Caroline turned back to the standing map behind her. I'm sure you all know about Ekus, may have even faced some of their agents in your home nations. Yup. Tell me about it. Katsuki and Izuku remained silent, though Izuku did turn to him. Katsuki's eyes were thinking. Well, we have intel of their involvement in El Refugio, a very small, very remote town to the east of here. Population 20,000. Caroline reached for the bottom of the map and flicked to the next page, revealing an image of an attractive, if a bit misshapen, daisy yellow building 3 stories and quite large, surrounded by a fence of pine trees. This is Menantial Allegra, or Happy Spring Primary School. Izuku's heart dropped. Some of you may be aware that there has been a breakthrough in the case of Georgia Mallory's disappearance. Even if you do, Mr. Wright will give us a brief. Eli stood up and made a big show of clearing his throat. During the car ride and even walking into the briefing room, Izuku had thought that his curly golden brown hair, his loosely buttoned linen shirt, and his quick-to-smile expressions made Mr. Wright look quite young. Jovial. But as he straightened and addressed the room of heroes, Izuku found that he could look quite serious too. The disappearance of Georgia Mallory is a very high-profile case for the U.S. Intelligence Service. Georgie would be 7 years old now, and she was born with a singularity-like quirk, called nuclear. I'm sure all of you intelligent boys and girls can guess what that entails. It's not like she can shoot off bombs from her fingers, though. Her quirk is better described as atomic disturbance. I'm sure if she were to grow up and develop it, it could evolve into something like energy generation, thermal emission, nuclear fission, then fusion. Then yeah, maybe bombs too. And radiation control. Doesn't that sound peachy? Izuku tensed all over. He turned to Kaken, and Kaken was already looking at him. Concerned. Yes, thank you, Mr. Wright. Eli sat down. His seat was next to Katsuki's. We have had a recent breakthrough in the case. Carolina flicked to the next page of the presentation, and it was a world map with pins embedded at various points. She pointed at one, Camila Morales. Then another, Sophie Dubois. Then another, Lars Eriksson Nystrom. Then another, Arjun Prakash. Then another, Mei Zhang. Then another, Fatima Al-Hassan. Then another, Adebayo Aluwaskin. With each, Izuku's heart clenched. There were far more pins that went unaddressed. Because the disappearances are so geographically distributed, no one has been able to connect them. But every single one of these names belong to children with singularity-like quirks, who have disappeared. Izuku's fingers shook. Katsuki's knees knocked into his. Izuku pushed back and left his lodged against the others. To stabilize. What's the school got to do with it? Katsuki asked, strong and firm. Carolina turned to the group. We have intel that some members of AQS can be linked to the school, have been found visiting. They are the school. It's completely funded by private investment, but you can't track the IP to any credible source of investment. We have strong reason to believe that while the kids may not be here, there is some information or data center being kept there. It's remote enough, good connections to the Pacific. And after all, it is a school for young children. Katsuki nodded. What's the plan? Katsuki and Izuku walked side by side, Katsuki in full suit, Izuku in head-to-toe gear. I can't believe May made it so that the suit has temperature control. Izuku gushed, I don't feel hot at all, even though I am wearing so much. The sun was nowhere near as high or as strong as it had been a few hours ago. Katsuki met Izuku's wide, dazzled eyes with a fierce exasperation, mixed with more than a touch of irritation. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Katsuki let out, words dripping with contempt. Izuku turned to him and winced. Katsuki's face was coated with sweat, and even though he wasn't wearing his winter uniform, he had gloves on that reached halfway up his bicep, and Izuku could just tell his black high-neck tank was absorbing every bit of the sunlight. Izuku grinned. Just hang in there, Kaken. Izuku offered with a clenched fist of determination and a 1,000-watt smile. You're going to be thankful you're so sweaty when we need to fight. How about I hang you instead? Haha, so funny. I'm not joking? Oh. They continued down the path carved amongst the grove of pine trees through the charming little village of El Refugio. Someone tapped Katsuki's left shoulder, and Katsuki turned around. He found no one there. Izuku saw Eli Mr. Right, in his head-to-toe black uniform, snake around Katsuki's right and walk ahead. Oh no! Katsuki's sneer became even more fierce. Before he could stampede over to the younger boy, Izuku snaked a hand around Katsuki's waist and pulled him back. Let go of me right the F now. I'm gonna kill that stupid, smug son of Kaken, he's just trying to rile you up. Izuku was strong even without his suit, so he kept his grip on Katsuki's jostling form and dragged him along the path to Minatial Allegra. They reached the school in no time. The flaking yellow paint did nothing to take the charm away from the building. The brightly colored emerald green window shutters complemented it, even. Beautiful. Secluded. What did you think of the plan, huh? Katsuki asked Izuku in a low voice. All hints of playfulness gone. Izuku let his apprehensions roll off his tongue. Well, I don't know how smart it is to just go in and start asking the headmaster questions in full hero gear. 10 heroes in tow. Internationals at that. Sure, Izuku thought, the local heroes would be the ones talking. But Izuku looked around. Everyone is here, the whole team, waiting outside the school. Katsuki hummed in thought. It's like a battle cry. I think, Katsuki said. And he was lost in thought. Izuku jerked upright. Battle cry. Battle cry. What are the words? What is this? What is happening right now? Do you think Carolina is trying to provoke them into a fight? Why else handpick so many amazing heroes from all over the world? And make them suit up? An ambush? Katsuki turned to Izuku abruptly. Eyes wide and flittering. Do you are the kids being kept here? Izuku leaned closer, making sure to not be overheard by their teammates. Carolina said data centers. Why bring Mr. Right and Dynamite all the way here to flush out a data center? And then bring us all to the site for a reconnaissance mission? Makes no sense. Unless they want to intimidate AUKUS and make them jump the gun and call a lockdown? Or even worse, antagonize the kids? Izuku's eyes widened. His heart was even, his mind was clear, and he could see every thread of happenstance laid out perfectly in front of him. Suddenly, this beautiful clearing in a forest of pine with the commanding Sierra Madre mountain chain looming over them under the golden light of sunset. This was the only place that existed in the world. And something. Kaken, Izuku hissed in a tense whisper, something is about to go very, very wrong. Katsuki stepped back and looked around. At the heroes waiting idly. Pulso, Muter and Hiccup were already inside. Had been for a few minutes now. Tell me what we should do, Kaken. The pieces are already in motion. Where do we go from here, Deku? Katsuki asked, his voice taut. Izuku flinched. I don't know, what do you… Katsuki snapped towards him with an impatient quirk of brow. If you don't know, then think, moron. Katsuki hissed, deathly silent. The threads were disappearing, slipping through Izuku's fingers. Maybe we loop in, Mr. Right. How would you approach it with your students, huh? Izuku latched onto that. Wait, the thread became clearer. He didn't even realize he had pressed his gloved fingers against his lips until Katsuki knocked them out of the way. Just think aloud, Dek. Then we can make sense of it. Let's think of what could go wrong. We could have a hostile response from Akius, especially if they're in the school right now. They could activate immediate defensive measures. They must have contingency plans, so there's absolutely no grounds to think they might just let us snoop with no retaliation. We've played our hand. Then the children could also be used as collateral and escalate the situation with their quirks if they feel threatened. We don't know how they've been treated, especially if they have volatile quirks. We need to account for psychological trauma. The best immediate actions. If I were a teacher, I would say to establish a clear chain of command, get in touch with Caroline as soon as possible. But Izuku paused. That's not the right thing to do. Does this make even a lick of sense? She broke the chain. Katsuki started. From the get-go, the chain of command has been flawed because the heroes weren't looped into the stakes. That everything you said could happen. This is a spotty but mission. Izuku turned his mind back to his threads, now clearer than ever. We have to assume that AKUS operatives have been alarmed already. No point in minimizing visibility. The children inside, we can't do anything about. The townspeople should be shielded by the grove of trees, but we should evacuate them as a point of priority. And that leaves one thing. What, Deku? We need to prepare for escalation. Tell me what to do. Izuku touched his intercom. Carolina, we need to evacuate the village. Can you make that happen with the local police? The receiving end was static for a moment. Has something happened? This would not do. Carolina. Izuku started, and his tone even surprised himself. A confidence that he had never had even as a teenager, housing one for all within his bones, the voice of a man grown. You need to trust me. That's why I'm a part of the mission. Another spell of static. Done, Deku. Izuku turned to Katsuki. We need to rally the heroes. Izuku moved with a tenseness and looseness all at once. His voice did not shake, and his heart did not stutter as he explained the situation to the other heroes, but there was an itching at the back of his brain, a sort of weight in his stomach that told him this is inevitable. An instinct forged at the heart of war, living on over 10 years later. What do we… But Dreamweaver was cut short. The ground quaked. Inevitable. So, when Katsuki and Izuku looked at each other, they were not startled or alarmed, but ready, Kaken. Yeah. Izuku turned to the heroes, their brows quivering at the turn of events. Hey! Izuku shot them a competitive but bright grin. We're prepared. Just think how scared you would have been if this happened a couple minutes ago, he offered brightly. Magnet, a young girl who could not have been more than 20 years old, smiled shakily at Izuku and stood straight, even as the ground slid beneath her feet. Izuku faced the school. It happened in an instant. A loud, cracking sound echoed. It moved into the heroes standing outside and brushed through the trees like a fierce wind. It took only a second for the walls to tremble. Followed by a bone-chilling screech, a sharp, organic sound of something large growing at terrifying speed, of breaking everything in its path. Izuku searched in his memory, thundered through the threads. The kid's quirks, the kid's quirks. Which one, which one? With a thunderous crash, a massive bone-like structure burst through the roof of the school, splintering the tiles and sending shards of debris flying. The air was filled with a sickening crackling sound as more and more bone formations erupted through the walls. They were colossal, twisted, jagged, and branching out to unnatural lengths. Unnatural girth as… Kaken! Izuku shouted, first one of the heroes to spring into action. They all turned to him, but Izuku looked to Katsuki. It's Camila Morales, the Bone Bloomer. Katsuki's eyes widened in understanding. The sake. It just had to be her, didn't it? Aura, the older American hero, turned to the boys. Can't we just blast it all to dust? Izuku frowned. This is worst-case scenario. Those are her bones. And they'll keep blooming exponentially, taking down everything in its path. But the issue is another rumble, and the ground was unsteady. Izuku turned his thrusters on. Is that if you hurt those bones, you hurt her. They know we won't do that. And if we hurt Camila, then she might just get worse and take even more down. It's not an option. Yo. Izuku turned to the voice. It belonged to Eli. It's not just her. It's Lars Eriksson too. Izuku searched his threads. But. Katsuki jolted beside him. The shadow demon quirk. Ah. The ground began splintering. Melee, initiate float. Izuku commanded. He turned back to the scene. Sure enough, you could see dark shadows spilling out of every splinter of bone, out of every open window, crawling up the bone structure which just kept blooming. Each twist and turn seemed to form a new, grotesque branch, jutting from the roof, the windows, and now, towards them, there will be others. Izuku shouted. What do we go? Magnet turned to Izuku. What are your orders? Izuku did not have even a second to comprehend the weight of the task, or any personal feelings he may have towards it. Only gripped his threads and pulled his goal closer. We act fast. We need a team to excavate the children. Eli stepped in. Plant Whisperer, Bloom, Aura, you go inside, find Pulso, Muter and Hiccup. Get it done. Izuku turned to the remaining. Right? Magnet and Dreamweaver, you're on the shadows. It's going to be tricky. Each shadow is autonomous, driven by Lars's emotions, not his commands. Be careful. Right. Fine. But only 2 people on the Bone Bloomer? Is that smart? Mr. Wright asked, unconvinced. Not even a second of hesitation. Of course. Demon right it is. Mr. Wright nodded and left. Katsuki and Izuku immediately blasted themselves towards the school roof. The web of bones was becoming more and more intricate. What's the plan? Izuku asked. Melee, stay still. Katsuki stopped beside him, his palms letting out small bursts of energy. The sky was darkening now. We can't hit the bone. Katsuki said, we need to find Camila and get her to stop. We stabilize the kid, then we neutralize the quirk. Easy. Katsuki grinned manically, and Izuku was lost for a moment, tethered and lost all at once. Which means we gotta go through the bone web, right Deku? And as soon as possible. Longer we wait, the more bones we have. Right, Kaken? But how? Right. It has to be you. It has to be me. Katsuki said at the same time. You're too bulky with the suit. I can use smaller explosions to propel yourself through the maze. But I need you to use synthetic black whip to hang on to me to get a bird's eye view and tug me where I need to go, otherwise I won't be quick enough. Melee, status on black whip. 100% capacity, Deku. Go. The electric black tendrils of energy uncurled from Izuku's gauntlets and wrapped around Katsuki's slight waist. Izuku tugged and thought, yes, secured. They flew together to the very top. And Katsuki let himself fall. Izuku didn't dare to tear his eyes away as Katsuki descended into the maze of gigantic, moving bones. Left then right then left. If it weren't for the brilliant orange glow of his hands and feet, then Izuku might not have been able to follow Katsuki's movements. But as Katsuki went deeper, so did Izuku. He tugged when he needed to. Katsuki narrowly missed the brand new jutting of a column of bone. Again. Another splinter. Katsuki fell deeper and deeper. Melee, take care of my surroundings. Of course. While Izuku could tell the ground was still rumbling, that perhaps Eli and Dreamweaver and Magnet were fighting tooth and nail against the shadows, Katsuki and Izuku's world was silent and dark, the only sound being Katsuki's occasional yelps and sharp inhales as he navigated the maze. And Izuku too was quiet. The only sound he made was that of breathing in and out, regularly. His mind was startlingly clear. More than it had been in a long, long time. Eyes sharp, looking. They fought as one. In this calm, quiet space. Hallowed. Quirks are so beautiful. Izuku could not help but think, eyes tracking the small trails of orange sparks beneath him. The thought disrupted his even flow of his breath. It hitched. When Katsuki blasted, Izuku tugged, and felt the pressure of Katsuki's descent against the gauntlet wrapped around his wrist pleasantly. An eternity later, that ended all too soon. Deku! A whisper, smoothly hitting his ear canal directly from his intercom. Kaken! Izuku whispered right back, not daring to break his trance. What's wrong? I see her. Izuku's heart clenched. We didn't think this far. Izuku realized with a start. Melee, status of Black Whip? Black Whip at 73% capacity. Melee, find a way to get black outside of the bone web. Of course, Deku. Don't worry, Kaken. I'll sort it out. Melee, call Mr. Right. Calling Mr. Right. Brung, then again. And finally. Yo, Deku. Give me a status update. Izuku snapped. We got the locals, Bloom and Plant Whisper out with the kids. Kids being dosed with sleeping serum now. All hands on the shadows, but it's going to be light work with everyone here. You need backup with the Bone Bloomer. Izuku watched Katsuki's explosions grow fainter and fainter. No. We have it handled from inside. But I have Black Whip coming out from the roof. I need you to bring a sleeping serum to it. You got it, boss. Izuku waited patiently, one hand stretched below, his shadow still gripping Katsuki's waist, and the other pointed high towards the sky, waiting for Eli to bring the serum. 2 silent minutes later, Izuku felt his left wrist tug. The serum. Melee, bring the serum to me. The bone maze was growing denser and denser. It was almost completely dark, only the blue glow forms his suit lighting his surroundings. Izuku concentrated, and let the second tendril of Black Whip follow its brother towards Katsuki, as quickly as possible. Kaken! Izuku screamed into his intercom, I'm sending you a sleeping serum. Behind you. A moment of silence. Is he? Kaken, louder, taut. Are you okay? Status update. More silence. I said status update, dynamite. Bringing out the government name, huh? Came a smooth voice in his ear. Izuku sagged. You're okay. What's going on? Take the... Not talking it. Just gimme a minute. WH. Look, I gotta focus. So just give me a DMN minute, Izuku. Izuku's mouth clamped shut. He navigated towards a clearing in the bone web and waited. It couldn't have been 4 minutes later that his intercom rang again. It's right. What's going on? We got all the kids accounted for except Camila. All threats neutralized, except the FANG bone maze. Do y'all need help? Izuku did not hesitate. No support needed, just give us a minute. There was a noise of frustration, and Izuku bristled. Just trust me, okay? And Izuku wondered when had he ever sounded so confident? Certainly not in romance, and not even with his students. But where he was, snapping at the number 5 from the land of heroes. Come on, Kaken. 1 more minute. And it happened. The bone fractured. A hairline crack grew and grew. Emboldened. Is it going to collapse? But before Izuku could panic, it simply disintegrated. A cloud of white dust. Snow in Mexico. The night sky greeted Izuku like a hug. Open and bright. He looked down and spied a faint orange glow. Izuku squinted. There was Explosion Hero, Dynamite, climbing higher and higher. A little girl with black hair had her arms wrapped around his neck and legs around his waist, tangled with Black Whip. Awake. Izuku jerked his wrist and pulled them closer, quicker. He grinned, both sets of teeth showing in a proud display. A 2-week mission was wrapped up in 3 days. Izuku had heard, 2 weeks, leave Katsuki's mouth on an empty pavement in Mizudafu in front of a coffee shop, and he had winced. But now, Izuku wondered what might have happened if he stayed longer. I hardly know the team. But most were flying out the next morning, as was Katsuki and Izuku. Still, they found themselves at El Ultimo Trago, a shabby cantina nestled along the edge of Playa del Sol, the picturesque beach along Puerto Cielo. Sure, it was slightly ramshackle, but that didn't take away from the beauty of the salty ocean breeze circulating throughout. Izuku appreciated the weathered wooden sign that hung from an angle above the entrance, the painted letters faded by the relentless sun and salty air. He appreciated the ever-present rolling sounds of waves, the interior of aged stucco and peeling turquoise paint, adorned with strings of colorful papal picado. Most of all he appreciated a band, and the gentle strumming of guitars that soothed Izuku. And of course, he admired the relaxed vibe at their large table, where all the heroes of El Refugio gathered to celebrate their win. Mission report. No casualties. No injuries. 15 children rescued and to be transferred to Japan for quirk counseling. And this round, Aura, or better known as Aurora Knowles of the States, slammed a tray of mezcal onto the table, goes to our fierce commander Deku. Izuku flushed deep crimson and hid his face behind waving palms, a practiced routine that he had not found himself dancing to in years. But clearly, he hasn't completely grown out of his embarrassment. Huzzah! Cheers! Whoop! Katsuki, who sat beside him, leaned over the table and grabbed 2 shots. Grab one for me too, would ya, Dynamite? Eli asked from beside Katsuki. Katsuki looked over his shoulders and glared at Mr. Wright disbelievingly. Oh, maybe when pigs fly, you demon nobody. Get your own. Katsuki settled back down and handed a shot to Izuku. I see. Do I need to save the world to get a little bit of princess treatment? Izuku winced. He sure loves riling Kaken up. Katsuki sputtered angrily, pushed to a point of rage that he could not utter a single expletive even if he tried. Izuku could not help but think that it's a shame. He liked Eli well enough, but it was as obvious as day and night, as obvious as the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, that the boy was hopelessly incompatible with Katsuki. Izuku leaned over and grabbed a shot, passing it over to Eli. Thanks, Deku. He grinned charmingly. Even surrounded by so many people, so many cool, interesting heroes that seemed to adore and respect Izuku. Izuku was wide-eyed and so energetic that his motor mouth was running at 1,000,000 miles per hour. And he leaned towards Katsuki. Everyone's quirk was just so amazing, right, Kaken? Right? Katsuki shoved a palm at Izuku's face and pushed half-heartedly. He flushed and laughed all at once against Katsuki's skin. Course they were all cool. Dreamweaver can cause hallucinations, but it's more sophisticated than Cammy's. Apparently it's almost impossible to tell if you're in one of her dreams or not. Right. And there's Magnet. Man, I'm glad she didn't become a villain. The power to charge metals sounds good enough as it is, but the fact that she can get down to the molecular level is crazy. Can you imagine what she could do with your blood? I wonder if she's thought of that. Why would she ever need to use that? Anyways, Bloom is similar to Shiozaki, but if Shiozaki combined with Kinoko, to be able to make anything grow and bloom, that's another quirk you couldn't want in a villain, am I right, Kaken? I heard she was able to put all the kids to sleep under the school. It's useful as F-. Izuku suddenly realized that he had speaking for a long time, and that it was probably quite inconsiderate. I'm sorry I'm speaking so much. Izuku blamed the alcohol, the leftover adrenaline, the beautiful guitar and pipes. Keep talking, idiot. I don't care. Izuku looked at Katsuki carefully and found him close, watching patiently. Katsuki was honest to a boot, whether through his words or his expressions, so when Izuku found nothing to suggest Katsuki was displeased, he decided to keep speaking as much as his heart desired. A sea breeze traveled through the open-plan cantina, and it ruffled the loose linen shirt Katsuki was wearing, almost identical to the one Izuku was wearing. Except Katsuki wore a black, winding chain made out of a thick thread, and it complemented his coloring. So what? Izuku asked. The tropics suited Kaken, Izuku thought. Izuku swallowed and continued. I still haven't figured out Eli's quirk though. Speak the devil's name. Eli poked into the conversation from behind Katsuki's shoulders. Katsuki's brow twitched. Well, it is a state secret. He tapped his nose mischievously and Katsuki elbowed his stomach. But I'm, super drunk, so I'll tell you. And immediately, Izuku was transformed into a fanboy. Izuku pressed a palm against Katsuki's chest instinctively and pushed him back against his chair, so that he could look at Eli directly. "MF," Katsuki grunted. "So, what do you," he pointed at Izuku, "and you, then Katsuki, think my quirk is?" "Oh." Izuku straightened, "Something to do with energy expulsion." Eli leaned closer, his face quite close to Katsuki's, but he kept his gaze tracked on Izuku, completely ignoring the fiery blonde. Izuku fought a wince. "Bingo! Well, the quirk is called energy transfer. With my left hand," he grabbed a shot glass, "I can grab anything that has energy. It used to be stuff like fuel when I was a kid. Now this shot glass will do. Remember, even atoms have power." Izuku's eyes widened in amazement. The teenager that lived within him, obsessed with quirks, preened. But so did the teacher that observed and assessed quirks all day. Katsuki leaned forward and glared at the shot glass, fingers stroking his chin in interest. "I can take this energy and convert it into whatever form I want with my right hand." He brought his right hand forth. Whether that sound, his hand emitted a loud screech, light, then a burst of white light, or something powerful like explosions. And Izuku watched familiar orange sparks fly from the skin of his palm. The amber glow illuminated the sharp planes of Katsuki's face. And for a moment Izuku was stunned by just how adult Katsuki looked. Izuku also wondered if Katsuki would be angry at someone pretending to use his quirk. He knew exactly how much Monoma set him off. But Katsuki, his eyes widened. His brilliant red pupils reflected the minuscule sparks, and it made them look like they glowed. Izuku felt his breath catch in his lungs. Eli closed both palms and the show was over. Izuku leaned back and cleared his throat. "Maybe I've drunk too much." So that's why you're called Mr. Right? Because it comes out of your right hand?" Eli laughed sheepishly. "Yeah. Believe me, Deku, if I could turn back time and change that I really, really would. No one knows why I've gone with it because the government won't let me tell," he pouted, and looked so very boyish. Katsuki barked out a laugh. A howl pulled straight from his chest. He schooled his face into Hollywood smile, overstretched and uncanny. One hand over his heart and one hand reaching out to nobody. "When you have two options, always choose Mr. Right," Katsuki said in a schooled, deep voice. "Mocking." Izuku sputtered on his water and began coughing and laughing all at once, his shoulders bouncing in mirth. "Hey! Stop!" Eli whined, and suddenly he seemed like all the 23 years he had under his belt. Katsuki laughed, throwing his head back. "At least I know you've seen my advert." Eli grumbled. The rest of the night went by pleasantly. Very much so. Izuku drank more than he had ever before, but felt completely lightheaded. He asked Magnet about the applications of her quirk, asked if she had ever considered it on blood, and she said yes, and that it makes crime scenes really easy to clean up. Izuku had laughed, but then realized, oh, she's being serious. He enjoyed the music and laughed with joy when Muter pulled him into a sorry excuse for a tango, and he had stumbled over his feet. He did not bother to check his phone for any messages. The sliver of metal may as well have not existed in that dimly lit, seaside cantina. He didn't want the night to end. So, there he was at 3 a.m., waiting at the bar for what he promised himself would be the final round of drinks. Izuku collected the tray of mezcal and turned, searching the bar for Katsuki. But he spied a head of blonde spikes poking above the crowd. Izuku walked over, snaking through the maze of tables and benches. The crowd parted, and he noticed that Eli was beside him. Better go play peacemaker, Izuku thought with a huff. Eli was grinning teasingly, which meant Katsuki was merely seconds away from Explo. Eli hooked a finger under Katsuki's chin, tilted up, and pushed in with a youthful force, pressing his closed lips against Katsuki's. Katsuki was still, and Eli smiled even as he pulled back an inch, then dove right back in. Izuku stopped still. Mouth open. What? The next time Eli pulled back, something shook Izuku even more. Katsuki's lips tilted into a menacing grin. He brushed his nose against Eli's, tilted to the side, and pushed in. Gently, firmly, smoothly, roughly. Eli's kiss had been playful, but Katsuki's. Kaken rocked gently into him, lips still smiling, and kissed him passionately. It was so different to how he had kissed Atsuo. How Izuku kisses Ochako. Those kisses had been all gentle and soft and pliable, all Izuku knew. Even from the distance, Izuku could see the tip of Katsuki's tongue dart out, and Eli completely melt against him. How could a kiss between two incompatible people look so? Izuku took the shots all for himself and turned away, and checked his phone for the time. To be continued. 1 year 6 months since the dinner. And the birds are mute. Katsuki did not mind cooking for his friends, although you should not be telling them that. Katsuki. Mina whined. Can I help? She poked into the kitchen. Katsuki did not even grace her with a glance of acknowledgement. No. But it's taking so long, she groaned. Then order takeout. Idru came to the rescue and pulled her away. Katsuki was making katsu curry, which meant frying 7 pork cutlets for 6 guests. Shiro, Idru, Jiru, Mina, Denki, Shudo. That's why he liked cooking dinner for his friends, secretly not because he wanted to fill their bellies or make sure they eat at least a single vegetable this week, but because for an hour or two Katsuki could think about measurements and cooking times and the clock, and not whatever else is on his mind. Which is nothing. Of course. It took 15 more minutes for Katsuki to serve the piping hot food and deliver the plates into the living room. Katsuki's dining table only had 4 seats. And he really should be annoyed that they were eating on his expensive butt lounge set. You spill something and you pay for it, morons. Katsuki had warned. But something about seeing his home overspilling with people eating the food he cooked? Yeah. He dug in. So, how was the mission? Shudo asked once he finished his food, ever the polite guest. Was good or whatever. The commander was a real piece of work though. Didn't tell us. Sheet about the objectives, then let us go stoke the fire blindly. Said me the hell off. Katsuki began stacking the plates, and Shiro helped. Oh, why would they do that? Idru asked, shifting into a more comfortable position on the floor, then leaning against the sofa leisurely. He moved with such an ease that you'd think he even lived here. I dunno, Katsuki answered. Izuku thought that she didn't want any leaks, and hand-picked good heroes so she could trust them to think quick, or whatever. Wow, Jiraiya drawled. Hero Deku in action again, huh? How did he hold up? Perfect. Katsuki did not say that. Nerd held his own, that's for sure. Didn't help that all the noobs spent the whole time fangirling. Right, I'm sure. I bet he hated that. Yup. I would hate that too. Would totally hate it. Denki took a deep breath. I mean, come on. I kept the coffin in the sky up basically all by myself. People hardly mention it anymore. Even my sidekicks take the PSS out of me. Jiru shoved a cushion into his face. Shudo turned to Katsuki. Izuku told me about the war game. I don't think I've seen him that excited about something in a long time. Whoa, hold up. I haven't read a book since graduation. Shiro interjected and Katsuki rolled his eyes. I'm sure. What's a war game? They all turned to Katsuki. I dunno, it's sorta like simulating a mission. Izuku wrote up our mission into an interactive scenario. The kids split into groups and put themselves in our shoes, kinda like roleplay. And we have to factor in the consequences of their decisions in real time, play them out. It's pretty dim and cool, useful for the brats, I guess. Wow. That was Mina. Did you help him? Yeah. Just a little bit. She smiled warmly at that and he moved on. Didn't linger on it. So, the dinner went on. Drinks were opened. And Katsuki searched for an opening. A lull of silence. The pause. Come on, just tell them. He watched the winding conversations unfold. Tell them. Then fold right back up again. Coward. So, who's up for a smoke break? Shiro offers and almost everyone leaps up. I'll stand outside with you guys then head home. Idru also raised himself from the sofa. Shudo and Katsuki remained seating. What, Erika? Not a fan of tobacco. Shudo shrugged. I've never tried. They all showed themselves to the door, said their goodbyes, offered their hearty thank yous for the food, and Katsuki felt like a DMN chicken. When he returned, Shudo was putting his coat on. Yo, sit down for a sec. Katsuki ordered. At least one person. Got something to say to you. Shudo did not need to be told further. He returned to his seat on the sofa. You mentioned the mission went well. Shudo commented. But, of course, what was it like fighting with Izuku again? Katsuki slumped into the armchair. The teenager in his ribcage said, Shut up, shut up, shut up. Katsuki buried him. It was what? Ah. Shudo said. And Katsuki jolted and tried to frown away the cutting grin that had risen unbiddenly to his face. No point in hiding now, he thought. After all, he had already embarrassed himself before Shudo many times already. It was fun, I guess. Like, really stupid fun. He's still got it even after rotting away behind a desk all these years. You're a liar, old man. It helped, I guess. Being a teacher. Maybe. I dunno. Shudo hummed in thought. So, do you see his career in a bit of a better light? You did help him with the war game. I was surprised to hear actually. He was really happy and so am I, but I thought you were trying to maintain your distance. Katsuki was supposed to. Damn it, he's going to. A weight returned to his stomach and it rattled. When Katsuki didn't respond, Shudo continued. It's not like you failed your mission or anything. To find happiness. You shouldn't beat yourself up over it, Katsuki. The ultimate goal is to be friends with Izuku as a person, right? That's how I understood our conversation. Fucking therapist. Katsuki leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and thought. Yeah, fine, whatever, but he thought of flying up from the ruins of a once beautiful school amid a shower of calcium towards Izuku with his black whip wrapped around Katsuki's waist. Are you actually getting happier, though? Can you really say you're making better memories? Because a pressure building in his chest, distracting. Because I sure as hell can't. Except on a mission across the world. And what does that say about Katsuki, huh? He thought about this with a sense of exasperation. What does it say that to be happy he needs 15 ticking time bomb but kids' lives in danger, an entire town doomed, and the successor of One for All to order him around? To be happy he needs to be at war. But birds don't sing during war. His birds had been mute for many years, if they had ever spoken at all. They had. Shudo was lost in thought, and Katsuki appreciated this expression on his face. As if Shudo was thinking of himself, rather than Katsuki. Rather than dissecting Katsuki. It let Katsuki relax for a moment. We're in it together, right? This mission? I've still not had any luck dating. It's not fun for me, getting to know strangers. So, I don't think I've been getting happier. Looks like we are both failing at total victory. Shudo said evenly, and you might not even have noticed it was one of the most vulnerable things he had ever said to Katsuki, for his tone betrayed none of the embarrassment and self-consciousness that kept Katsuki up at night. Whose brows shot to his hairline. Who says you got a date like that, huh? What, you watch a few romance movies and decide love can only happen when you bump into someone, plan 5 dates, become boyfriends, then marry, huh? Katsuki snapped, but smiled manically, nonetheless. Open your horizons, Eri. Maybe instead of taking randos to get soba or whatever, you start making friends. Get to know them with no intentions. Shudo was silent for a moment. Just a moment. Then he barked out a warm, chiming laugh. And the weight in Katsuki's chest subsided, under the knowledge that the BSTRD feels better. That a horde of people left his apartment with a belly full of curry and pork. That's great advice, Katsuki, thank you. Katsuki hummed, feeling quite self-fulfilled. Thank you very much. I suppose I should return the favor, but my advice might not be any good. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Maybe I should have asked Idru to stay as well. Because Katsuki knew, it really could be bad advice. Just keep trying. Not like this mission was ever going to be easy. Katsuki's easy smile fell off his face. Here goes nothing. Give yourself the best chance at success. I have a plan already. Shudo turned towards Katsuki. Oh. Yeah. One of the heroes on the El Refugio mission. It's number 5 from the US, Mr. Wright. His firm asked to loan me for a year. The first sign of emotion took over Shudo's expression. A displeased frown. Oh. Well, I suppose a year isn't too long. And I'm sure you'll keep in touch. He tried to school his displeasure. So you think you might be happier there? Maybe. Who knows? Shudo mustered a small smile. Well then, you better see it through. Then Shudo looked closer. Leaned forward. Mr. Wright is openly gay, right? The only one in the US top are you two? Katsuki flushed beet red. No. I don't know. We've just kissed is all. Shudo chuckled. You know, you're surprisingly very good at dating. Finding people. I think it's because of how honest you are. Shut up. Shut up. Katsuki threw a cushion at him, the teenager reigning victorious. 2 years since the dinner. The price of tobacco. Izuku walked into his apartment. It felt pleasantly warm, smelling of onions and curry peas. There was an upbeat pop beat chiming through the space. It made him feel tired. He paused in the Genkan for a few extra seconds as he towed his work shoes off and tried to muster some strength to his expression, some energy to his utterly depleted bones. It's one of those days. But Ochako did nothing wrong, so Izuku walked through the hallway and plastered a smile on his face with great effort. Hey, I'm home. Ochako turned around, leapt towards him, and pressed a quick, energetic kiss against his lips. Izuku pressed back with a crafted insistence. Hi. Sorry, I didn't let you know I might be over, but I wanted to make dinner for us. He smiled down at her gently. What are you making? Katsu curry. He wasn't particularly hungry, but it was good. He's supposed to eat even when you don't want to. When your body needs to. It was one of the many, many benefits of having a partner that cared for you even when you don't want to care for yourself. You look tired, Izuku. Ochako commented. Izuku winced and summoned some pep. No, I'm not. Really? He insisted. Hard day at work? Not really. A couple classes, some marking, no crimes, so he didn't even need to use the suit either. All in all, Izuku thought, a wholly average day. Yeah. Izuku said instead. She ruffled his hair. Well, help me out with dinner and we'll eat together. They dug into the steaming food across from each other at the dining table, with a side of little chit-chat. How was your day? What did you do? Anything interesting? Izuku looked at the pedestal by his window over Ochako's shoulder and wondered when he might be able to use the suit again. And immediately chastised himself. Buried the thought. What a man you are, Izuku Midoriya. He jeered at himself, to wish for violence. Just so you can... Izuku gulped and blinked away the restless stinging in his eyes. Feel alive again. It really was one of those days. They sat at the sofas, now sides flush against each other, watching the news. So, I visited the El Refugio Center today. Ochako mentioned, and for the first time that night Izuku genuinely perked, turning to her with wide eyes and pep. Oh wow. Really? How are the kids? He asked. It livened her up too, and she leaned closer with wide eyes of her own. They're really so sweet. Completely normal kids. Now, most of their families have moved into the facilities too. Their quirk control is really moving along. I just love to see how enthusiastic they are about it. Izuku could not help the wide, toothy smile that spread across his lips. Ochako's gaze flicked down, then back up, and she looked delighted. Animated. There's one that ran up to me. Camila. She begged me to bring dynamite next time. Can you imagine that? I guess he really made an impression on her. Izuku's smile faltered. Sure, Kaken had been drifting away ever since he got his suit, but at least he had been local. And after that mission Izuku was sure the room called Kaken was about to see an upgrade. Yet now he was so far away that Izuku hardly ever talked to him. You and me both could... Well, she's gonna wait a long time. Izuku said ruefully, and cursed the break in his mask when he noticed Ochako's brow scrunch in concern. He mustered another smile. Well, we have his birthday party this weekend. Ochako mentioned with a finger in the air, and Izuku's brows shot up, You forgot, didn't you? Buzz. Buzz. I can't believe it. Izuku was aghast. Yeah, I guess we will see him very soon. A startling bout of excitement dread, swirling in his stomach. Buzz. 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 Oh, what is that? Ochako felt around the sofa. My phone or your phone? Izuku searched too. They found their devices. Izuku scrolled through the notifications. Both. It was the Class A group chat. Ishido. Are you guys seeing this? Kirishima. Oh, this is insane. Shido. What are you guys talking about? Tenya. I believe Bakugo is fighting a villain on channel. It is a very exciting fight. I suggest everyone tune in and cheer on our classmate. Izuku's heart dropped. Kaminari. No gear is crazy. Izuku leapt for the TV remote with a renewed vigor, and clicked over to channel. His eyes widened in shock. Japan's very own number 17, the explosion hero, Dynamite, has been caught unawares by a villain while on holiday in Italy, it seems. What? Ochako yelped, leaning in closer to the TV to join Izuku's side, but he hardly noticed. What do we know about this villain, Nakamura? We know that she has a very powerful quirk called Burst. She can condense air into anything she wants. Very dangerous, indeed. And we just received intel that she identifies with a known terrorist group called AQS. Sorry to interrupt, but would you look at that? She is flying through the air, over all those buildings, and Dynamite is hot on her trails, running on the rooftops. Izuku watched the shaky video with wide, shimmering eyes. It was a high-speed chase, and Katsuki only used his quirk when he needed to leap from the end of one roof to the beginning of another, and even then they were small explosions. Ochako said something, but Izuku didn't register. He's trying to build sweat because he doesn't have his gauntlets. Indeed, Katsuki was wearing a casual linen button-down that the wind pushed against his body in his fearsome speed causal trousers. Those shoes are not made for running. Izuku heard Ochako mention. Surely he has a second to take them off. But I suppose it must be the adrenaline. He could have easily forgotten. Kaken wouldn't forget. Izuku said instantly. No. Izuku's eyes widened. He's building sweat in his feet, using his quirk Awakening to take the nitroglycerin there. Izuku's palm clamped on his mouth. It's no question where the villain is taking Dynamite. They are moving at breakneck speed towards the gem of Veracity, the Torre di Lucera. With her quirk it will take her very little to destroy it and kill thousands. But would you look at that? That's our Dynamite, chasing with that wide, slightly scary grin. For the world to see. When will you take to the sky, Kaken? Izuku wondered. And watched. The Katsuki shucked his shoes off, and jumped over the ledge of the building. Izuku jumped up from his seat and walked towards the screen. He felt a hand grip his own. Katsuki's palm was empty, but the back of his calf was alight. His trousers below his knees burned away, and that was all Izuku noticed before he disappeared. But the camera could catch the Torre di Lucera now, a giant dome structure which protruded out of the city landscape, towering over gorgeous skyline. Katsuki next reappeared in front of the villain, sandwiched between her and the dome. Izuku's brow quirked in confusion. Katsuki's legs were alight again, and he returned to his position behind the villain. He won't be able to use his explosions now without damaging the Torre di Lucera. The announcer exclaimed, tautly. Izuku stroked his chin. Kaken has a plan. What will he do? He heard Ochako say, worried. But Izuku turned to her with a smile. Wobbly, toothy, and excited. Oh, he has a plan. He's backed into a corner. But would you look at that smile? Wait. He's pointing both hands at the villain. He wouldn't. The cameraman zoomed into Kaken, into explosion hero, Dynamite. And his shirt was covered in soot, in tatters, and so were his trousers. His bare feet. A fierce wind carted through his hair under the sunlight. His grin widened, murder on his eyes. And his palms were alight. A brilliant light, heading towards the villain at speed. But Izuku laughed, manically. Of course. He left a trail of sweat between he laughed and laughed, between the villain and the dome. So, he's creating a chain reaction, setting them off so that it would cancel out any force from his blast. That's why it's a sphere. That's genius. That's Kakin for you. Indeed, the villain was engulfed in a sphere of fire, two great domes, Kakin's quirk and the Torre di Lucera right beside each other, and Izuku had to ask himself which he found more beautiful. He turned to Ochako, eyes alight. Do you get it? He had to calculate precisely where he could suspend the sweat so that it wouldn't hurt the dome. An inch and people would have died. And he had to get back quick enough for the sweat to not fall too far, so he must have dropped it earlier than he should have. That's why he chased on foot, to build the droplets. A deep breath to fill his depleted lungs, but stopped short for his next words. Eyes, dazzling, Kakin's quirk, it's just so beautiful. Izuku. Izuku clamped his mouth shut, then a small sheepish smile grew on his lips. Sorry. Got a little excited. Ochako grinned widely. I love seeing you like this. And her eyes were full of so much love. Izuku's skin was thrumming with excitement. She got up and pulled him closer to her, leaning up into him and capturing his lips in a pleasant kiss. Ochako was definitely asleep beside him, but Izuku knew sleep would not find him anytime soon. Having Issy was fun. Really fun. It was slow and gentle, and sometimes insistent and happy. Today there was more energy to his movements, but even so it hadn't tired him out. He laid there in bed, his fingers tapping against his stomach in an irregular rhythm. He turned and saw Ochako moving her face into the pillow, snoring softly. Izuku untangled himself from the covers and headed towards the living room. He was shirtless and had a pair of joggers on, but he didn't bother to cover himself. He grabbed his suit, held it outside the window and opened, so that he didn't make any noise. The cool metal felt great against his bare skin. Before he jumped out of the window, he grabbed something from the coffee table. Melly, thrusters on. Thrusters turning on. And he was out flying a very familiar path to his rooftop. In no time he had arrived, landed softly, and rude that he hadn't even taken a moment to appreciate how great the early summer wind had felt on his jittery skin. Izuku wasted no time. He didn't settle on the ledge tonight. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor, fished his phone out, and balanced it on the railings. Next, he brandished a brand-new notebook and his finest black gel pen. Lastly, he fished out his pack of cigarettes, picked one out and stuck it between his lips. He lit it. On his phone he searched. Dynamite Best. Izuku backspaced the best on second thought. Dynamite Battle Compilation. He picked a lengthy video and pressed play, then settled comfortably. Immediately he began scribbling, his thoughts moving faster than his fingers could ever hope to match pace with. He breathed brief, successive takes of tobacco through a small, satisfied smile. And thought he felt quite happy. And something about being alone in the night, being completely engaged with this task, made him feel 13 again. 13 and alive. Full of possibilities. Running breakneck speed against the odds, as if he were wearing fancy shoes while chasing a villain on Italian rooftops. He had to cut his fanboy session short, for he knew Ochako woke up quite early. So, after 2 measly hours, Izuku tore himself away very reluctantly from his notebook, already halfway filled, and made his way back to the apartment. He carefully toed in through the window. Ahem. Ah. Izuku yelped and turned around. There was Ochako in her oversized t-shirt, staring at Izuku in confusion. Oh, Ochako, I didn't think you'd be awake already. Her brows scrunched in confusion and Izuku knew he hadn't said the right thing. I had a bad dream and woke up, but saw you were missing. I was really worried. What were you doing? She looked him up and down. Walked closer, and Izuku winced. Oh, were you smoking? Oh no. Izuku took a deep breath in. I promise I don't do it often. It's just only sometimes that. Swear. The groove in Ochako's brow grew deeper. It's fine, but why are you hiding it? Izuku had no answer. Is everything okay? She moved closer. If something is bothering you, please tell me. I can help you. She pleaded. But nothing is wrong. Izuku whined internally. Really, Ochako, he mustered a wide smile. I just wanted to take a smoking break because I couldn't sleep, that's all. She stared at him. desperately. Izuku kept the smile plastered on his face. After a minute, she slumped. Exasperated. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Izuku slumped too. And smoking really is bad for you, Izuku. I promise I'll stop. She smiled. We'll do it together. And punched him lightly on the arm. Young man, how are you? All Might asked Izuku affectionately. He rolled up to Izuku. Izuku tried to ignore the squeeze of his heart at the sight of the wheelchair. All Might, it really has been too long. Did you fly in yesterday? Izuku asked enthusiastically. Yes, I wanted to make it for young Bakugu's surprise birthday party, even if I know he will truly hate it. He smiled cheekily. All of Class A, some heroes, the staff of Agency Dynamite were here tonight, milling around a bar called X2. Izuku looked around and found that it was so very Kaken. From the grungy lighting, to the vinyl records, to the vintage punk posters. Skulls everywhere. Izuku smiled affectionately. Well, I'm glad to see you. We'll get to properly catch up during our lunch tomorrow. All Might chuckled. Yup, that's right. I want to hear what's going on with you. Okay guys. Kirishima yelled. He was standing on a table. Eli told me they are 10 minutes away. Izuku was surprised. All Might noticed. I am glad at least one of you tried out the American hero scene. It has its own set of problems, you see, bureaucratically. Izuku nodded. Do you see Kaken there often? All Might grinned. We try to see each other every couple of weeks. We're not based closely at all, but he always makes the effort to come through. Izuku's chest squeezed, this time quite pleasantly. And Mr. Wright? Have you met him? All Might looked at Izuku. Yes, we have met a few times. He's a fine hero. Very principled, but also quite charismatic. I'm not surprised he gets along with Katsuki. But Izuku was interrupted. He's early. Kaminari screamed. In a moment, the lights went out. When they come back on, I get to see Kaken again. After half a year. 5 tense seconds of silence. Then, the door clicked open. Surprise! Everyone yelled, and so did Izuku, and All Might beside him. Not this. Katsuki immediately turned around and walked out. And returned a second later, dragged in by US hero number 5 hero, Mr. Wright. Katsuki jostled against him. Who the F is responsible for this, huh? Shitty hair. Actually, it was me. Shudo volunteered with a tone that showed all that he didn't exactly understand the danger he had put himself in. I'm gonna kill. Come on, Kaken. Kaminari leapt towards Katsuki and hung onto his back like a child. You're 27 now. Can't go around threatening to kill people. You might fall even lower on the rankings. F you a-hole. Course my ranking ain't gonna improve. I don't live here. When I move back. Yeah, happy birthday. Kaminari pressed a sloppy, forceful kiss on his forehead. Erg. Katsuki sneered, but Izuku could tell it was half-hearted. You should go over there. All Might said, and Izuku turned to him for a second. He was lost for words. Let's go together. Izuku offered brightly. And Izuku wheeled All Might towards the birthday boy. Young Bakugu, it is good to see you. Izuku watched Katsuki's sneer fall away. Scatter like leaves to the wind. Yeah, thanks for coming. Katsuki shoved a hand in his pant pocket. His car keys? And Izuku's heart sang. Kaken. Happy, should I hug him? Think. Happy birthday. And Izuku walked forwards and pulled Katsuki into a stiff, short hug, which was just barely reciprocated. You what, Izuku? I had a blast watching your fight in Italy. Katsuki threw towards Izuku a deadpan expression. Is that supposed to be a FNG pun? Izuku chuckled, this time genuinely. So easy to fall into Kaken world. No, but it can be. Katsuki grinned threateningly. She was small fry at best, and the heroes there fucking thisike expected me to handle everything on my own while on holiday, those bisses. He was on holiday. Yo Deku. Good to see you again. Eli joined the conversation, slinging an arm over Katsuki's shoulders. Katsuki tried to shrug it off, but Eli wasn't one to give up, it seems. Katsuki rolled his eyes but let the arm stay there. And Tashinori, always good to see you. Eli shook his hand. Yes. You too, young man, although I have been given strict instructions to vacate the property before midnight so I can miss the debauchery. Izuku flushed, and Edge Shot too. Edge Shot is here? Katsuki asked. Izuku wondered when the excitement of the party infected Katsuki. Right now, he looked plenty relaxed, leaning into Eli a little bit. Are they? He's over there. Let's go say hello. Izuku let them walk away, not one to intrude. Though Katsuki did turn over his shoulders and offered Izuku a small nod of acknowledgement, and Izuku felt happy. Izuku spent the night with Shudo and Tenya, deciding to give Ochako some space. Is she upset about the other day? Neither had brought it up, but Izuku had a feeling that he ought to stay away for a bit. Let her enjoy the night with her friends. And sure enough, as soon as All Might rolled away with Edge Shot wrapped around his hand and Izuku really did mean the very second Kaminari closed the door behind him, turned to the packed bar, and shouted, "Schutz! You idiot, he's still outside." Katsuki yelled, already flushed from whatever alcohol his friends had been pumping him with. Katsuki lunged towards Kaminari, hands teeming with amberlight, but Kaminari not only dodged but turned Katsuki's momentum against him and scooped him into a one-handed embrace. Prison. Somebody get this 27-year-old a drink? Stat. Shudo chuckled from beside Izuku. I'm gonna go bring them a drink. Shudo and Kaken really are close, huh? Izuku thought. Meanwhile, Izuku hadn't talked to Katsuki Bakugu properly since he left for the U.S. Izuku searched the room, and his eyes landed on Ochako. She was laughing heartily with Tsuyu and Izuku felt comforted enough to look away and not worry. How are things going on with you and Uraraka? Tenya asked. Izuku gave him an easy smile, loosened by the 2 bears he had drunk. Really well, thank you for asking. So, while Izuku caught up with the small number of Class A alumni that remained within the realm of sobriety, all else fell into depravity. The tables had been cleared and soon there was only a dance floor. Come on, Midoriya. Ijura bounced up to him. It's Katsuki's great return, you should drink more. And stop moping about in the outskirts. Izuku was startled, then looked around. Yes, indeed, he had been settled in the peripheries, leaning on one of the tables shoved away to the side. He turned towards Ijuru's concerned eyes. Izuku. He turned towards the cry. It was Ochako and she looked just as sober as him. I have an early morning, so I think I'll head out. Will you stay? She asked. Kirishima remained, waiting for Izuku's answer. With a strange weight in his stare. Izuku looked between the two. Then, he turned to Ochako with a determined glint in his eyes. I've barely talked to Kaken today. I have to make an effort. Have to restore the room called Kaken. I think I'll stay a bit longer. Okay. And Ochako pecked him on the cheek and bounced away. That's what I'm saying. Kirishima slung an arm around Izuku's shoulders and pulled him towards the dance floor. Kaken's friends are much more tactile than his own, Izuku thought. Kirishima was his friend too, and Izuku appreciated the warm, friendly embrace. It untied something in his stomach. He offered Izuku another bottle of beer, which Izuku accepted. He'll need the liquid courage if he's to be expected to dance. Not one of his specialties. He rocked minimally to the upbeat house music, just enough to pass any suspicion that he's not participating. The beer fell quickly towards the bottom of the bottle and Izuku's movements started showing a bit more purpose to them. Ashido stepped over and hugged him. He returned it. Oh, she's far gone, he thought as she stumbled on the dance floor. Even so, her dance moves definitely a sense of purpose to them as she rocked back and forth rhythmically, stepped in time with the song. Izuku enjoyed the bright smile on her face, all toothy and wide. She's having so much fun. The thought tended to a small flame of fondness in his chest. He tried to mirror her beat and found it was much easier to fall into the rhythm now. He looked around and, across the crowd, there was Kaken, dancing in a throng of people much like himself, but with far more confidence. Izuku watched a hand snake up to Katsuki from behind, holding a shot glass. Eli was taller than Katsuki by a few inches, so Izuku could see him behind Katsuki. Close. He brought the shot glass up to Katsuki's lips, tipped the contents into his mouth. Katsuki tilted up, accepting it, head falling on Eli's shoulder behind him. A drop must have dribbled out from the corner of his lips because Izuku stopped moving for a second, shocked. Curious. Eli bent down, liked the droplet all the way up to Katsuki's lip. Katsuki grinned. Threateningly. Like he had when he stared down the AQS agent with the Torre de Lucera behind her. Izuku's breath stopped still. And in a moment of drunk clarity, he understood. He understood what had struck him as interesting when he had watched Eli first kiss Katsuki in a bar in Mexico. Suddenly, Izuku needed a smoke. There was an alleyway next to the bar that appeared secluded enough. And a store opposite where he could buy a new pack. Izuku leaned against the brick wall, fished out a cigarette, and stuck it between his lips. Shudo had once asked him, "What is chemistry anyways?" And Izuku could not answer then. 1 year into a relationship, and he couldn't. That's chemistry. There were tears welling in his eyes, and the only silver lining was that they were not caused by whatever had happened this week or in there. This happened all the time, every single time tobacco tasted his lungs, so Izuku ignored it. And instead, thought of chemistry, with the curiosity of a teenager. He finished one, then lit another. Hey, what the F dash? Izuku jerked towards the familiar voice, approaching. Kaka. Izuku dropped the lit cigarette hastily. Don't try and get rid of the evidence, I fucking saw it, you dweeb. Katsuki marched closer, unsteadily. They really plastered him. Once Katsuki close enough to fall under the pale yellow street lamp and get a good look at Izuku's embarrassingly wet cheeks, his half-hearted sneer fell away. To Izuku's surprise he leapt forwards. Hey, the F's the matter? Katsuki cupped both of Izuku's cheeks in his hands. Drunk-chun. Used his thumbs to brush away the tears, and Izuku's eyes widened. Or blackout-chan. Izuku laughed lightly. Kaken, I'm fine. Are you upset? Katsuki leaned closer, watching Izuku's face methodically. Seriously? I'm fine. I can't explain it, this is just something that happens. I'm not crying for real. Katsuki leaned back, appraised him disbelievingly. Huh? What does that mean? You lied to me, Deku? Izuku laughed and it was genuine. I'm serious, Kaken. Katsuki brushed the last of the wetness away and stepped back. He crossed his arms over his chest firmly. You better explain it to me then. Or I'm calling round face. Izuku turned, and surprisingly the words came easy to him. Must be the alcohol. I don't know why. Every time I smoke, my eyes water. I don't feel bad or anything. My body feels completely fine, my thoughts are clear. I don't know why it happens. Katsuki hummed in thought, and leaned against the brick wall beside Izuku. Izuku liked that they couldn't see each other. That they faced forwards, together. You really have no idea? That's fucking crazy. Think harder. Okay, Kaken. Izuku offered brightly, I'll try. And Izuku thought. His mouth moved before he could organize any of his loose ideas into coherency. I don't really think when I do it. I dunno. Imagine the smoke moving through my body. Suddenly Izuku felt self-conscious, infecting my lungs. This sounds crazy. You serious? Katsuki's voice was even, but not accusatory. Yeah. I picture the black smoke sticking to my throat. I guess. And you don't feel bad. Or upset. At the image of this slowly killing you? Izuku's eyes watered, as if he still had a cancer stick between his lips. I suppose I feel, guilty. Guilty? Katsuki turned to him, back still pressed against the wall. Yeah. Guilty. About what? About hiding it from Ochako. Though she knows now. Huh. Then. What? I think about. Izuku never talked about Tenko to Katsuki. Not to the boy Tenko had almost killed. But the words fell from Izuku's tongue without a second thought. Tenko. Oh. If Katsuki was shocked he didn't show it, why? Well, Izuku chuckled. His last words to me was him telling me to do my demon best, you know? I don't think I've ever told you before. The words the spilled and spilled piled atop each other in the space between Katsuki and Izuku. And Izuku could hardly believe that they hadn't spoken to each other in 6 months. That they were basically strangers with a long history, yet here he was. I try my best all the time except when you smoke? Izuku nodded. Yeah. So why do you do it? Katsuki asked, betraying nothing. There was a reason, Izuku knew. There had to be for such crazy, unthinking, stupid, reckless, immoral behavior. Built on endangerment and deceit. I don't know, Kaken. I just want to. Izuku hated himself. Hated how he yearned to grab another. I'm horrible. There was silence. Izuku spied movement from the corner of his eyes. Izuku turned towards him. Saw that Katsuki's shoulders were shaking. Kaken? Then, it spilled out peals of bright, open laughter. Katsuki threw his head back and laughed and laughed and laughed. Barking, straight from his chest, with eyes that squinted in mirth forming little wrinkles in the corner. Izuku was perplexed and captivated. Kaken is really different when he is drunk. He thought. Izuku subscribed it to memory. Kaken, you're making fun of me, I think. Katsuki jumped off the wall and faced Izuku, with a mean grin spreading wildly on his face. "Damn right I'm making fun of you." He pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. "You really are so stupid, Izuku." Izuku smiled, unsure. "You have no clue what's going on in that stupid head of yours." Katsuki knocked lightly on his skull. "Cut it out, Kaken." Izuku chuckled, shaking the offending hand away. "Where is this going? Look, you may have monologued at each other during battle or whatever, but I actually spent days chillin' with that psycho back when he still had his wits about him." Izuku's eyes widened. "I forgot. And let me tell you right now, you go to the other side and tell Tamura FNG Shigaraki that every time you smoke you cry? Because you're not, what? Trying your best to stay alive and healthy? Bah." Katsuki barked disbelievingly. "I bet he would crawl back up to Earth because he's for sure in hell and kill you himself. Considering his den stunk of weed and tobacco." Katsuki laughed again, descending into another fit. Izuku flushed. "It does sound stupid. You're so in your demon head you've lost touch with reality, you Deku. Ever think you just want to smoke because you've developed a nicotine addiction?" Izuku gasped. "It's not that simple. Right? It is that simple, you moron. All my friends can't let that shit go. It's fucking normal." Izuku was lost in thought. Katsuki laughed again. It snapped Izuku back down to earth. "I'm never telling you anything again, Kaken, if you keep being rude." Izuku snapped, genuinely. Katsuki ceased his giggles with much effort. "Huh, then who'll tell you you're being stupid? Anyways, Shigaraki probably just meant you should never give up, dumbass. God, you never see what's right in front of you. Never take yourself into account." Izuku's eyes widened. His hand touched his pocket at the outline of the pack. Katsuki sighed. "Come on, gimme one." Izuku gasped. "You smoke, Kaken?" He sneered. "Course not. Not gonna ruin my lungs like the other extras." Izuku frowned. "So, why do you want one?" Katsuki got impatient. He leaned forward, reached his hand into Izuku's back pocket. Stuck it all the way inside. If Izuku had not been leaning, his knees might have given out, at the feel of Katsuki's hand, Kaken's hand over there. Katsuki fished the pack out. Picked one out. Stuck it in his lips. Fished another one out. Stuck it in Izuku's. "One is not gonna kill me, idiot. I'll take it with you to prove a point or whatever." Izuku lit his own, then reluctantly lit Katsuki's. They breathed in together, then exhaled. Then again. "So?" Izuku asked. Katsuki hummed. "Not too bad on top of the alcohol. Maybe the extras had a point." Izuku laughed. "Bright and easy and genuine. You don't think it's a disgusting habit?" "Yeah, it definitely is." Katsuki turned to Izuku with a slanted grin. "But it's kinda hot too." Izuku flushed and he just had to look away. Heart racing. They continued smoking. "I'm having a smoke break with Kaken." "Oh," Izuku thought, "how far we've come. So, what's the deal with you and Eli?" Izuku asked as the flame came closer and closer to the butt. Katsuki hummed. We're not together. Kaken? What? That makes no sense. What are you? Katsuki hummed in thought. Izuku admired the small smile growing on his lips, even if it made the pit in his stomach grow deeper. We're not in a relationship. But it's fun. I'm having fun. Okay. They killed the cigarettes. Sometimes I think that no one knows me better than you do. I want to talk to you more, Kaken. Katsuki jerked up. And for a second his expression was unschooled. And he looked undone. Izuku's tongue moved on its own. Will you please stay in Japan? It was the most selfish thing Izuku had ever done. 2 years, 3 months since the dinner. A meaningful conversation. I'm going to stay in Japan. Okay. Eli responded. Katsuki looked up at him. He was lying down in bed, and Eli was beside him, sitting up. Wanna join my agency? As a loan? Eli turned to him and smiled. Sure. That was 2 months ago. Katsuki waited impatiently in front of the Miho shrine, tapping his feet impatiently on the gravel. Sorry, Kaken. Came a booming voice. It was so early in the morning that Katsuki didn't bother to bite back in anger. Whatever. His platitude was broken by a yawn. Are you tired, Kaken? You're tired? Nope. Izuku said brightly, and sure enough the little nerd didn't look fazed. He was clad in hiking gear, a loose white t-shirt, long-sleeved black compression shirt underneath, walking boots, and a huge backpack. He looked 16 again. Let's go then. When Izuku contacted him and said he wanted to go hiking to celebrate his birthday, Katsuki's first response was, sure. After all, there was much worse he could do with his time compared to the Mihono Matsubara Pine Grove and Coastal Walk. It was a bright and sunny day for July, and if these conditions keep up they may even be able to see Mount Fuji. Worth it. That's why Katsuki agreed. Katsuki led the way. Why'd you want to hike on your birthday anyways? Katsuki asked. Izuku hummed. I remember you said you liked hiking. Katsuki flared with irritation. It's not my birthday, moron. We should do what you want to do. His relationship with Izuku since he had moved back to Japan had been okay, no thanks to Katsuki and all thanks to Izuku. Somewhere between his busy life as a UA teacher, a part-time hero, and a full-time boyfriend, Izuku found plenty of energy to call Katsuki, talk about his day, initiate coffees and lunches and dinners. It was totally weird. But when Izuku suggested a hike for a birthday, no less, Katsuki didn't have the heart to refuse. After all, if the conditions stay clear they might be able to see Mount Fuji, he reminded himself as a matter of fact. How are your parents? Izuku asked as they walked through the pine trees along the shore. Not unlike the pine groves of El Refugio, Katsuki thought with a sense of ease. They're good. Hag is always bugging me to come over. How's your mom? She's good. I see her every weekend. She bugging you about marriage and kids yet? Katsuki winced. Why would I ask that? He suddenly realized he did not care about Izuku's marriage and Izuku's kids. The boy in question laughed. You'd think so, but Mom is very adamant that I'm too young to get married anytime soon. I guess it's because she got married so young. Right. Katsuki relaxed. They walked along the path in a pleasant mixture of companionable silence and light chatter. How are things with Eli? Every time anyone asked Izuku about his relationship, he would turn to them with the same smile each time and it's great. And it pissed Katsuki off. Out of spite, he decided to be honest. Our relationship is weird, is what he says, and Izuku turned to him abruptly. In what way? He asks eagerly. DMN gossip. We're not together. Okay. Spit it out, Deku. Katsuki thought in irritation, but held himself back. Let the moron come to his own conclusions, he thought. But you live together? Yeah. And you work together? Yup. So why are you not together? Against all instincts, Katsuki opened his mouth. Out of spite, he reminded himself. I like Eli. He's fun or whatever. And things are more natural than it had been with Atsuo. But I dunno, it's not like we talk. Izuku was silent for a moment. What do you mean? How can you spend all day with someone every day and not talk? I bet all you do with pink cheeks is talk about your fucking feelings, Katsuki thought derisively. We play around, or tease, or work together on some kind of project. But nah, we don't talk. Not about our issues, or feelings, or anything like that. That's why we're not together. Izuku hummed in thought. I don't really get it. Not all relationships need to look like yours, Izuku. Katsuki commented with a touch of bitterness. Stupid idiot. But you just said it wasn't a relationship. Smart butt. I'm gonna throw you over the edge into the rocks. Okay, sorry. They continued walking. Every couple of hours they stopped and took a break. Drinking water, enjoying the scenery, catching their breath. Izuku had not broken even a bead of sweat, and Katsuki hated him for it. Katsuki was enjoying himself enough, and somewhere along the path he wondered, is this me enjoying my time with Izuku, the person? Had he become a person to me now? A friend? The Suruga Bay opened before them and Izuku gasped. Wow. Katsuki turned and saw Izuku's eyes were wide and shimmery. Katsuki opened his mouth, but a sharp inner voice snapped at him. It's none of our business. He's a normal friend. Friends who go on hikes together and make pleasant, mundane conversation. Friends who catch up. Friends who... Because while Katsuki forced himself away from their island, someone let Izuku think it was completely normal to sob over every cigarette because he thought he was killing himself. While Katsuki was fighting villains and visiting Duomos, and drinking wine, Izuku was crying alone. Look, I've been thinking about what you said at my birthday. Katsuki said he had to. Izuku did not turn to him. He continued walking along the path. Oh, what did I say? Izuku asked maturely. About Shigaraki's last words to you. Izuku did not betray any emotion, but his plain expression was enough to really irritate Katsuki. It was an immutable fact that, after all these years, Izuku was still one of the most dishonest people Katsuki knew. Shuto and Aijuru wore their hearts on their sleeves. Eli and Izuku buried theirs so deep within their ribcage that only surgery could unearth their true intentions. But Katsuki loved a challenge. He said, "Dear Diamond best, right?" Katsuki asked. "Why bring it up, Kaken?" Izuku asked, and he just sounded so adult. Like a teacher talking to a student. 27 years old now. Well, I'm worried. Katsuki wasn't supposed to be worried about Izuku. He had established that at after-dinner drinks with Shuto 2 years ago at X2. He can't help himself. You don't need to worry about me. Izuku said brightly, fakely, damn it. Don't you want to know what I'm worried about? Katsuki asked. Izuku paused. Then nodded. I think you might be misinterpreting it. Izuku turned to him abruptly. Confused but also irritated. Katsuki thought, finally. Irritated was better than blank. Better than plain. I don't think I am. So. Katsuki raises a brow. You're happy? I have 2 jobs that I love. My passion. I have a girlfriend that likes me. I make time for all my friends, for my mom. Every component of my life is good, and nice, and tidy. He's trying to sound just so grown up, Katsuki thought with a wrinkle of his nose. It's nauseating. You know you gotta feel a little bad to feel actual happiness, right? Izuku scoffed. What do you know about it? He asked. This time Katsuki laughed. It was full on and hearty. Yeah, you're right. Who am I to give you a lecture? I'm not fucking happy either. But at least I'm honest about it. I am happy. Izuku insisted, latching on to Katsuki's either. Oh, so, you cry every time you take a cigarette break because you feel guilty about giving yourself cancer, but you're happy, right? Sardonic. Izuku was silent. And Katsuki wondered whether he went too far. Stupid. And he steeled himself to return to pleasant platitudes and talks of the weather for the rest of the way. It's Izuku who spoke first, and Katsuki winced in anticipation. I interpret do your best as be grateful for everything I have. Be mindful every day I wake up, and every time I sleep. Cherish my blessings. That's it. Katsuki pondered on that. And the rebuttal made home on his tongue. He wondered whether he should let them tipple out. Deku is not our responsibility. Katsuki continued walking. How would you interpret it? Izuku asked. And they fell. You don't have enough. Sorry. Katsuki stopped and turned around. The sun was behind him, and it illuminated Izuku. His wind-blown messy hair, his scars, his stupidly nostalgic outfit. It made him look You shouldn't be grateful, you should think that you don't have enough. You should go out of your way to be as happy as possible. That's doing your best. Katsuki turned back around. In my opinion. And walked further up the path. Izuku followed. A few hours later they arrived at the peak of the hike, surrounded by unique rock formations and tide pools. The rhythmic sound of waves was soothing, Katsuki thought. Appreciated. The smell of salt water was so potent that if he closed his eyes he would be right back at a seaside cantina, with Izuku Midoriya sitting close and nerding out. He walked over to the bench. I need a break. And he wasn't embarrassed. They sat and sipped on their water. Katsuki's heart was heavy, and he thought it might overflow at the slightest of nudges. He spoke next in a small, smooth voice. It all makes sense now. Izuku turned to him. What? What happened 2 years ago? Izuku was startled, and Katsuki just had to look away. What? At the dinner, a month after you got your suit. With Class A. Katsuki kept his gaze tracked on the rocks. Something felt off to me and I didn't like it. It was like, you had a new attitude to life, I dunno. I was used to you being all ambitious and obsessive, but you'd calmed down, settled. But I was still there, trying to chase something long gone. He let that sit between the two of them. Katsuki sighed. I'm not gonna say your philosophy is wrong. I might have thought so 2 years ago, but it's your life. People grow and change, so live it how you see best. It felt like goodbye. And I'll do the same. Izuku was silent. Until he wasn't. Is it because I wanted to become a teacher? Katsuki laughed. You know, I hated it when you told me that. I was set off. Drank with Shuto after and complained all about it. Katsuki found the courage to turn to Izuku, to meet his indecipherable, plain gaze with his soft ones. And smiled. But I get it. I really got it when we fought together at El Refugio. You're a teacher. It's not just your profession. It's who you are. And, don't say it, the teenager raged. I reckon I was your first student. A stray leaf flew in the wind. Got lodged in Izuku's curly hair. Katsuki reached up, picked it out. Letting it graze Izuku's scarred cheek as he pulled back. You taught me how to be a hero. And now I gotta figure out the rest myself. He couldn't bring himself to continue staring at Izuku. So, he looked ahead at the rolling tide and decided to smile softly. I'm here for you, Izuku, and I always will be. If you ever need anything. Anything. I'm sorry for leaving, left unsaid but spoken nonetheless. It was okay to leave, Katsuki thought in silence as he turned back to the beating waves. If you were happy. Are you? 2 years 5 months since the dinner. Are you happier than yesterday? Izuku had a mission. It was with Tenya, Kaminari, and Momo. An auspicious group. A small earthquake along the coast caused a suspension bridge to collapse. Izuku had just finished with his classes and happened to be 15 minutes away by suit. It was good, honest work. He coordinated with Tenya initially and managed to rescue everyone away from the premises. Then he slowly but surely cleared the debris with Momo. Kaminari showed up near the end to sort out the power grid. All in all, done and dusted. So, as Izuku sipped on his third drink of the night with his friends at Momo's lavish apartment, he felt fulfilled and relaxed. When was the last time you guys fought an actual villain? Kaminari asked. Momo hummed. Maybe a month ago? Kaminari scoffed. Yes, same. Maybe I'll move to the States like Katsuki. I mean, people still talk about that fight in Italy. Tenya chopped at Kaminari's head. He's aggressive when he's tipsy, Izuku thought with amusement. Being a hero is not about fame. Kaminari rubbed his head. Geez, I know. I'm just joking around, Prez. I am not the president of anything, so you shouldn't call me that. But Izuku could see that Tenya's cheeks were flushing red even in the dim lighting. They fell into companionable silence. Actually, Tenya said, and Izuku turned towards him. I had an interesting conversation with Todoroki recently. I wonder if you guys would be able to contribute. Momo perked. Oh, sounds interesting. Go ahead, Ida. Tenya cleared his throat. Well, it was a bit strange. He asked me what's the happiest I've been, and I'm curious what you all have to say. Izuku hummed and thought. The table was silent. For several moments. Momo broke it. Mine is a recent memory. A warm smile overtook, and Izuku was captivated watching with wide eyes. I went to a concert with Kyuka, and we had a blast. I have never drunk so much in my life. Or let so loose. It was really, really good music. I can't remember the last time I felt so free. Even Kaminari smiled at that bright and toothy. That was the ruin and reverie, right? Arg, so jealous, I begged her to give me the extra ticket. Momo laughed at that. Well, too bad. I got there first. She taunted, teasingly. Momo's really changed since Ueha? Well, mine is quite recent too, I think. Kaminari commented. My sister had a baby 2 years ago, and man, 2-year-olds are so cute. Momo gasped. No, they are not. My nephew is a nightmare. No, my little angel Suzuki is the sweetest little girl. She never makes a fuss, and absolutely adores me. It's nice to be able to chill with her and shower her with affection. When I first held her, God, it was like I love her as much as I'd love my own kid, you know. Another warm smile. And Izuku, so wide-eyed. What about you, Midoriya? Tenya asked. Izuku flinched. He hadn't even given it a proper thought. Izuku searched his memories. Happiest? He searched and searched and searched. What does it even mean? To be happy? There were many moments in his teaching career when he'd felt happy when he received goodbye letters from students telling him how much he had taught them. For example, during his relationship with Ochako, there were even more moments. Their first kiss. The first time they slept with each other, shy and fumbling. But they all blended together into a mosaic. Nothing stuck out. You gotta feel a little bad first to feel actually good. Katsuki had said to him. Why did that pop out now? The table had been silent for a bit too long. I suppose, when I got one for all from All Might? Izuku offered, but his heart wasn't in it. Come on dude, that was so long ago. Kaminari complained in jest. And the conversation moved. Evolved. Izuku left after he finished that drink. Suited on and flew away. But rather than heading towards his apartment, he went to his rooftop. The weather had turned. It was spitting rain and the wind was picking up. He ought to go inside. This feels like a storm. But he perched himself on the railing and let himself feel it. What's the happiest I've been? He asked himself and closed his eyes. Rain and wind. Wind and rain. This feels familiar. His heart sank. He wasn't there anymore, on a nondescript rooftop at the edge of the city. He was at the heart of war, minds split between Shigaraki, between Tenko, and the vestige of All Might nestled his consciousness. His shape was becoming firmer and firmer. He couldn't breathe. Izuku hardly remembered how he had felt in that very moment, with his mentor's life slipping through his fingers. The feeling of wind and rain pelting his skin. But he did remember when he turned around. To the coffin. And he was there. Izuku's breath had stuck. Lodged in his throat. And he couldn't breathe in the present either, against the storm of tonight. Kaken had launched himself towards Izuku, and Izuku stopped worrying. Worrying whether his friend was alive, worrying about All Might's fate. It was going to be fine. Izuku hadn't been grinning ear to ear, laughing, or feeling any real sort of joy. There was no time. It was so long ago. And what exactly does it say about Izuku, if he needs to be at war to be happy? Izuku stirred with a jolt and flew. Not towards his apartment. Towards Ochako's. He knocked on the well-lit window, happy that she was still awake. Ochako opened it. Izuku? I wasn't expect. Are you okay? Izuku walked through the window and into her lovely apartment. It was pink and beautiful, and she was beautiful. Izuku, you're crying. What happened? Was it the mission? No, Ochako, I just need to talk to you about something. She stiffened all over. and led him to her sofas. Izuku took the suit off, leaving him in his work trousers and button shirt. "What's up, Izuku?" Ochako asked casually. "I just wanted to ask if you're happy." Izuku so wanted to avoid her gaze, but he knew that was the coward's way out. So, he looked at her. And she appeared irritated and confused. "You came all the way here unannounced, crying, to ask me if I'm happy?" Izuku gulped. "Yeah. I was having drinks with Tenya and it came up, so I wanted to ask you. What's the happiest you've been?" he asked. She relaxed a tad. Well, if you're just curious, I guess I'd need to think about it." "But what would you say?" Izuku gulped. "I couldn't answer." She was once again as stiff as a plank. "Really?" Izuku hummed in agreement. "Really? I guess it'd have to be from when I had one for all." There he had said it. The admission felt like poison on his tongue. And saying it out loud made him feel bad. Ungrateful. He loathed himself. You need to feel a little bad before. "Well, I guess that makes sense. For me, I would say it was after graduation, when I started up my agency and the quirk counseling." There was something sad in her voice. And would you say you're getting happier? Making happier memories than that? With me?" Izuku left unsaid. Ochako jerked, revealing her full face expression to Izuku. "She's crying." Izuku instinctively moved closer and brushed them away. She let him, but only for a second before she whacked his hands away. "Be straight with me, Izuku. You're being cruel. We haven't had a meaningful conversation in months, and now you come unexpectedly, which you've never done before, and ask if I'm, what? Happy with you?" She thinks I'm breaking up with her, Izuku thinks. Am I? Izuku blanched. I don't really know where I'm going with this. These are just thoughts I had. And I don't want to keep them from you. Ochako's anger fell away, and she slumped forward. They were awfully close. "I need to be with you," she whispered. Oh, so small were her words. Izuku's heart sank. "Why?" he asked. I just think it's right. It feels right." And Izuku understood. His hands reached for her face, cupped her cheeks, and pulled her towards him. So that they were eye to eye. "Ochako," he said equally as softly, "I think, every day I spend with you I realize how amazing you are. You are the epitome of heroism to me, the way you put others above yourself. The way you take care of me when nobody else does, not even myself. I loved All Might because he was a hero who could smile no matter the situation. But you're the hero who strives to make others smile. And I love that. I love you." She sniffed mightily. Izuku forced out urgently, "I just don't think we're making happier memories. Feeling new joy. Beyond admiration." Now his own tears flowed. He loathed himself. I want to be as happy as possible too. He thought. I want to do my best. I'm really, really sorry, Ochako. She sobbed. I need you to stay. And his heart broke. Am I doing the right thing? He was ready to take it all back. Why? He whispered. She was quiet, almost too quiet for him to hear. I feel her when I'm with you. But not quiet enough for him to miss. 2 years 7 months since the dinner. 3 little birds. Katsuki woke up and felt like sheet. The conversations of last night flashed through his mind unpleasantly, like a hangover. Aching what needn't be ached, tensing what should never be tensed. Katsuki settled himself right in the center of his king-sized bed, left uncommonly empty today, of course, it's empty today, and sighed. He reached for his phone. Are you nearby? Morning. Nah, I'm up in Tokyo planning for a mission. What's up? Katsuki could ask him to come down, but that made him feel needy and pathetic like a teenager calling their friends over for boy advice. Erg. Katsuki scrolled, after typing a never mind to Iger. Are you free today? It was a Saturday after all, so Katsuki had his hopes. Air conditioner hero. Yes, I am. Do you want to do something together? Katsuki relaxed. Then, Katsuki scrolled even further, found what he was looking for, and clicked on Deku. Feel sick today, got a rain check on lunch. We'll reschedule. With that, he dropped his phone on his mattress with a thud. Shudo arrived 2 hours later, And by then Katsuki had dragged himself out of bed, vacuumed his entire house, cleaned all the surfaces, put on the rice, started steaming some fish and vegetables, and if anyone were to walk into this they might have thought that today must be one of Explosion Hero Dynamite's most productive days. Katsuki buzzed Shudo in. "Hello," Shudo said as he walked inside. "Sup?" Katsuki walked away. "Have you had lunch yet?" "No, are you cooking?" Katsuki hummed. "I brought some grapes. They are very expensive, so they must be nice." Shudo walked up to the open-plan kitchen and dropped a paper box teeming with ruby grapes on the counter. Katsuki peered inside. DMN thoughtful gift. And suddenly he was very glad that the first thing he did that morning was pick up the phone and reach out to someone. "Thanks," Katsuki said. He checked on the fish, opening the lid just a tad, and felt Shudo's eyes on him. "Is everything okay?" Katsuki hummed in agreement. "Where's Eli? Is he out?" "He's gone." "Ah." The fish was done, the vegetables were done. The rice had been done for a few minutes now. No reason not to sit down and eat, which they both did methodically. "So, did you two have a fight? Or is it over?" Shudo asked evenly. Katsuki continued chewing and mulled over the question in this time. "Both. Is that right though?" "Well, I dunno. It wasn't a fight. It was a proposition discussion," Katsuki said instead. Shudo's face remained blank. That's what made him so easy to talk to, Katsuki thought as he watched his companion carefully. Talking to Shudo Todoroki was like talking to a brick wall. He didn't judge, didn't betray his emotions at whatever you had to tell him, he just simply absorbed. "I'm very curious. Would you like to talk about it, or like me to take your mind away?" Shudo asked. "I believe this may be a typical breakup situation, even if you two were never really together. So, I suppose ice cream is in order." Katsuki physically recoiled, face twisting into a disgusted sneer. "I'd rather talk than whatever nightmare you just described," Katsuki hissed. Shudo nodded. "So, bring." Katsuki squinted an eye in confusion. "Are you expecting someone?" Shudo asked. "Nah. I'll get it." Shudo was closer to the door and disappeared into the genken. Meanwhile, Katsuki began collecting the dishes. So, imagine Katsuki's surprise when he turns away from the sink and there's Izuku. Perhaps the one person he didn't want to see today. Katsuki's brow crimped in irritation. Izuku said, dropping the bag in his arms on the counter, "You don't look sick," he accused. Katsuki scoffed. "You idiot. People say that as code when there's something going on in their lives." Katsuki barked, and thought this might be the first bit of energy he's been graced with all day. Izuku flushed. "Well, I didn't know that." Izuku insisted. "So, I brought over soup and mapo tofu." Katsuki dried his hands and walked over to the counter. "If you made it then I don't want it, salaryman." Izuku bristled. I made the soup and it's really good. And I got mapo tofu from that place by UA that you really liked." Katsuki softened. "Yeah, fine, you can stay." Izuku stiffened. "Don't go doing me a favor or anything, I can leave if you." Katsuki flicked Izuku's forehead, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Don't make me change my mind." And with that, Katsuki had a new guest. "Let's make these fuckers some tea." Katsuki swung his cabinet open with a vengeance and grabbed a teapot and 3 cups. By the time he walked into the living room, his guests had made themselves at home. "Have some demon tea if you're gonna overstay your welcome." Katsuki slammed the tray on the coffee table. "You invited me?" Shudo asked, deadpan. Izuku looked around uncomfortably. "So, if you're not sick, is everything okay, Kakin?" he asked. Katsuki poured himself a cup. "Whatever. Eli went back to the US today." Izuku's lips fell, eyes widening in understanding. "Will he come back?" Shudo asked. "Or maybe you will go back with him, to work in his firm?" Katsuki resolutely looked away from Izuku, relegating him to the shadows of his periphery. "No, I'm not going back." "Good," Izuku said instantly. Katsuki kept his eyes tracked on the steam spiraling from his cup. "So, why'd you break up?" Shudo asked, and Katsuki flared with irritation. "We weren't together," he snapped. All right. There was a silence. And Katsuki sighed. Fucking hate this. He looked up at Shudo. It's all your fault. He cleared his throat. Shudo Todoroki and his stupid but advice. Making me spiral. Izuku beat him to it. You told me last time that you don't really share things with each other. Is that relevant? Katsuki glanced up, and sure enough Izuku was smiling gently, eyes wide and encouraging as if Katsuki were once of his students, friends. Katsuki scoffed, but was glad that his shoulders felt lighter, if only by a little bit. Heh, if we just kept not sharing, this whole mess would have been manageable. Katsuki barked. Sheet was just peachy with us not sharing. And if that wasn't the truth. Eli was a warm presence, who never asked questions about his scars, about how he felt about his memories, about his fellow soldiers, about Deku. He asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to go dancing? Want to go hiking? Want to take this mission? And he kissed Katsuki with a real purpose and force, and Katsuki didn't have to think about intimacy with him. About the right thing to do. He just did it. Well, that was that. And completely and utterly over now. Because Eli had to open his mouth. You opened up to him? Shudo asked. Nah, flashes of last night assaulted Katsuki's vision for a moment, lingering. He asked me to move permanently to the US. Izuku essayed in a breath, and even Shudo stiffened. He's fucking ambitious. I never thought he'd stay forever, but what even happened to get to this point? He's ambitious, and it goes demon deep. I didn't even notice. Don't know how I couldn't see it coming. A lull of silence. Shudo was the one to break it. This makes no sense. Katsuki grumbled in frustration. Fine. He asked me to move the US with him because I dunno. He has some strong views about the world. He's not a fan of hawks, and the HPSC despises them. I didn't even find out until last night. He thinks that the Japanese heroes and hero system don't do enough to bring other countries to speed. Spread our blessings or whatever. Katsuki purposefully looked at Izuku as he finished, bringing his teacup to his lips and watching the teacher the symbol of Japanese heroism through the steam. He thinks what we're doing is not enough. That we're not bothering to get involved in global issues. He thinks any differences in American society are all for show, and everyone remembers. Katsuki took a deep breath. He remembers how quick their government was to give in to all for one. That it sent a message to American hero society. Villain society. Of weakness. It revealed a crack that will grow and grow, and everything will implode. Then you add in singularity quirks, and he thinks it's all a shitshow waiting to happen. Katsuki watched Shudo carefully. The number 2 hero. Of the safest country in the world. He didn't like how laid back all of us are. He thinks that our war, it was just the beginning. The US heroes have always been privatized and competitive, like our system was. It has its problems, alright, but he kept going on and on about how the party is gonna nationalize the hero firms by using all for one as an excuse. Turn M into soldiers. He wants to stop it before it gets to that. Katsuki let that sit between them. Right. Shudo said. Katsuki's heart clenched painfully. He couldn't help but think, again, he did not want Izuku here. He made sure to uninvite him. He made sure to cancel their plans. Because that idiot, who knows how he'd take Eli's passionate, croaky screams. His wide, frantic eyes as he shouted at Katsuki the night before about how things aren't right. Katsuki. The world's not good. You know it. You're not just some veteran, playing pretend with his friends. Like him. Deku didn't deserve to hear this sheet. I didn't need to hear. Katsuki looked up. Izuku had that stupid, plain face. The one that Katsuki could never decipher, not at 6, not at 13, not at 15, 16, or not at and certainly not now. Katsuki's eyes stung. His fingers went instinctively to his watch, the ticking time bomb that rings every now and then when his heart thumps irregularly, when it threatens to break free from its cage and embarrass him in front of everyone. What did he want from you? Shudo asked. Katsuki's eyes latched onto him. How could that BSRD be so calm and collected right now, he thought. But thankful, nonetheless. Izuku opened his mouth and Katsuki thought he might say something. But it clamped shut, and he turned towards Katsuki expectantly. He wants me to join his fucking underground network. Move over there and fight in his war. And I dunno, there was a whole lot of nothing. And everything. Please come with me. Join us. Do something with your life again. And Katsuki's eyes shook. I think he's being unfair. And what a surprising thing that was for Izuku to say. Katsuki raised a brow. Oh. Izuku turned to him with a firm stare, brows set in stone. Why would you fight his war for him? Izuku asked, perplexed. A thick coiling of something in his stomach. Something unpleasant. Because it's the right thing to do? Katsuki suggested. You've done enough, Kaken. Izuku said indignantly. And Katsuki's face immediately fell into indignant curiosity, brow raised. I squinted, scrutinizing the war hero on his sofa, who never understood the concept of enough when it came to himself, but here he was preaching it to Katsuki. You're kidding, right? Who are you to say that, huh? Katsuki laughed, and though he did not intend it to be warm, it sounded like that anyways. It bloomed in his stomach, like the yellowest yellow sunflowers. He's literally clueless. I can complain about carjackers and shoplifters, but when push came to shove, Katsuki turned lazily to Shudo and held his gaze meaningfully. Stupid, hingy advice, over shitty but beer. When push comes to shove, I can't do it. I can't go to war for him. I can't leave our peace behind. I can't go all in for him. Give him everything. You get it, Erkan? Do you love him, Kaken? Izuku asked. Katsuki kept looking at Shudo. If I loved him, I wouldn't be here. I'd be on that plane to New York. But I don't love him. Katsuki returned to his drink. But I could have, you know. Such a stupid thing to say. I could have gone all in. It could have been total victory. But he didn't. Coward. There was a lengthy stretch of silence. He couldn't do it. Not for him. And how hopeless was that? Well, it's a breakup situation after all, was Shudo's intelligent contribution to the conversation. Katsuki thought with a roll of his eyes. I don't think you two were right for each other, said Izuku, and Katsuki choked on a laugh. He raised a disbelieving brow at Izuku, who still had his brow crimped determinedly. Well, if Mr. Fing Right isn't the one for me, then I should probably give up. Katsuki joked and laughed mirthlessly. In his journey towards total victory, Katsuki cut Izuku the symbol out and let the man into his living room while Katsuki debriefed about his love life. Katsuki had sought romance and found a sweet surgeon in a stuffy auction. He tried going dancing, tried listening to new music, tried traveling the world, He even found a boy who was just playful enough to err on the side of passion. Of chemistry. A boy who could deliver perfect victory to him on a platter. A new obsession gift wrapped in luxurious paper and a silken bow, begging for Katsuki to open and accept. Yet here he was. Not exactly brave enough to grasp the one-way plane ticket to New York that sat idle on his bedside table. Katsuki thought, mirthlessly, what exactly is the difference between himself and the Izuku of that dinner? Turning away from endless violence because of, what? Lethargy? Cowardice? All Katsuki knew with certainty was the shape of the weight in his stomach, wholly unpleasant. And the sting of knowing his apartment would be completely empty in a few hours. The three tittered around for a few hours, and it was Shudo who said next thing of worth. Should we get some drinks? Katsuki could stomach a few drinks in social situations, sitting in a bar, catching up with his rowdy friends, or at some kind of party. Not with three unlikely people sitting in his empty living room. Usually. Right now, he thought, what the hell, yeah? There's a store across the street, let's pick something up and bring it back. Katsuki jumped off the sofa and towards his coat rack. Izuku, you in? Izuku had been distracted for much of his time in Katsuki's apartment, but at the direct address he perked. Drinks? Yeah. Sure. They both bundled up in their jackets and left. Made quick work to run over to the convenience store. Wine? Shudo asked, and Katsuki thought, why the nut, huh? Shudo picked up a few cheap bottles of drivel and placed it in Katsuki's basket. Izuku came over, dropped a handful of chocolates, chips, and other junk food on top. Katsuki wrinkled his nose. You seriously eat this sheet? Izuku flushed. Well, not everyone has time to cook every meal. He insisted. You eat this sheet instead of meals? Katsuki shouted, eyes squeezing into angry slits. Well, Izuku grappled for words. No. No, not by itself. I also buy no. Katsuki squinted, daring him to continue. Oodles. Izuku squeaked. Katsuki turned away in a huff and stomped over to the vegetable aisle. He chuckled enough broccoli, carrots, and leeks into his basket to cover the plastic garbage. I'm gonna force-feed him this entire thing tonight, just watch. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Katsuki stiffened. F-dash. Katsuki turned around, ever so slowly, and saw him. Teenager. Flushed. Both hands clamped against his mouth. Eyes wide and frantic. Katsuki gripped his basket fiercely in an attempt to not roll his eyes. Oh my god, he screeched. Great explosion murder god dynamite. Nope, Katsuki thinks, I can't do it. And sneers. I freaking love you, dude. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Can I please get a picture? You a fan? Katsuki bit out through clenched teeth. The boy nodded up and down, then up and down again. So hard that Katsuki thought his neck might snap off. Then guess, Katsuki snapped, what my answer is going to be? Katsuki waited for the wince. But the sparkle did not leave the boy's eyes. Well, but I'll leave you to it, Mr. Dynamite. Keep up the good work. He brandished a clenched fist, then turned away, mumbling, oh my god, oh my god. Katsuki quirked a brow. Oi kid. The boy turned around with a vengeance, and bounced back up to Katsuki. Yes? He screamed and Katsuki winced. Are you obsessed with me huh? I was just fucking rude to you and you didn't even blink an eye. Respect yourself. Katsuki snapped, bringing out his index finger to scold the boy. Go follow around Shudo or Uravity or something. I don't get it. You kidding me? The kid is all up in his face now. I love Dynamite the most because he's so honest. He's not like all those heroes who used to do shit for publicity, or someone who's kind for no reason. Katsuki's eyes widened. That's why I like you most of all. You're my favorite kind of hero. Katsuki sighed. One picture. And if you post it and suddenly everyone and their mom is a skin, me then you're dead. Got it. The boy started vibrating. And don't you swear. Katsuki snapped. He took the picture and left the boy in his wake. Paid, and soon enough he was walking down the street towards his apartment. Shudo 2 steps in front, and Izuku even further ahead. Heh. Favorite kind of hero? Katsuki could have laughed. That's hilarious. Katsuki's lips turned into a hesitant smile. A hesitant smile which bloomed into a genuine one. Then, a genuine smile grew into a toothy one. Ear to ear. Both sets of teeth bared. One step, then another, then another. The sun was setting orange. Katsuki stopped dead in his tracks. Perked his ear. Gone. He jogged up to Shudo, and Katsuki's arm lifted without his permission. Suddenly he wasn't Katsuki anymore. He was Aijiro, who had no qualms with casually slinging his arm over his friend's shoulders and pulling them close. Whispering conspiratorially in their ear. Katsuki's arm landed, and Shudo was stiff for only a second. He turned with a curious, small smile. You know, Aircon, Katsuki started, there might be owls out here tonight. Oh. Shudo asked curiously, how do you? I think heard him sing. They count as birds, right? Even though they're slightly freaky? It took Shudo a few seconds to understand why Katsuki would say such a strange thing, with such light eyes. After all, it had been such an insignificant conversation. Over 2 years had passed since that confusing night on a rooftop bar. When they had talked about what kind of hero Katsuki wanted to be over stale beers. Eventually, though, Shudo's eyes widened in understanding. And he laughed. Eyes crinkling at the sides. Oh right. He offered. Hey, what's? Katsuki's lifted towards Izuku, who had turned around. Izuku's eyes caught Katsuki's arm slung over Shudo's shoulder, then moved to their easy smiles. And he smiled hesitantly. What's going on? What are you talking about? Katsuki stepped over to Izuku, pressed a palm against his back and pushed him along the path to his apartment. None of your business, Deku. It was one of those nights where you could drink more and more and more, but your mind stayed clear. Katsuki had stumbled around the kitchen to make a hasty vegetable stir-fry, and demanded Izuku eat more than he should have. And then they had poured the rest of the wine into their overused cups. With every sip of bitter, blood-red slop, Katsuki fell deeper into his own skin. And while the room wasn't quite spinning and his words did not come out slurred, he felt a sense of calm that sobriety could never offer him. So, Katsuki really should not have been surprised when he woke up at 6 a.m. sitting upright with his left cheek pressed against the glass of his coffee table. Sunlight had begun streaming through his large windows. When he raised himself upright, anticipating the splitting headache and nausea, he was met instead with a wobbly imbalance. Still drunk? He turned over his shoulder and sure enough, Shudo was tucked into a throw blanket on Katsuki's three-seater. The Ice Prince was far too dignified to snore, so he laid there like a fucking vampire, Katsuki thought amusedly, fondly. Nope. The loud, guttural, nasal groans were coming from his right. From his two-seater, where Izuku was sprawled. He had one leg hanging off the armrest, and the other flung over the back. How the F is he knocked out like that? Katsuki thought. He crawled closer. Izuku's lips were open, just a centimeter. His chest rose and fell. Rose and fell. And Katsuki wondered about the supermarket. And thought about how often he thought of Izuku as one of the least honest people he knew. The kind of irresponsible guy to bury things under a smile, to forge on without ever really talking to himself, you know? To be completely indecipherable. Katsuki propped an elbow on the sofa seat and leaned. And watched. Do you even see Izuku as a person? Shudo Todoroki had asked Katsuki a long, long time ago, and Katsuki wondered about that question every day. Stupid fucking advice that Katsuki had used to restructure his entire life for the last 2 years. And, Katsuki did not want Izuku here today. Looking at Izuku's peaceful, sleeping form, hair ruffled to a style closer to how he looked in school, Katsuki's heart clenched, and he toyed with the heart rate monitor wrapped around his wrist. Wah! A build-up, a crescendo in his chest, and suddenly he couldn't breathe. Katsuki used an idle finger to brush away the curly hair falling gently on Izuku's forehead. After all, why shouldn't this scarred man be allowed to sleep? To go home to his girlfriend and have a normal life? Again, to remind you, Katsuki did not want Izuku here yesterday, not while Katsuki tried to process the thought of going to war again. For someone else. Couldn't do it, Deku, an ever so light whisper that may not have existed for anyone but Katsuki. Couldn't go to war for him. Katsuki knew the hero he wanted to be. The hero he was. Not someone like Izuku, who buried, and buried, and buried, to the point where he sobbed over the price of tobacco while Tamura Shigaraki ripped his hair out in hell, or would it be heaven, from wherever abused little kids who grow up to do terrible things go. Deku, who plastered plain expressions so that nobody could come in, was not the hero Katsuki wanted to be. Katsuki was a hero who was honest. And straightforward. And the birds had sung. He didn't want to be Izuku. To be a hero like Izuku. But Katsuki stared. Katsuki dipped into himself and tried to think. Wondered if he still wanted it regardless. To be Izuku Midoriya. To crawl into him, to stretch out so that Katsuki's fingers, chest, arms, legs, could fill out Izuku's skin. To make home in his ribcage, to be him, to be with Hai. Katsuki gasped. Is everything okay? He heard from behind him. Katsuki turned around and knew it would look weird. Being caught watching someone, a shared friend, who was in a long-term, committed relationship with his soulmate sleep. Then, turning around with thick streams of tears rolling down his face. Every voice within him, the child, the teenager, the young adult, the older adult, all uncommonly in sync, thought, my birds can sing and I'd still want him. Katsuki was like Izuku, after all, because he discovered perhaps he wasn't as honest with himself as he touted. And he proceeded to bury. 3 years since the dinner. And your birds can sing. Two roads diverged in a traditional Japanese restaurant. There was the table with Tenya, Shuto, Ajuru, Aoyama, and Shinso. This was the obvious choice. These were some of his closest friends, whom he hadn't caught up with in a long time. There was another table to the far corner. Secluded. 3 spaces empty, with Kaminari, Kirishima, and Jiraiya. Izuku had been standing at the door for a second too long. His legs moved on its own. 2 roads diverged in a traditional Japanese restaurant and Izuku took the one less traveled by. Towards Kirishima. Oh, Midoriya, joining us today? Kirishima smiled warmly and begged Izuku closer. Izuku settled on the floor cross-legged and leaned into Kirishima's friendly side hug. I wanted to catch up with you guys today. I can talk to Tenya, Shuto, Ajuru, Aoyama, and Shinso another time. Man, it's been a long time since a Class A dinner, huh? Kaminari said from across Izuku. Can you believe it's been, like, 3 years since you got your suit? Izuku smiled so warmly. So fondly. The suit felt like a second skin. It always had. Never once had it chafed. Yeah, I can't belie. Oh, there's Bakugu. Jiraiya interjected, and Izuku whipped around so fast that his neck cricked painfully. Katsuki was wearing comfy clothes, a black hoodie with black joggers that blended together seamlessly. His hair appeared freshly dried, but he still had remnants of eyeliner clinging to his waterline. Straight out of uniform, huh? Izuku watched eagerly as Katsuki scanned the room. He had been standing at the door for a second too long. 2 roads deep. Katsuki moved towards Ida, Tenya, Ajuru, and Shinso. Izuku's expectant smile became limp. There's no denying it now, he thought, irritated. Turning back to the table with a frown. Ah, we've been snubbed. Kaminari whined playfully. Ajuru laughed half-heartedly. Come on, we always tease him about talking to more people. Izuku wasn't the smartest when it came to social interactions, but that seemed to be said specifically for Izuku's benefit. Izuku watched Kirishima carefully. What do you know? He wondered. What did Kirishima know about Katsuki's recent rudeness? When Izuku had asked, coffee tomorrow, Katsuki had replied, can't. Busy. Fine. When Izuku had asked, coffee, anytime? Katsuki had replied, no, sorry, very busy time. Fine. When Izuku had asked, can I come over? Can you come over? Can we catch up? Should we go hiking? Can I see the agency? Can you come into UA? The answer? A resolute, unwavering. And now, Katsuki walked away from Kirishima, Kaminari and Jiraiya, his closest friends, to sit with Ajuru. Has he ever even talked to Ajuru? And Aoyama? Who Izuku knew Katsuki was still quite cold with. Sat with Chako, who had just moved to snag that final seat. Izuku watched her, and she seemed outwardly bright, jovial, energetic. But for the first time in a long time Izuku could not peer behind her mask. Dude, you okay? Kirishima asked. What do you know about Kakin avoiding me? Izuku thought, but didn't say. Instead, he plastered a wide smile and said, I'm great. Sorry, just zoning out. Kirishima watched him carefully. Izuku ordered katsudon, and was wholeheartedly teased by his tablemates for buying something so homely. Izuku stuffed his cheeks regardless of the jokes. And when he peeked over his shoulders to the other side of the room, he felt vindicated by the fact that Katsuki's table was not nearly as boisterous and as warm as his own. Heh. When he turned again during dessert halfway through a matcha mochi ice cream, Izuku watched Katsuki lean toward Shuto and whisper conspiratorially. Shuto, stony-faced, returned every remark. They sure are close. Katsuki and Todoroki have a really good relationship. Izuku jumped and turned towards Kirishima with a red face. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that aloud. Or to sound catty or anything. Kirishima chuckled. Don't worry, it didn't come off as catty. I'm just saying they suit each other as friends. It's like Katsuki riles Todoroki up, and Todoroki cools him down, you get me? Izuku nodded. Right, I totally see that. Exactly. When did Izuku start watching Katsuki again, from a distance? He was confused, but the teenager that lives within him. the 13-year-old. He was well equipped for this reality. Makes sense, he whispered. This one you can't get out of. Izuku thought resolutely as he walked to his third PRD Battle Studies class, where he would be teaching Class 1B. Explosion Hero. Dynamite had committed to this battle demonstration months prior, even before Izuku had barged into his house uninvited and listened to his breakup woes. Not a real relationship, Izuku reminded himself, can't break up if you weren't together. Not like himself and Ochako, who had not said a single private word to him since their separation. No matter how much Izuku poked and probed, Izuku walked in with an excited smile, slamming the door open. I'm here, 1B, he exclaimed. Wow. Haruta quirk. Liquefy gushed from the front row. You're in a super good mood today, Deku-sensei. Izuku rubbed the nape of his neck. I guess I am. It's a beautiful day. The sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It's perfect for you guys to go up against our pro. Oh, quirk. Luck rocked back and forth. Oh, who do we have coming in? The precocious, quiet Yua quirk, Chronoception from the back row groaned. Sensei, it's only fun for you because you get to watch. We're the ones getting our butts beat today. Izuku laughed, but stopped dead in his. The door inched open, and there he was in full uniform. Winter uniform, Izuku noted, even though summer was in full swing. Not giving them any chances, huh, Kaken? Izuku grasped for the right words, but they didn't come to him. Misa quirk, momentum tap screamed, joining the cacophony of excited whispers and exclamations. It's Dynamite. Wow. No. We're toast. Bring it on, old man. The F, did you just say? Izuku leapt forwards, pressed a palm against Katsuki's chest, Kaken's chest, to pull him back from his assault. Katsuki flinched the second Izuku made contact, and leapt back. And that Izuku was beginning to get irritated. So, how's this gonna go, teach? Katsuki asked. Well, Izuku cleared his throat, but found he couldn't even the crimp in his brow. I was thinking an all-out brawl. You can go at it as a class, or group up and try your best. I want to leave it open for you all to strategize. Tsumugi quirk, projection, also class president hummed. Izuku always kept an ear out for her. She's going to be great, he always thought, and turned to her expectantly. I dunno, Dynamite is a tough hero for sure. I don't want to be pessimistic, but we're only first years, and we started school 2 months ago. Katsuki scoffed, and Izuku turned to him in annoyance. You couldn't even take me on 2 months into you, Kaken. Let's not forget that. He turned to Tsumugi. I get why you're apprehensive, but that's why I thought we could get the whole class to. Sensei, Haruta interjected, I think we should still fight Dynamite, but maybe you can give as a demonstration first. Fight him in your suit and we can discuss all the tactics you used. Getting our butts beat doesn't teach us anything. The class broke into a cacophony of screams. Yes. Great idea. Can I bring my drone camera? Pretty please. Izuku waved his hand about and opened his mouth to retort. Katsuki beat him to it, with a loud laugh. Your sensei gave up trying to beat me a long time ago, kiddos. Not happening. And there it was again. A flash of irritation, burning straight through Izuku. He became stern. Became Deku-sensei. Haruta, good suggestion. Izuku's words came out stony. Serious. Focused. The class fell into complete and utter silence. Explosion hero, Dynamite, Izuku began, and Katsuki turned to him with a brow raised and eyes confused, and I will fight it out first. And Izuku left the classroom. Everyone to ground beta. The kids would be watching from the monitors. The streets were empty save for Katsuki and Izuku. Need to get him in the air. Izuku thought. Katsuki was very stable when airborne, perhaps the most stable hero in the circuit right now. But Izuku knew it would be a constant strain to Katsuki's explosions. Izuku, with his omnidirectional AI-enhanced thrusters having collected 3 years of data, had the airborne advantage. Izuku lunged first, activating foe smash at 30%. Katsuki dodged immediately, launching himself into the air, landing gracefully. You gotta try harder than that, Deku-sensei. Katsuki taunted. Izuku's brow crimped. Heat bubbled in his chest. Thrusters on. And he was flying. Katsuki was looking up at him, and he pointed 2 palms up at the sky. He's going full force. Izuku saw white. He didn't have to say anything. Meli steered him to the side with speed that rivaled One for All. Izuku was high, but Katsuki was staying close to the ground. Smash 60%. Izuku shouted loud enough for Katsuki to hear, angling it so that he could only dodge by. Moving right. Black whip. The synthetic, dark tendrils shot forward, catching Katsuki by the waist and pulling him up. Just like he had done through a calcium snowfall. Ah shit. Katsuki barreled towards Izuku. I need one good smash to the stomach. Izuku thought. Katsuki approached with a palm brandished. That Izuku had to dodge, Katsuki thought. Vindicated. Easy win. They would meet in the middle in 3, 2. Ha! Katsuki yelled. Izuku did not move. Did not dodge. He pulled Katsuki closer using Black Whip. The explosion hit Izuku square in the chest. He groaned in pain. Sustained damage. Meli yelled in his ear. At the same time, smash 80%. Izuku drove his fist into Katsuki's stomach. They blasted away from each other. Izuku stabilized midair, completely and utterly winded. His chest throbbing from the force and heat of Katsuki's explosion. Katsuki, too, righted himself 50 feet away. For a moment, neither moved. They caught their breath, suspended in the air. What the F was that, Izuku? Katsuki yelled. Rasped. Coughed. Izuku did not say anything. Instead, he fell into stance and clenched his fist. Locked in. You seriously? Trying to go all out? Coulda gotten seriously hurt. Are you effing stupid, taking on a blast like that to get a measly little hit in? Oh, this guy. Izuku dove. Katsuki threw a minefield of small explosions, making Izuku curve, dodge, and sway midair. He's trying to strain the AI. But Izuku sank into the suit's momentum, continuing to drive forwards. If you want to half-butt this, Kaken, then fine. But I'm all in, and Izuku had bypassed the minefield and aimed another smash. I'm gonna be the one who wins today. For a moment, Katsuki appeared stunned. But right before the smash landed, Izuku spied a turn of lips. A splitting grin. Katsuki blasts, flying higher in the air to escape Izuku's attack. But Izuku is hot in pursuit. You want to make this a fight for stability, Deku? Katsuki screamed. Suddenly his explosions disappeared. And Katsuki was free-falling. Before Izuku could blink, dynamite was below him. Fine. Katsuki aimed a palm, releasing a small, targeted explosion. Right at my left propulsion unit. Izuku knew if he dodged he would fall right into the cluster of nitroglycerin Katsuki had just scattered in his descent. Less than a second to react. Izuku flung himself into the cluster. And braced himself. Shields 100. And he was in a dome of fire. If I go into the cluster decisively, then he's open from 2 o'clock. Smash 100%. Deku, are you sure? Our shield will be comprom. Do it now. His palms revved up. He couldn't see Katsuki, but Izuku knew where he would be. The blasts licked at his cheek, and his skin smarted painfully. It brought tears to his eyes and elicited a loud groan directly from his chest. Arg! Izuku screamed. The smash fizzled away, and Izuku flew away, leaving the blast behind. And SED a deep, clean breath in. Sustained near critical health damage. Meli whispers in his ear. Deku WWI, what the foo you? Katsuki groaned in pain. You trying to damage the suit for a fucking demonstration? The F is going on with you? Katsuki stopped midair, but was in stance this time. No longer keeping his guard down. We're not talking, Kaken. Izuku rasped. We're fighting, so lock in. Why are we fighting? Izuku felt his irritation bubble over. BB, and spill, because you're a bad friend. Ha! SMA. No fucking way. Izuku's smash and Katsuki's AP met in the middle, cancelled each other out, and they both flew away from each other with fearsome speed. The new wind cut into the burns on Izuku's cheeks. Fiercely. Arg, he groaned. But righted himself. Flew towards Katsuki. Close range. Has to be close range. Because Izuku knew. I'm physically stronger than him. I'm not a bad friend, you're crazy and delusional. Katsuki screamed, flying away as Izuku begged closer. But Izuku was in hot pursuit. Katsuki flew high. Izuku flew higher, in chase. You've been icing me out. Don't lie, Kaken. Izuku aimed Black Whip, but Katsuki swerved. Yeah, and? And? A good friend wouldn't do that. Smash. Katsuki flung himself away in the very last second. So what? Katsuki sneered at Izuku, breathless. A mean grin cut through his expression. So what if I don't want to hang out, huh? Katsuki's fingers inched towards his gauntlet, and Izuku's eyes widened. You're just an extra. I don't need to hang out with you. Izuku inched to dodge. But, at the very last minute, it's a feint. Izuku stayed in place. The explosion hit. 3 paces to the right. I can read you like a book, Kaken. Katsuki scoffed, his brows scrunched in genuine frustration now. Why did you suddenly start avoiding me, Kaken? Katsuki flushed. And flew away. They danced in the air. Hitting, dodging, chasing, healing, reeling. Katsuki didn't answer. Matter of fact, Izuku rasped, why have you been so dim and hot and cold with me? For the last 3 years? Hit. Higher and higher. I don't owe you anything. Take the hint and leave me the heck alone. Katsuki yelled. Izuku could have laughed. Instead, he scoffed. I followed you around when you still shoved me into lockers. Don't think I'll give up with a bit of the cold shoulder. Katsuki's brows shot to his hairline. Answer me. Unless you're, Izuku searched for the exact right thing to say, unless you're scared. The gauntlet went off. And Izuku was sent flying. Suit at 40% capacity. Melly yelled. Izuku plowed forward. I'm not fucking scared. You're scared. You made the decision to live a full life. Pursue whatever you wanted to. Want to be a teacher? Fine. Want to settle down and have 10 kids and move to the mountains or whatever, go do it. But if you ain't trying to be the demon best, be number 1 damn it, then you're just a fucking extra to me. Izuku's eyes widened. What's so we're not friends because I'm a teacher? Katsuki scowled. That's not it. Izuku thought. You're so fake, Kaken. Izuku yelled and Katsuki reeled. He stopped midair, face fallen. Watching Izuku. You're so fake, Kaken. For the last 3 years you've never been honest with me. Meeting me as a courtesy, being all quiet, as if you're not saying what's on your mind. I effing hate it. Katsuki's mouth fell open in shock at the curse. I hate Ketchup-chan. What the hell? Katsuki muttered in utter bewilderment. You're dishonest. Katsuki was irritated. He dove, swinging his fist midair, connecting fiercely with Izuku's tender, burnt cheek. Arg! Izuku yelled in pain. Izuku grappled against Katsuki, and they were hand in hand now. Pushing and shoving and fighting for dominance. They might have been flying in the air, but don't be mistaken, this was nothing but 2 boys wrestling crudely. Hands grasped. Then, a palm shoving a face away. I'm dishonest? You, Katsuki caught his breath, you want the truth? I can't be honest with you. How can I? If I'm being for real then I'm fucking mean, and trust me you don't want to hear the shit I think of you, stupid Deku. The teenager buried in Katsuki's chest, it thrived. Yelled in glee. Cracked its knuckles. And what was Izuku right now, if not 16 years old and fighting tooth and nail for a single moment of glory? If I was honest I would have told you 3 years ago you're wasting your demon time with round face. But before then, that you see yourself as so DMN small that you lost your ambition. Ever since you gave up one for all you've been feeling so dim and guilty about living that you haven't been alive. You gave up on me, gave up on our fight, and gave up on giving a DMN about your worth. You're a dead man walking, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku gasped. That. He righted himself in the air. That's not true. Oh, you're one to talk. Izuku yelled instead, and Katsuki raised both brows in incredulity. You wanted me, quirkless, to chase after you? Make a demon fool of myself for 8 years. What? While you were the number 4 hero and I was in university? Forget it, Kaken. I didn't want to live like. Yeah? And what exactly did you do for 14 years of your fucking life before 1F? Izuku did not let him finish. No. I had everything I needed. Everything I had it at 17, at 18, at 25, and now. I have everything I need to be happy. Izuku pushed Katsuki away. I'm a liar? I'm fake? Heh. You're so dishonest it makes me feel sick, Deku. Sometimes you blank face stare at me and it makes me want to hurt you. They were stationary now, staring down at each other breathlessly. The small explosions at Katsuki's hands keeping him upright makes his skin feel blistering. It was painful. If you're so damn unhappy then, Katsuki paused, skiing in a new breath, then why are we fighting 400 feet up in the air? Why are you crying? Izuku sniffed. You gave up on being happy the second he died, Izuku. Softly. Izuku sobbed. I thought it'd be different with the suit. I thought you'd find that obsession again. That stupid but smile, those determined eyes. Desperation. I don't give a F if you wanted to continue teaching, if you gave it your all, damn it. Katsuki breathed in waspily. I waited 1 week. 2, 3, 1 month and we had that dinner and you walked away. You picked romance. You picked your 9-5, for F's sake. Instead of joining me. A crack in his voice. Izuku looked up and Katsuki's cheeks were dry, sure. But a fierce wind was blowing at his face. It picked the ripe tears straight from his eyes and dragged it away in its current. Nose red, sniffling. Katsuki continued, the day you walked away, I gave up on you. My life, my understanding of my hero, of dynamite, got turned upside down. How fucking embarrassing is that, huh? I was a skin myself, what kinda hero I am without you. Without our chase. But I've figured it out. By myself. Without you. Because I didn't give up trying to find out how to live my happiest life. Because I decided I'm gonna be the demon best. Dear demon best, Izuku. I'm gonna be a hero that's honest. And I'm gonna win at life, ya hear me? Katsuki screamed, so loudly that his eyes clenched shut under the force of his cheeks. His mouth, wide open, to deliver this proclamation to the entire world. I'm going for total victory over happiness. And I'm gonna win, damn it. Izuku. The air was startlingly silent after. Just heavy breaths lost to the clear, blue sky 400 feet above ground beta, above Japan. Izuku's voice was raspy, I'm gonna be even happier, Kaken. Katsuki looked at him as if he was brand new. After I was so damn lonely. And at the dinner what Shudo said, I thought that was what I might have been missing. That love could fill me up again. But I didn't. A sprinkle of playful tittering. Of melodious whistles. Katsuki's eyes widened, and he looked away from Izuku's flushed cheeks, his wind-blown hair, his shoulders that looked oh so broad in his suit. And Katsuki looked to his left. And there it was, a flock of blackbirds swaying in the air, bouncing up and down together. Flying past Katsuki, leisurely. Tittering in harmony. Katsuki watched the flock in rapture. He turned to Izuku, and it was like he was seeing him for the first time. He looked at Izuku's wide eyes, frantic. Fanatic. His yellow cape billowed behind him, flowing with the wind. His hair was messy, and there were bruises forming on his cheeks. And his lips. Bruised too, but Izuku wasn't quite smiling. But his lips were slanted into an asymmetrical jeer. 3 years 1 month since Katsuki and All Might gave Izuku his suit, Katsuki found himself facing Hero Deku. And the blackbirds were singing. Katsuki's lips fell open and out came a chiming stream of laughter. Conjured straight from his stomach, traveling to his lungs, gaining breath there, then crawling up his throat. The explosions at his palms died, and instead his arms came to clutch his stomach as he threw his head back and laughed and laughed and laughed. Gravity pulled him down. Kaken! Izuku dived towards him, both hands reaching out. For a moment, Katsuki fell. And it felt great, like he was 11 years old and on a roller coaster. His heart went flip-flop in its cage. Then he felt Black Whip wrap around his waist, pull him steady, and he felt Izuku's gloved hands grab at his shoulders. Just like they had in the maze of bones in a city half a world away. Izuku pulled him up. And they were close. "I missed ya, Deku," Katsuki said through his laughter. "Freely. Honestly. I'm sorry for ignoring you. For giving up on us." Izuku looked at him. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Izuku's 13-year-old chanted from within his ribcage and begged the 27-year-old to correct Katsuki. "Not your fault. My fault." Izuku forced himself to say instead, "I forgive you, Kaken. But let's stay close now." 4 minutes of flight left. Melly alerted. "We gotta go down now, Kaken," Izuku said gently. Katsuki nodded, still looking up at Izuku through wet lashes. When they landed, Izuku immediately noticed his students milling around the entrance to Ground Beta. Front and center was Tsumuji, who had her arms crossed fiercely over her chest and feet tapping into the ground. Were we up there for too long?" Izuku asked sheepishly. For a moment, his students were silent. Tsumuji raised her eyes, and they were raging. "We only have half the slot left, and you two went out of camera sound range within the first 15 minutes. She barked at Izuku, who flushed. Katsuki laughed meanly. To be continued. 3 months since the fight. Let's get the band back together. Izuku ran up to the double glass doors, quickly. Or, more accurately, he ran towards Katsuki, who was stood in front, huge headphones covering his ears, tapping his feet impatiently on the concrete. "Oh no. Kaken. Sorry. So, are you effing kid? I'm sorry." Izuku scrunched his eyes shut, tight. "One of my students wanted some advice and it ran over." Katsuki scoffed and walked through the doors. "The extras are waiting, let's get a move on." As soon as Izuku stepped inside, he shucked off his suit jacket and unbuttoned his shirt at the wrists. It was the height of summer, his top was sticking uncomfortably to his back, and his backpack held 22 analysis papers that absolutely needed to be marked tonight. Even still, he followed Katsuki up to the reception desk with a smile on his face. "Thank you so much for letting me come, Kaken," Izuku said brightly. "When did you guys start meeting again?" Katsuki didn't answer. They had arrived at the reception desk. "Yo, my friends have a practice room booked." "Okay." The moody teenager turned to his monitor. "What's the room booked under?" Katsuki was silent for a moment. "Denki." "Nope." "Kaminari." "Shh, he can't see it." Katsuki's brow ticked and Izuku winced. "Kaken." He hissed. "Yeah, I see it now. Room number 3, Kaken." Katsuki snatched the key from his fingers and stormed away, with Izuku hot on his heels. "We started a year ago," Katsuki answered. Better a late answer than a never answer, Izuku thought. "But we meet once a month, if even that. So don't accept something amazing or anything," Katsuki said evenly, and Izuku fought a scoff. "He'll say that, but it'll turn out amazing anyways," Izuku thought, buzzing with anticipation. After all, it's Kaken, and Jairu is singing. They walked into a loud room, absolutely brimming with chatter and laughter. "There you are." Katsuki glared. "Who the F booked the room?" "Crickets." Izuku playfully pushed Katsuki forward, causing him to stumble deeper into the practice room. It was something 16-year-old Izuku would never have dared to do, yet Izuku's body moved on its own and he didn't think twice about the subtle command, affection. "You're late, Bakugu," Jiro chastised. "I was on time." Katsuki barked. "I was waiting for the nerd." Jairu turned to Izuku with a smile. "Midoriya, ain't seen you in a while." He gave Jairu and Momo a quick hug, Tokoyami a friendly nod, and Kaminari pounced on him while he did so, leaping on his back. "What you doing here anyways? You wanna join the band?" Kaminari asked. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Nope. I still can't dance, or sing, or play an instrument, or formulate a brief sentence. Katsuki commented. We're ignoring that. Izuku said innocently. I need to mark some papers, and Kaken said I could come hang out while you guys practice. Momo's smile turned unsure. Midoriya, I'm really happy you're here and all, but you do know band practice gets a little loud, right? She asked. Izuku smiled reassuring and began. Heh! Katsuki scoffed, stripping away his hoodie and in doing so revealing a sliver of stomach. You're wasting your time. He listens to his sheet on max volume when marking. Oh. Metal. Kaminari commented, genuinely. Oh, what do you listen to? Jair asked. Izuku snapped back into the conversation and flushed. Nature sounds. Katsuki blurted, and Izuku sent him a fierce glare. Arg. They think I'm uncool now. Nah, that's cool, man. Kaminari reassured, although Izuku could tell he was perplexed, each to their own. Can you guys just start already? Izuku grumbled. And they sprung into action. Izuku settled on one of the chairs and secured his bag on his lap. He idly followed their conversations as he flicked through. Which song should be do? What about? Absolutely the F not. Why not? The guitar riff is so. I'm with Bakugu. I hate singing that one. How about? Let's do this one. Ooh, that's a good one, Yamamo. Okay, any objections? Bakugu, don't say no for the sakes of saying no, I know you like that one. Sheet fine. We'll do that one. Izuku smiled. Lean back. And his gaze turned to his students' abysmal handwriting. Once they started, though, once Katsuki started rhythmically pounding into the drums, once Kaminari and Tokoyami began strumming and plucking, once Momo's fingers started pressing into the keys, and once Jairu started singing, Izuku looked up, transfixed. They were so good. A splitting smile grew on his face, ear to ear so wide that it almost ached. Jairu is such a good singer. Izuku had thought at 16, and he thought again at and Kaminari. God, Izuku thought, playing a guitar just makes you look so DM cool. Kaminari rocked with the beast eyes focused on his fingers wrapped around the neck. His head lightly rocked in beat with the song. Then Kaminari stole a glance at Jairu, and there was a lightness there. An excitement. She stole a glance right back, and even while her mouth formed shapes methodically, her lips twitched up. Momo looked down at the keys as if they were a school project she was completely locked into. There was that same determined stare and twisting of lips as she strived for perfection. Tokoyami was born to play the bass. They all rocked together, in unison, to the beat set by Katsuki. His arms were flying across the drum set, hitting what needed to be hit when they needed to be hit. There was a method to it. Katsuki was looking up, but staring at nothing in particular. His eyes were dull, as if he was not here at all. Izuku wondered what he was thinking of while his body moved to the beat to create the beat. Was he thinking of the song? The steps to come? He had that same faraway look he donned whenever he strategized. Izuku could not help but stare, and think that Katsuki just looks like he belongs on that seat, with his long-sleeved tight black shirt, the barest trace of eyeliner he didn't quite manage to get all the way out after his shift today, the thin silver chain he had hanging from his neck, bouncing up and down. Katsuki's eyes returned to earth, and they turned towards Izuku. Izuku flushed. Caught. Clink. What the F, Bakugu? Jairu snapped, turning to him with a fierce glare. Whoa, that was mad out of place, Kaken. Kaminari teased. Oh, sorry. Katsuki said automatically. There was silence. Bakugu, are you feeling all right? Momo asked, concerned. Katsuki flushed and Izuku tried not to laugh. He returned to his grading. What? I made a mistake, my FNG bad. Let's move on. Fine. Cool. Aight. And you? Izuku looked up and pointed at himself questioningly. Katsuki's eyes had closed into angry slits, and he fumed. You're not here as a fucking groupie, got it? Get your demon work done and stop gawking. Izuku grinned. Okay, sorry. The band finished with flair 2 hours later, but it may as well have been 2 minutes for Izuku. Katsuki had that threatening grin stretching across his lips, and a sheen of sweat on his face. Kaminari shook his sore fingers, miming how, "I'm losing my calluses." Jiraiya was chugging a 2-liter bottle of water. And Momo and Tokoyami were as collected as usual. And Izuku, well, he had barely gotten through a third of the tests he needed to mark today. But he thought with a smile on his face, this was worth the late night. Okay, we gotta be at Ida's apartment in an hour for his party. My agency's nearby if anyone wants to clean up. Jiraiya announced. Cool. Nice. Thanks, Kyuka. Thank you very much. Tenya's birthday party was a classy, refined affair. Nothing like Katsuki's 27th. The comparison could have made Izuku laugh. Happy birthday. Izuku said meaningfully, dragging his friend into a long, close hug. Thank you. Tenya whispered against Izuku's ear. I got you something. Izuku brandished the gift bag. Midoriya. You did not have to do that. Tenya exclaimed. Ah, well, I didn't spend any money on it. Izuku watched with nervous anticipation as Tenya dug inside and pulled out a notebook. These are just some of notes I have written on you based on your work in the last couple of years. I thought, you might want to keep it. Tenya was stunned and flicked through the book quickly. His eyes were wide when they met Izuku's. You know, he started mirthlessly, crime is lower than it's ever been. Do I really need this notebook? He asked. He's joking around. Izuku thought, astonished. Well, Izuku said, smiling contentedly, no reason why we should stop pushing ourselves. And keep trying to improve. Izuku clenched a fist and brandished it at Tenya, who smiled wide and bright and fond. And pulled Izuku into another deep hug. Tenya! A bright, familiar voice bounced closer to them. Uraraka! Glad you could make it, I know you have been busy. Tenya exclaimed. Izuku turned to Ochako. She looked nice. Pretty. She certainly understood Tenya's dress code, Izuku thought, with her beautiful, classy dress, and her hair all pinned up. Ochako really has grown up so much. Izuku thought fondly. But there was an unpleasant clench of heart that he couldn't shake. Wow, Tenya, you sure know how to throw a bougie party. She teased. Glad you like it. Didn't say I like it. It's way too pretentious for my tastes. She joked and Tenya laughed. You jest, Uraraka. Ochako turned to Izuku, and her smile did not falter. Izuku tried his best to keep his stable too. Izuku, how are you? I haven't seen you in ages. Izuku felt his hand twitch at his side, and the urge to bring it up and scratch the nape of his neck was strong. But he kept it by his thigh and smiled. I've been well? Everything's good? I should have finished grading a set of tests today, and I got distracted. So, I'm kinda bummed that I'll have to stay up late tonight. Izuku said instead. And it felt right. Ochako's smile grew wider. Shoulda planned your time better, Teach. For a moment, with the three of them standing before each other, Izuku felt so painfully nostalgic. His eyes darted from Ochako to Tenya, then back to Ochako. And thought back to when they were 15 and things had felt exactly the same. And the night progressed swimmingly. Tenya refused to let Izuku smoke on his balcony. I'd technically be outside, Tenya. Please? So Izuku was standing on the pavement, leaning against Tenya's apartment building, and watched the quiet, clean street. You still smoke then? Izuku turned to the voice and straightened. He twitched to kill the cigarette, but kept it close. They're expensive, he reminded himself. You want one, he joked. Ochako scoffed. And joined him. How are you, Ochako? Really? Izuku asked. Because it is impossible to avoid an ex when you are so intrinsically bound to each other through the bonds of mutual friendships, through the shared experience of fighting a battle. Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka often ran into each other, and asked how are you? Replied I am fine. They even joked around in group settings where others could fill in any silences. But it wasn't quite right yet. Not quite what it had been in Yue. The pit in Izuku's stomach returned, but it was dull. He asked himself, is he ready to forfeit his rights to a friendship with Ochako Uraraka? But that wouldn't be total victory, right? So, Izuku asked again. What's been on your mind lately? They weren't facing each other, both looking forwards. Well, Ochako hummed, I was thinking about you the other day actually. Izuku was impossibly curious. I was thinking that, when we first decided to start dating, I had promised myself to be completely honest with you, no matter what. To tell you everything on my mind, anything that bothered me. There was a determination in her words, and it made Izuku smile as he brought the cigarette to his lips. Why? Izuku asked. I tried to imagine what the perfect relationship looked like, and I thought they would tell each other everything and not keep anything hidden. Izuku fought a wince, and understood with full clarity just how much of a bad boyfriend he had been, all in an endeavor to be the best. Be the best for her. And I did. I told you every concern, every insecurity, everything. Izuku braced himself. But there was one really important thing I never mentioned. Izuku turned to her in surprise. Ochako looked ahead, and her face was indecipherable. When you got your suit, I began having dreams of Himiko. Every night we would meet each other in this beautiful place. And we'd stare at each other. She was in a high school uniform, and me in my hero costume. She was trying to say something, but I couldn't understand. I thought maybe a part of her had become a part of me, you know? Because of the blood transfusion. Ochako could never talk of that night without a shake in her voice, without a tear rolling down her cheek. Izuku knew all too well. But tonight she was firm. I was racking my brain trying to figure out what it meant. What she was telling me. And the night we had the Class A dinner, 1 month after you got the suit and you asked me out, I saw her while I was wide awake. Izuku listened carefully, and trained his features into evenness. When you ran up to me, I heard her say to live my life exactly how I wished to. And I imagined her pushing me forwards. Into the future. Towards you. And, well, I'd loved you in school, you know? Ochako chuckled, but it was mirthless. When we started dating I told you I liked you back then, but no, I loved you. I've only ever been able to say it with my whole face showing, to shout it to Himiko. Our battle, it was the only time I've ever been able to be completely open and honest, so I wanted to be open and honest with you. To get that feeling again. I wanted to take something I wanted to not hide my desires, like Himiko taught me. She laughed. Izuku softened. Ochako turned to him. Her eyes were dry, and her smile was even. When I thought of this the other day, the one secret I kept from you, I made a decision. She said resolutely. Her brows scrunched in determination. What did you decide? Izuku asked, invested and curious. I decided that I'm going to leave Himiko behind. Izuku reeled. But Ochako remained stern. I will never, ever forget her. Forget what she did for me. But I've decided I want to share my life with someone. Eventually. And I need to make space for them, so I need to move on. I need to. I can't keep chasing that feeling anymore, the one that she tore out of me. 27 running after 16-year-old dreams. A scoff. So. She trailed. And they descended into a comfortable silence. Izuku killed his cigarette. Do you feel guilty? Izuku asked, curiously. Ochako thought for a moment. Nope. Ochako said, and Izuku believed her. I think this is what she wanted from the very beginning. 5 months since the fight. Ruin and reverie. Why a ref? You've gotta be FING kidding me? Katsuki yelled, pointing 2 taut palms at Izuku's prone form. Izuku had both arms raised in it. Come on now, just look at me. Overruled. I didn't see it. Tenya commanded, and blew his whistle. He tackled me. Izuku accused, pointing a deming finger towards Kirishima. It's a contact sport, Midoriya. Kirishima grinned, self-satisfied. I'm gonna get you back, shitty hair. Katsuki barked, offering Izuku a hand. If they play dirty, you play dirtier. Izuku dusted the grass from his thighs. No way, Kaken. I'm gonna play fair. Izuku said with enthusiasm that he knew would annoy Katsuki. And sure enough, Katsuki's palm made contact with the back of Izuku's head. As Izuku got into formation, he decided that joining the amateur soccer league created by Mizudafu's hero agencies was one of the best decisions he had ever made. He looked to Katsuki, who was thankfully on his team this time, and mentally acknowledged him for the invite. The whistle blew and Izuku flew. No quirks allowed. Not even your arms. Just your legs and the ball. Goal, get it in the right net. Izuku felt a special sort of excitement bubble in his chest as he broke into full speed. Kaken! Izuku yelled. I'm here. Katsuki, keeping pace 20 yards away, kicked the ball with the side of his feet, and it was flying towards Izuku. Izuku drove forward, receiving it, stabilizing it, then pushing on. Izuku was fast. The goal was near. Almost. But there was Mina, rushing towards him. And she was a dancer. Izuku had no hope against her. So he kicked the ball back to where he knew Katsuki would be. He caught it. Striked. Hero medium quirk, object impermanence, position, goalkeeper stood no chance. Everyone on Katsuki's team bounded towards him, capturing him in an entirely unwanted hug, lost in the throes of victory. Izuku got there first though. Garoff. Kaken. That was amazing. Izuku gushed as they cooled off. Whatever. Thanks for the assist. And Izuku's smile grew wider. Wilder. Wow, not like you to thank me. You must be real happy with yourself. Izuku joked. Katsuki swiped, and Izuku bounced away at just the right time. Heh, that's 3 goals for me and 1 for you, lousy Deku. Katsuki boasted. Izuku's brows furrowed. Next time I... Dynamite. Ruin quirk. Shockwave punch, and also Agency Dynamite's first ever sidekick bounced up to the 2. That goal, wow. It went all and whoosh. I thought, that's dynamite for you. He was wide-eyed and dazzled. Ya brown-nosing little brat. Katsuki snapped, why are you losing, huh? Hop off my D, and worry about your own game. Izuku watched Ruin, and how he was completed undeterred by the tirade. His eyes shined brighter. I'll win the next one, sir. Katsuki yelled at him. Izuku couldn't help but think Ruin wasn't exactly who he imagined to be working with Katsuki. He's attractive though. Last match. Tenya yelled and Izuku locked in. Kirishima's team stole the ball, and he and Mina started ripping through the field. Izuku was near the goal. I'm gonna defend to my last breath. Siro was on Kirishima. He'll pass it. Izuku ran over to Ruin. The ball arrived. Izuku stepped into his path, kicked the ball away and... Foul for Midoriya. What? Izuku yelled, genuinely raging. Katsuki laughed out loud, bending over and clutching his stomach. An offside. You've got to be kidding me. Katsuki and Izuku were walking through the streets. It was too dark to be daytime, but far too light to be nighttime as well. Izuku loved this time of day. The breeze felt nice against Izuku's damp skin, and flew through his soccer uniform pleasantly. Thanks for introducing me to the league, Kaken. It really is the highlight of my week. Katsuki scoffed. Don't get all sentimental on me now, Izuku. But when Izuku stole a glance, Katsuki's lips were tilting into a smile he knew Katsuki couldn't hope to frown away. In his soccer uniform, Katsuki looked impossibly adult, Izuku thought. Kaken, you do so much fun stuff. The band, soccer. I'm really impressed. And Izuku looked at him with truth in his eyes, as if he were 4 years old and stealing glances at Kaken as he bounced all over town. Yeah, well, I'm gonna be the happiest so, course I'm doing fun stuff. Katsuki barked arrogantly, and Izuku's admiration did not dim in the slightest. Well, will you start dating then? As soon as the question left his lips, Izuku stiffened. For some reason, it felt weird to speak about romance with Katsuki. While Izuku's mind couldn't come up with a single reason why this would be the case, his skin itched uncomfortably nevertheless. Katsuki continued walking, and his expression betrayed nothing. Not anytime soon. He answered, Don't care about that stuff right now. Izuku left the conversation alone. Unsure about that answer. 6 months since the fight. Your hand against my mouth. Izuku would die if his mother ever found out exactly how much he smoked and drank that he smoked at all. Here he was, 28 years old, and feeling guilty about walking to the karaoke bar to see his friends. He laughed at himself and decided to tell his mother the next time they spoke. It was a Class A celebration, and Izuku would never miss out. Nope. And if he were to disappoint his mother, he would rather do it alongside his dearest classmates. This time, Izuku had found the time to drop his suit and put on a pair of comfortable shorts with a plain white t-shirt that had "Singer" written on it. He had looked at himself in the mirror before leaving his apartment, wondered if he looked like an unstylish teenager, and left the house anyway. He walked in, and it seemed his classmates were far more prepared to disappoint their mothers than he was. The room was teeming with drunkards. Izuku heard the yell and searched. Before he knew it, a very flushed, very drunk Kaken was stampeding towards him, sprinting across the karaoke room. He jostled fiercely against Idru and Denki, who were locked in a race against Katsuki to reach Izuku first. Izuku's eyes were wide with curiosity, and lips tilting up into a smile as he watched them wrestle each other. Katsuki broke free, leapt towards Izuku. Before Izuku knew it, Katsuki circled around Izuku, one arm curling around his chest, palms gripping his upper arm and the other snaking around the other way and clamping Izuku's mouth shut. Katsuki pulled, and suddenly Izuku's back was pressed against Katsuki's chest. Firmly. Oh! Izuku was undeniably being embraced. His questions were muffled by the palm at his mouth. Idru and Denki caught up. Izuku! 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 You got... Denki choked on a drunk chuckle. Gotta tell us. Don't say shit, Deku. Katsuki barked against Izuku's ear. I'm just... but... Izuku! You gotta tell us, man, did Katsuki ever do anything for the talent show when you guys were kids? Suddenly, Izuku was not thinking of skin through cotton, but... His eyes widened. He does not want them to know, huh? Izuku moved his lips, but all his audience heard were mf. Katsuki tightened his two-armed grip on Izuku and Izuku laughed into his palm. Told you to say nothing, damn it, Deku. Let him go, Kaken. Denki whined. Izuku liked Katsuki's palm, but no, he didn't let go. Izuku bit into skin. Katsuki laughed arrogantly and pressed closer to Izuku's ear. It's not gonna work, Deku, he sang teasingly, his lips grazing the shell of Izuku's ear. And if Izuku was not being held up forcibly, his knees might have given out. His heart sank to his stomach warmed, and his knees felt weak. Izuku, fight back. You can take him. Idru pleaded. Get it together. I'll give a demonstration for your stupid class. Katsuki whispered directly into Izuku's ear. And it grounded him. Izuku twisted as much as he could to catch Katsuki's gaze from behind his shoulder. Izuku squinted. 2. Squinted even harder. Fucking fine. 3. Izuku's eyes relaxed. And the palm fell away. Then the arm. And Izuku felt like he had just jumped into a very cold ocean. Naked. In the middle of winter. Oh, so very cold. He turned to Idru and Denki. Kaken has never participated in a talent show. Ever. Izuku said robotically. Ha! Katsuki gloated. Denki and Idru scowled. We just saw you censor him, dude. We live in a democracy. Denki complained. And you could bear to be a bit more convincing, Izuku. Idru glared at Izuku. Izuku turned to Katsuki, who threw him a conspiratorial grin wide and toothy. The heat returned to Izuku's stomach. Izuku smiled back. Took a sneaky step backwards. He did. He sang, stumbled on a word and ran out. And so did Izuku. Sprinting to the furthest corner of the large karaoke room. Get back here, Deku, you're dead. How old was he, Izuku? Idru yelled. Izuku turned over his shoulder. 6. But said, 13. That's a fucking lie. Sure, things had calmed down, but Izuku still had a bruise at the back of his head courtesy of Katsuki. The rest of the night passed with an uncertain weight in his stomach. 3 drinks it stayed. 6 drinks in, it had dulled. But 9 drinks in offered Izuku a terrifying sort of clarity. He thought of the home in his mind, and how its foundations had turned shaky. 6 months and 3 weeks since the fight. Sushi and a conversation about atonement. Izuku was overthinking. Just knock. He breathed in and out, calmed his heart, and rapped his knuckles on the door. A minute later, the door opened. Finally. Katsuki grumbled. Get a grip, I brought sushi. Izuku brandished the white plastic bag high, so that it grazed Katsuki's face in his enthusiasm. Katsuki knocked it away. You can shove that up your butt, I'm not eating it. Katsuki's face twisted into an ugly sneer, and Izuku finally felt normal. Kaken, this is from Sakana Symphony. The best sushi joint near UA, and DMN expensive. Izuku watched Katsuki fight to keep the frown plastered on his face, and felt pleased with himself. Fine, just because I can't be bothered to cook, damn it. He grabbed the bag. Izuku was over at Katsuki's apartment often. Today was a Tuesday, so Izuku could definitely be found here. On Tuesday nights, during dinner, Izuku came over to Katsuki's and they went over Izuku's students went over their faults, their quirks. Izuku suggested some for Katsuki to take for internships. Katsuki dismissed almost every suggestion, and so it went. But tonight, Izuku didn't want to talk about his students. Or anything in particular. And Katsuki had been quiet. Is everything okay? Izuku asked as he finished a mouthful of salmon nigiri. Yeah, just tired is all. Izuku hummed. A stretch of silence. What's going on with you and round face anyways? Izuku looked up. And couldn't help but smile. She came to UA recently to give a talk and we got dinner. I'm so happy we've been able to spend time together again. Izuku relaxed. Satiated. The sushi really was the best in Mizutofu. You know, things had been so awkward after we broke up, but we talked at Tenya's birthday party a while ago and I think we can actually get back to being friends. Katsuki watched Izuku very, very carefully. What did you talk about? He asked curiously. Well, Izuku searched for the right words. She really wants to move on from the war. Put it behind her. I think she's ready to stop atoning. As soon as the words toppled out, Izuku's well-natured calm fell away. And suddenly the air was charged. And silent. Izuku was the one who would break it. See, can I ask you a question? Katsuki looked up from his sushi. And nodded. Why did you decide to organize the suit for me? Izuku asked. Katsuki appeared surprised at the question. He was thoughtful for a moment. Because if anyone deserved to be a hero, it was you. Katsuki said easily. Izuku's eyes pricked. Damn it. Even at 28 he cried so easily. You thought so, even. Izuku blinked the sting away, even though I hadn't done what I sought to do? To save Tenko? Katsuki watched Izuku carefully. Not with nonchalance but with a sort of fondness. It wasn't selfless or anything. And it wasn't just because you were a good hero, even though you were. Katsuki stopped playing with his sushi and pushed it away from him. He slumped back into his chair, looked Izuku dead in the eye. I wanted you to be a hero. My hero couldn't exist without your hero. And I thought you deserved it. And, for a flash, Katsuki appeared uncomfortable. Conflicted. I wanted to atone. For how I treated you. Izuku's heart cracked. You? Izuku laughed. Atonement? You have to be joking, Kaken. Katsuki's brow scrunched in genuine irritation. Hate when you do that, he mumbled and sounded so very young. Laugh off the things you can't understand about me. A little part of it was me atoning, and... Sounds stupid now, but I can't help it. Do your best, Izuku. So, when can you stop? Even though there's nothing to atone for? When do you get to stop? Izuku asked in all seriousness. Katsuki hummed. I stop when you, Izuku Midoriya, are happy. Izuku exhaled. It was shaky and pathetic. You know, Ochako said she wanted to forget Himiko. To move on. But I don't think I can forget Tenko. I don't know how to stop atoning. It's all right, Izuku. So softly. You'll figure it out. And there was another silence. You know, Izuku started. You might make fun of me, but ever since the war I've pictured my life as a house. Katsuki looked up, and he wasn't laughing or teasing. He was curious. Oh, yeah. I pictured a room for my teaching career, my love life, my friendships, and I would furnish it according to how successfully each component progressed. When you gave me my suit, I opened a new room for my hero career. You have a room too, Kaken? The laughs never came. You probably think it's bad, right? It's me trying to compartmentalize my life rather than living it. It sounds so stupid. And I still do it. Katsuki and Izuku stared at each other from across the dinner table. I don't think it's stupid. They looked at each other, dead in the eye. And no matter how badly Izuku wanted to look away, he didn't. It's similar to how the One for All realm felt like, right? You'd escape into your head, and all these different quirks would be compartmentalized into different people. Up there all the time. I never thought of One for All taking over your whole, I dunno, way of thinking like that. But it makes sense. It changed how you process things. It's like these compartments, your career, your love life, are quirks that you have to tend to and improve. I'm not saying it's healthy or the right way to do things, but... Izuku's pupils shook as they clung onto Katsuki. Katsuki's lips tilted into a genuinely excited grin. Boyish even at 28 years old. It's pretty freaking cool, Deku. But this feeling from karaoke and the smell of cigarette smoke. And Izuku saw. He saw the house now rattling against the wind. Its very foundations in danger. Because, he realized in silence, the house can't exist in a world with Kaken. Not the Kaken who blurred the line between heroism and everything else, to whom happiness was a special ops mission to be completed. Not to Kaken who, with one drunken embrace from behind, had shattered the wall between the room called love and the room called Kaken, thus threatening the integrity of the entire structure. Izuku swallowed and buried, ignored it and moved on. They eventually moved to the sofas and opened Izuku's notebook. Pored over every single one of Izuku's students' strengths, their weaknesses, their potential. If Katsuki was more quiet than usual, he was. Izuku didn't say anything. If Izuku was more hesitant than usual, he was. Katsuki ignored it. Pretended not to notice anything. Then, it was 11 p.m., and Izuku had to leave. He had thrown on his suit jacket, angled his body towards the exit, and was ready to go home to his quiet apartment. Yearned for it, in fact. Katsuki grabbed his wrist and turned Izuku around. Wide-eyed. Wait, Izuku. Izuku took a good look at Katsuki's face. It was softer than it had the right to be. Brows cinched in the middle in, not quite worry, more like fear. Eyes wide, like a child's. Izuku's heart thumped, pounding in his ribcage. Is he? Katsuki let go of Izuku's wrist and straightened. Been meaning to tell you something on my mind. Is he? Izuku's heart just wouldn't quiet. He couldn't be. Katsuki's pupils flitted across the room, nervously. And Izuku desired. Gee, go ahead, Kaken. Izuku stuttered. Katsuki let out a small strange and whispered, "He," and stepped closer. Thump, thump, thump. Katsuki's eyes met his own. I've gotten an invitation to join the AQS task force. Izuku's heart evened out. AQS, the International Terror Organization. And all the jitters, chills and shivers gave way to the sunken pit in Izuku's stomach and a palpable sense of nausea. Oh. Yeah. Katsuki rubbed the back of his neck with his palm. It's a coalition of international heroes and law enforcement to try and take this threat seriously. Izuku swallowed. Is Eli a part of it? Where did that come from? Izuku asked himself, but kept his gaze firm as he anticipated Katsuki's answer. The F-? Katsuki scoffed. Nah, he's not. Izuku relaxed just a tad. I called him and asked, he said no. And Izuku was right back where he started, hard as a board. Just F-, forget it, Izuku. Katsuki said resentfully, and Izuku could tell he was displeased. I can see that stupid look on your face. Dunno why I thought it'd be any different this time. Katsuki walked away, and Izuku leapt forwards. Both hands wrapping around Katsuki's arm, pulling him back. Kaken, Izuku chastised. Will you be leaving again? Don't. The word rang so clear, so true. Don't. Don't. And the desire was so apparent, even oblivious Izuku Midoriya couldn't escape it. It'd be Japan-based. Izuku deflated. His hands fell away. They want you to join. Izuku flinched. What? Katsuki grumbled. That's what I'm asking, you brain-dead moron. You have an invitation. Don't answer now, but yeah. You'd have to give up teaching temporarily, there's no way around it. Because they want us to join in a leadership capacity. Kaken. Aku's task force. Izuku thought back to snow in Mexico, and just how dazzling it had felt. Thought about his suit. It'd be temporary? My break from teaching. Katsuki straightened. Yes. And we'd be working together. Katsuki deflated. And he threw towards Izuku a lazy, cocky grin. Don't sound too excited, Hero Deku. He drawled sarcastically. And suddenly, the distance between the two of them was far too large. Izuku launched himself at Katsuki, enveloping him in an all-encompassing hug. Izuku stepped closer and tucked his face in the sweet spot where Katsuki's neck joined his shoulder. Tucked his scar into smooth skin. Gareth. Katsuki grumbled, his arms stiff and by his side. No. You haven't showered, you idiot. Just hug me back. No. I'm not letting go until you do. Izuku Midoriya was really pushing his luck. He knew he was. Katsuki's arms left his side and wrapped hesitantly around, hovering awkwardly over Izuku's back. Properly, Kaken. Katsuki scoffed. And as if out of spite his hands landed and pulled Izuku closer with a firmness. Izuku was surrounded from all sides by warmth. He nuzzled into Katsuki's neck. Izuku. I've hugged you now, so let go. Katsuki said softly. But I don't want to, Izuku thought. Okay, Kaken. Izuku whispered, not one to deny Katsuki anything. Izuku detangled his arms. Katsuki stayed in place. Izuku moved back. But ever so slowly. They were inches apart, and Izuku ought to have stepped back, as Katsuki wanted. But they were so close. And Izuku pressed his lips onto Katsuki's. Captured it pressed deeper. Katsuki was still, but not exactly. Unyielding. Izuku came in more firmly. Ochako liked to be kissed insistently and softly. With love. Katsuki had kissed Atsuo with a similar sort of sweetness, had liked to hold him in place while Katsuki moved at his own pace. Izuku remembered. Katsuki liked Eli to kiss him passionately and roughly. How would he like Izuku to kiss him, he wondered. Which type of kiss would make Katsuki kiss him back and stay? Katsuki pushed Izuku away. They were still awfully close. Katsuki's expression had fallen into nonchalance, and he betrayed nothing. You should go. Izuku walked towards Agency Dynamite with a determination. We need to clear the air. Because if he didn't, Izuku knew another torturous sleepless night awaited him. He had thought of the kiss. All night. Thought of being denied. And thought of this walk to see Katsuki first thing in the morning, the way he would burst in and demand some clarity. Izuku wasn't delusional but he thought that maybe. Izuku's body fell into an unconscious rhythm as it guided him towards Explosion Hero, Dynamite's office. He waved hello to those who needed to be waved to, nodded congenially to passerbyers. But Izuku's mind was entirely elsewhere. He didn't bother knocked. Katsuki was sat behind his desk, and glanced up at the intruder. If he reacted to Izuku's entrance he certainly did not show it, Izuku thought. He looked as nonchalant as ever. As he had done last night. Kaken. Izuku said, determinedly. Leaving no doubt that this was not a casual visit. Not in the slightest. What are you doing here? Izuku moved closer. Katsuki got up from his desk and moved away. Izuku stopped, perplexed. Are you running away from me? Katsuki bristled. No, I'm fucking not. Why are you here? Katsuki flushed in irritation, and Izuku was just happy that he could see some form of reaction from Katsuki, some indication that he was impacted by last night. I wanted to talk about last night. And the plainness returned. Nothing to talk about. And Katsuki turned away, assessing his bookshelf. You know there isn't anything you need there. The idle thought that Katsuki, Kaken, was being cowardly burned through Izuku. What do you mean? I kissed you. That's something to talk about. Katsuki turned to Izuku and said sternly, No, Deku, there isn't. It didn't mean anything. Izuku's heart clenched. But he stood still. I'm the one who kissed you, so only I can decide what it meant. Katsuki appeared irritated. Well, it takes two to kiss, you idiot. You can't kiss yourself. So, yeah, it has something to do with me, damn it. And I'm telling you it meant nothing because there's nothing here. Katsuki continued. We got too much history. Our bond is too twisted. We're too different. We just became friends. Just fixed our relationship. Are you even into men? I'm telling you, this would never work. And he said all that with a certain brand of firmness that only Katsuki Bakugo could manage. Not good enough. Not like Eli. Not like Atsuo, the teenager that lives inside Izuku whispered to him. But it didn't work with them, the sleepless Izuku of the night before whispered right back. And he was newly resolved. I'm a catch, Kaken. Izuku all but screamed. Ha! Katsuki yelled, one eye squinted in disbelief. Be a good boyfriend, and I really like. Katsuki burst into genuine laughter. Amused. You've lost your demon mind, Izuku. Now, Izuku was annoyed. Katsuki walked forwards, grabbed Izuku's shoulders, turned him around and pushed him towards the door. Get to your class, moron, and talk to me when you've got some DMN sense back. And Izuku was pushed out. The glass door slammed behind him. Dazed, he walked towards the elevator. Izuku was annoyed. Stupid, insensitive, Kaken. Izuku fumed. Laughing. Is this a situation to laugh at? While someone is confessing to you? Hate when you do that, Katsuki had accused him of the other night. Laugh off the things you can't understand. What a joke. Maybe he just doesn't like you, a voice whispered. And Izuku buried it. Fine. Then at least reject me properly, dammy. Izuku Midoriya had walked right into a wall. Deku! Ruin ran over. Are you okay? You just walked into a wall. Didn't you see it right in front of you? I'm fine. Excuse me. And Izuku ran back towards Katsuki's office. The kiss was bad. That's why. Izuku stormed inside for the second time that day. Katsuki was sat on the sofa facing nothing, looking at nothing. Izuku steeled himself. What the foo? Izuku didn't let him finish. Took 2 quick strides towards the sofa and flung himself onto Katsuki's lap, a knee on either side of Katsuki's thighs. Buried his hands in Katsuki's hair. This wasn't a sweet press, nor was it a firm lean. This kiss was a smash. And sure, of course, Izuku had kissed and been kissed before. He had kissed passionately, softly, in the heat of the moment that he had initiated kisses that had started the moment. Watched hours and hours of romantic comedies and filled notebooks with scrawls. Had Googled French kissing tutorials and committed each movement to memory. He had kissed and been kissed. This kiss was hot and warm, and nothing like any of the others. And Katsuki pressed back. Hesitant, but yes, it was unmistakable. Katsuki Bakugo was kissing Izuku Midoriya back. There wasn't enough time, Izuku thought. Any moment now. Because in just another minute, please, Kaken might open his eyes, wake up, realize, and whatever. But before then, Izuku moved the kiss along too quickly, too desperately deepening, growing more heated and needy all at once. Izuku's lips moved inelegantly against his. And his hands, they were moving desperately too. All over Katsuki's face, his jaw, his hair. Izuku's fingers buried in his hair. Then, sliding down to Katsuki's neck. Izuku. Izuku dove. Don't think. It's coming, Izuku thought. So, he rocked forward on Katsuki's lap to come even closer. And captured his lips again. Stop. Stop, Izuku. Izuku pulled away, but remained close. Katsuki brushed his nose against Izuku's, looked down, whispered, Don't stop. A dam burst, and so many things happened all at once. Izuku's scratchy, scarred palms crawled up to Katsuki's cheeks. Katsuki's hands slid from his side, up to Izuku's thighs, and grazed all the way to his hips. Grabbed, pulled him closer, and Izuku fell into the gravity that dragged him towards Katsuki's son. When their lips met this time, Izuku was hardly in control, and he could hardly believe he thought Katsuki had kissed him back before. Katsuki jerked him closer, captured his lips within his own, and passionately, irrevocably, unalterably, unchangeably kissed Izuku. And Izuku might have thought he had never been kissed before. Kaken. Izuku breathed against his lips, and that's all it took. All it took for Katsuki to snake a hand around Izuku's waist, grip, pull him down next to him. Shift to face him. Izuku's leg was now slung around Katsuki's hip, and he stared at the unbounded desire painted rouge on Kaken's cheeks. Look at his desperate brows. Izuku hooked the leg around Katsuki's hips and pulled closer. Lips on lips. There were layers of whatever between them. Clothes, and beyond that, skin. Beyond that, soft tissue, then muscle, then bone. Izuku pressed closer and closer and closer. Katsuki pushed forward, putting Izuku on his back. Grabbed his face, cradled it gently in both hands, and kissed him. Slow, languid, deep, so deep, and Izuku felt love. The palpable burn of chemistry. Katsuki kissed like a wrecking ball. The closer they pulled to each other, the harder they rocked, the stronger the ball swung. It broke the walls of the house with ease. Izuku was standing, looking in awe as the weapon blasted plaster everywhere, smashing its way through tables, and chairs, and books, and carpet, and chandeliers. The fierce wind of cosmic collisions carded through his hair. It all fell away, the floors, the walls, the entire structure. And Izuku was the only one standing. Katsuki wasn't here. He was beneath Izuku's fingertips as he trailed his hand below Katsuki's shirt and grazed his nails along the skin of his back. Katsuki could be found flush against Izuku's torso, passionately kissing into Izuku. Bite him, a voice. Huh? Izuku asked. Just do it. Izuku pulled Katsuki's bottom lip gently between his teeth and stretched. Katsuki ummed, wantonly. Izuku. And another version of Izuku, the awkward teenager, might have found that sound of utter desperation totally embarrassing men. But Katsuki looked so flushed, desperate, and turned on that Izuku locked in. He grabbed Katsuki with embarrassing eagerness, pulled him into an embarrassing kiss, wrapped both of his legs around Katsuki's waist in an embarrassing grip, and drank into him. Izuku opened his eyes and watched Katsuki kiss him, and couldn't look away. Katsuki opened his too, as if sensing Izuku. The kiss turned languid. Slow. They rocked into each other ever so slowly, eyes held open. And Katsuki pulled back, hands resting on the cushion at either side of Izuku's head. Breathing heavily. The kiss had come to a natural stop. And Izuku pulled up and kissed him again. And it was just so easy. To kiss into Katsuki's mouth, all soft and dry. Katsuki kissed back. And again. And again. And again. He felt amazing. He smelt like kaken. He tasted salty? Izuku pulled away. Opened his eyes. Katsuki had blood smeared all over his lips. What the F dash? Katsuki looked down at Izuku in horror. Izuku wiped his lips and found blood gushing from his nose. Izuku wanted to kill himself. Katsuki leapt away. He's disgusted. And Izuku tried his best to wipe away the blood with his sleeve. Katsuki came back with 2 fistfuls of tissue. What the hell, Izuku? Why are you bleeding? Izuku reached for the tissues, but Katsuki swatted the offending hand away. He slid in close and began wiping Izuku's lips, cheeks, nose, neck, methodically. Izuku melted under the gentle caresses. Keeled under it. I ran into a wall. Izuku answered with an airy chuckle. When? Katsuki demanded, irritated as if he hadn't just been passionately kissing Izuku a moment earlier. Kaken. Izuku turned serious. Determined. He gulped, suddenly quite nervous. Katsuki flushed. I've chased you all my life. Izuku all but yelled. And I think you have been looking to me too. Right? Katsuki stared at Izuku, and he looked undone. And Izuku knew, with full clarity, that this was just so inevitable. After all, when two people such as themselves, such as Deku and Kaken chase and chase and chase, it is simply inevitable, written in the stars, that they will eventually turn around, notice what they're doing, and run towards each other at breakneck speed. They will collide. It isn't enough. I want us to run, together. If I'm going for total victory, then it isn't enough for me what we have right now. I want to touch you, I want to feel you. I want to be with you. I have feelings for you. So please. Izuku screamed and bowed, go on a date with me. Katsuki wiped Izuku's nose roughly, causing him to yelp. A beat of silence. Izuku reached out and rubbed at the remaining blood smeared on Katsuki's face with both of his thumbs. And Katsuki melted. Yeah. I'll go on a date with you. Izuku ran into Class 1B's homeroom with rushed flourish. Aizawa and his students turned to him. I'm so sorry, class. Aizawa. Oh my god. Are you okay? Is that blood, Deku-sensei? Even in the face of screams, Izuku was boneless with joy. He grinned goofily and rubbed the back of his neck. Did you run into a villain, Midoriya? You have blood all over your shirt. Aizawa noted with what could only be called concern. Nope. Izuku said brightly, no worries, class. I'm fine. This was just a nosebleed. Izuku had never quite felt more like All Might than in this very moment, not even when he had his mentor's quirk running through his veins. That signature wide smile came easy to him. Aizawa observed him for a moment, then, fine. I'll leave you to it then. Try not to be late again. I won't. Izuku said, dazed. Delirious. Sensei. Tsubumi stood. Are you not sure you're okay? Maybe you should go see Recovery Girl. Yup, I'm great. Izuku hopped to his desk. Right that you just seem happy. Yuzuki offered. Delirious. Yamada suggested. High as F-. Nakano grumbled under his breath. And it was a testament to Izuku's good mood that he not only ignored the totally inappropriate comments, he even turned to his class, offered them a grin and said, I got a date. Aizawa turned around. The class's collective jaws hit the floor. Izuku smiled self-satisfied and arrogant, arms on his hips. Who is it? Is it another hero? Do we know her? Is she a baddie, Deku-sensei? Izuku turned to Haruta. He is a baddie. And reveled when the class broke into a cacophony of screams. Whoishe? Misa, the town gossip, barked rabidly. She was 2 seconds away from crawling on all fours. I won't. Is it dynamite? Izuku doesn't know who shouted that. But he froze, his confidence crumbling, and he burned bright red. He looked at Aizawa, whose brows had shot up in interest. No, it's not him. Way to go, Deku, jumping the gun when you've not even been on one date. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Misa announced to the class, and Izuku buried himself in his shoulders. Sensei, quiet, precocious Yua said from the back row, you don't know what to do with all of that. Izuku sighed. Izuku had a few things he had wanted to do with Kaken for their first date. The nicest, fanciest restaurant in Mizudafu for one. He had even planned to buy a new suit for it. Or, in one of his favorite rom-coms, the male lead had bought out an entire theater so he could watch a movie with the female lead. Izuku pondered doing the same and watching All Might movies all night. Onsen in Fuji. Feeding deer in Nara. So many options. He couldn't choose. But this was all made easier when Katsuki demanded that their first date be dinner in his apartment. Something Izuku had done over 100 million times. He had whined. No fair. You either come to my apartment Friday night, ready to eat, or you give me up, stupid Deku. And Izuku had grumbled, fine. So here he was, dressed in an obscenely expensive sweater and nice pair of slacks, gripping a bouquet of flowers. Peonies. And he knocked. The door swung open. And Katsuki wore what he would usually wear. Black joggers and a long-sleeved, tight black top. So casual. Izuku shelved the thought, and instead paid close attention to how the top fit perfectly to his muscles, showed off the long, clean slope of his neck. And he was nervous all over again. Izuku offered Katsuki the bouquet and pretended to ignore the fierce glare Katsuki directed towards it. "This is for you." Katsuki was silent, and Izuku knew he was reining himself from verbally abusing Izuku. And he was doing a great job. "Well done, Kaken." Because he grabbed the bouquet and pulled Izuku inside without so much as a shout. "Get in." And so far, it had felt like any other dinner Izuku had had in Katsuki's apartment. Still, his heart was racing, and that reassured him that this is still a date. "I'm still cooking, so do whatever. Won't take long," Katsuki said. The kitchen and the living room was open plan, so Izuku had no qualms with perching himself on one of the stools along the countertop and watching Katsuki cook. And chatting. He smiled and tittered other to the kitchen, but beeline to Katsuki's side. "Do you need any help, Kaken?" Izuku asked sweetly, far sweeter than he had ever talked to Kaken, his friend, before. "Heh," Katsuki scoffed, "and have you ruined dinner?" "No chance, you dweeb." But Izuku was unperturbed. He moved closer. Katsuki faced the counter, chopping onions. But Izuku faced Katsuki. His front brushed ever so slightly against Katsuki's side. "Come on." Izuku coaxed. "The sooner you finish, the sooner we can eat and hang out." Katsuki stiffened and looked at Izuku. Izuku smiled up at him, all sweet and innocent and inviting. Katsuki squinted. Izuku held his smile in place, eyes wide and bright. Katsuki dipped down. Stopped halfway. Thinking. Then leaned again. Pressed his lips softly against Izuku's. And it was just so casual that it took Izuku's breath away. Izuku leaned into the kiss, pressing his lips curiously against Katsuki's. And again. Puckered and moved even closer. Katsuki ended it, shifting his attention back towards the meal. "S.A. fucking Izuku. Go sit your butt down, and let me cook for you, damn it." I wanna left unsaid, but Izuku heard it all the same. Izuku, satisfied, walked around the counter, and sat on the stool. "If you say so, Kaken." Izuku leaned forwards. "What are you cooking?" "Katsudon." "Wah!" Izuku exclaimed. "What a coincidence, it's my favorite." "Really, what are the chances?" For a moment Katsuki was silent. "Did I say something wrong?" His brow quivered in frustration. Then he snapped, "Course I know it's your favorite. It's why I'm making it. God, you're so stupid sometimes." His cheeks were flaming red, and so was Izuku's. Izuku laughed. "Oh, well, thank you for making it. I love Kaken's cooking." Katsuki continued grumbling something under his breath and returned to the dish. And Izuku thought, he had never felt quite so comfortably uncomfortable before. He felt 17 again. They continued talking about this and that, and even the most mundane of conversations felt brand new. "You know, you and I were actually Aizawa's favorites in Class A." Izuku gossiped. Katsuki scoffed in disbelief, as if. "He told me himself, Kaken. He was pretty drunk though. I still can't believe you get to drink with him. He refused to with anyone else." Katsuki raged, clearly displeased. "You better fucking take me next time." Izuku pretended to think. "Nope, I won't. You diminy. You have all the pros. All Might, Edge Shot, Genist, even Mirko. Gimme Aizawa." Katsuki smirked arrogantly. "Hey, demon, right I do. And if anything, All Might is yours." Izuku shook his head fondly. Then, Izuku began getting antsy. Sitting still and started roaming the kitchen, subscribing every detail to memory. He turned to Katsuki and stared at his back. Then at his shoulders, then, "Kaken has such a small waist," Izuku remarked, and he couldn't believe he never noticed before. "I wonder if my hands would fit all the way AR. Check." An intrusive voice demanded. "Oh, okay." Izuku stepped forward and wrapped his hand entirely around Katsuki's waist. He squeezed, trying to let his fingers meet, but alas they couldn't. "What doing?" Katsuki snapped. "Ah." Izuku jolted, but kept his hands in place. "I just realized, Kaken, your waist is so small." Katsuki turned around with a furious glare and a red face. No, it isn't, you idiot. Your hands are just freakishly big. Of course, you'd find some way to get offended, Izuku thought with a half-hearted roll of his eyes. Izuku gave Katsuki's waist a little shake, then let go. He innocently walked back to his seat, while Katsuki watched him leave, disbelievingly. When did you realize you like boys anyways? Katsuki had asked halfway through the meal. They weren't sitting at the dining table or the sofas. This time, they sat on stools by the counter, pressed close to each other. Their knees wedged together, so that it went Katsuki's knee, then Izuku's, then Katsuki's, then Izuku's. So very different. Well, I never really realized. I just realized I like you. Katsuki was too close for Izuku to miss the shaky eyes and pink cheeks. Kaken is so cute, and it was something he had never expected, that this new version of Kaken, the one that someone would date, would be so reactive, so different, but still all the same. Right. What about you, Kaken? Katsuki thought about it. Probably when I started talking to Atsuo. Izuku couldn't help the frown that dragged his lips down. Didn't bother to hide it. Huh? You annoyed or something? Katsuki playfully nudged at Izuku's cheeks. Izuku stuffed his face with the remaining rice. If it makes you feel any better, I only made myself date him because you were dating round face. Now Izuku looked at him. What? Really? Did you like me back then? Izuku gushed, mouth still laden with food. Eat with your mouth closed, idiot. Katsuki snapped, red once again, and no, damn it. I didn't. I was just annoyed is all. Thought we were on the same page with all the extra stuff. Romance. Izuku swallowed quickly. When did you realize you had feelings for me? And Izuku wanted to know so bad. Katsuki was quiet. Not tellin'. Not fair. Not fair. Izuku whined. And maybe he wasn't entirely himself right now, either. But he didn't mind. He poked at Katsuki's thigh with a finger. Once, then twice, then again. Fine, damn it. I guess, he flushed. I guess in the seaside cantina in Puerto Cielo. You were, and Katsuki looked away anywhere but at Izuku, all bright and energetic and sheet. Mouthing off about quirks. Happy. Genuinely happy. Then Izuku leaned back, aghast. Eyes wide. And I thought you looked good, or whatever. Leading everyone. Like, manly or something. All grown up. Your turn. Izuku swallowed and searched. I mean, I think for me there's a big difference between when I caught feelings and when I realized, ha. Katsuki chuckled loud and mean. Yeah, tell me about it. Izuku frowned, but it was half-hearted. I noticed when we all went to karaoke, and you grabbed me from behind. Izuku looked down at his lap, and fiddled with his thumbs. But I think I started seeing you that way at your 27th birthday party, when we smoked together. Katsuki's arrogant smile dropped into a genuine one. The conversations flowed like an uninterrupted river creek. They cleared up, washed the dishes, sat on the sofas, and there was an unspoken, what to do now? Izuku perked, and moved towards his backpack. He pulled out What's in the notebook, Izuku? Katsuki asked apprehensively. This. Izuku brandished it, is the book I started when you fought the A's villain in Versita City. I watched hours and hours of your battle videos. Izuku said wide-eyed and fanatic, I think we should go through it together. And even if Katsuki wanted to feign disinterest, he couldn't be asked to. They sat, side by side, and flicked through every single entry. And it might not have been different too when they were 18 and you were doing the exact same thing in the Heights Alliance common room, if it weren't for the fact that their sides were flush against each other. Katsuki had left to get his reading glasses and returned. And Izuku was getting distracted. The glasses fell from the bridge of Katsuki's nose. Instinctively, Izuku moved forward. His fingers wrapped around the back of Katsuki's head, and he used his thumb to gently push the glasses back up. Katsuki stopped reading and looked at Izuku. He kissed me the last time, so now it's... Izuku leaned forward, closed his eyes. And right when he expected his lips to fall firmly, he fell forward. His face drove into Katsuki's chest. He heard Katsuki grumble as Izuku burned red with embarrassment and righted himself. "Fucking nympho," he whispered, but not quiet enough, damn it. Izuku thought. The rest of the night, he was on his best behavior. It was getting late. And Izuku wondered if there was a reason Katsuki wanted to have their first date at. "It's 11, get the F out." "Or not." Izuku wilted. "Okay, I suppose," he said, disheartened. Izuku slid into his jacket and walked towards the Genken. Katsuki followed. "I'll leave, but not without." Izuku put on his shoes, then turned around. "I had a great first date, Kaken. But next time I get to pick what we do." Katsuki scoffed. "Let's fancy dinner? Cinema? Feeding deer? Let's go hiking," Izuku said instead. And Katsuki looked so unbelievably fond. It made it easier for Izuku to lean forward, hook his hand around Katsuki's nape, and pulled him into a fierce kiss. It was nice, and started off just like the one Katsuki had stolen in the kitchen. Then, Izuku's hand slipped down and grabbed Katsuki's hips, then his waist. Jerked him closer firmly and quickly. Izuku swallowed up all the noises with eagerness, tilted to the side, and deepened. Slow, passionate. Izuku liked Katsuki's lip, SCD and ah. And what a sound that was. Izuku pushed Katsuki back, against the wall, leaned up and kissed with a renewed fervor. It was all wet and quick and messy. Animalistic. And his hands. Izuku knew Katsuki would stop him any moment now, so his hands simply could not stay still. They roamed from his neck, to his arms squeezed at his biceps, slid all over his torso, to his back, under his shirt, went lower, fingers dug into his thighs, then Izuku grabbed his thigh, hiked it up, and Katsuki hooked it around Izuku's hip. Izuku smiled against Katsuki's lips. Dove back in, and it was all tongue and teeth and smashes. Katsuki pulled away and gasped a great breath. Izuku peppered his jaws with quick, dry kisses. Moving down. Suddenly, quick and dry turned to wet and slow, all down Katsuki's neck. "Izuku, what the F?" Katsuki rasped, all low and deep. "Casual. Keep it casual." Izuku reminded himself. "It's the first date. Make a joke." Izuku pressed a long kiss at the base of Katsuki's neck, and peeked at the scar on his heart, poking out from under Katsuki's top. But there was a heat nestled in his chest. It bubbled forth uncontrollably so that Izuku said, "I want to live inside your ribcage." What? The only silver lining was that Izuku did not have so much as a second to feel mortified. Katsuki smashed his lips against Izuku's, driving forwards. He pushed Izuku against the front door, kissing inelegantly, passionately, hips brushing against the others, and there's an unmistakable heat pooling in Izuku's stomach, and he thinks he might die if they don't move. Izuku is shoved back, and he's toppling into the hallway. His backpack is shoved into his arms and the door slammed shut. Izuku felt awfully flushed and exposed as he stared at the closed door. What? He could do nothing but slump forward, until his forehead fell against the door. "Kaken Isis, such a tease." Izuku breathes in and out and tries to collect his chirp, chirp, chirp. Ha! Izuku stood upright and looked up and down the hallway. Did someone let a bird in? He wondered. But alas, he could see nothing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. That was for sure birdsong. Izuku stretched his ears. The sound was coming from beyond Kaken's door. The one that had just been slammed in his face 2 seconds ago. Izuku pressed an ear against the wood. Ah! It wasn't a chirp at all. It was a beep. Izuku grinned. He knew 2 things for sure now. Firstly, Katsuki was standing at the other side of the door, 2 inches away from Izuku, collecting himself too. Secondly, the birdsong was coming from Katsuki's heart monitor bracelet. Is that why you're being so shy, Kaken? Izuku wondered, and let his forehead fall against the door. He had half a mind to knock on the door and coax Katsuki to let him in again. To continue their date. They don't have to do anything. It's just that Izuku feels unbelievably fond right now, and he wants to stay up all night and talk. Kaken. Izuku slid his backpack on and walked away. But not before. Kaken, I'll see you first thing tomorrow morning, okay? Izuku said through the door. And there was a muffled hum of agreement. When your bird is broken, will it bring you down? You may be awoken. I'll be round. Fin.